The Shadow Rising by Robert Jordan. This book is read by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. Chapter 1. Seeds of Shadow. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age called the Third Age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose on the great plain called the Carolane grass. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. North and west the wind blew beneath early morning sun, over endless miles of rolling grass and far-scattered thickets, across the swift-flowing river Luan, past the broken-topped fang of Dragon Mount, mountain of legend towering above the slow swells of the rolling plain, looming so high that clouds wreathed it less than halfway to the smoking peak. Dragon Mount, where the dragon had died, and with him, some said, the age of legends, where prophecy said he would be born again, or had been. North and west, across the villages of Juwalda and Darrain and Callandor, where bridges like stone lacework arched out to the shining walls, the great white walls of what many called the greatest city in the world, Tar Valon, a city just touched by the reaching shadow of Dragon Mount each evening. Within those walls, Ogier-made buildings well over 2,000 years old seemed to grow out of the ground rather than having been built, or to be the work of wind and water rather than that of even the fabled hands of Ogier's stonemasons. Some suggested birds taking flight, or huge shells from distant seas. Soaring towers, flared or fluted or spiraled, stood connected by bridges hundreds of feet in the air, often without rails. Only those long in Tar Valon could avoid gaping like country folk who had never been off the farm. Greatest of those towers, the White Tower dominated the city, gleaming like polished bone in the sun. The wheel of time turns around Tar Valon, so people said in the city, and Tar Valon turns around the tower. The first sight travelers had of Tar Valon before their horses came in view of the bridges, before their riverboat captains sighted the island, was the tower reflecting the sun like a beacon. Small wonder, then, that the great square surrounding the walled tower ground seemed smaller than it was under the massive tower's gaze, the people in it dwindling to insects. Yet the White Tower could have been the smallest in Tar Valon. The fact that it was the heart of Aes Sedai power would still have overawed the island city. Despite their numbers, the crowd did not come close to filling the square. Along the edges, people jostled each other in a milling mass, all going about their day's business, but closer to the tower grounds there were ever fewer people, until a band of bare paving stones at least 50 paces wide bordered the tall white walls. Aes Sedai were respected and more in Tar Valon, of course, and the Amyrlin seat ruled the city as she ruled the Aes Sedai, but few wanted to be closer to Aes Sedai power than they had to. There was a difference between being proud of a grand fireplace in your hall and walking into the flames. A very few did go closer to the broad stairs that led up to the tower itself, to the intricately carved doors wide enough for a dozen people abreast. Those doors stood open, welcoming. There were always some people in need of aid or an answer they thought only Aes Sedai could give, and they came from far as often as near, from Arafel and Gildan, from Saldeia and Ilion. Many would find help or guidance inside, though often not what they had expected or hoped for. Min kept the wide hood of her cloak pulled up, shadowing her face in its depths. In spite of the warmth of the day, the garment was light enough not to attract comment, not on a woman so obviously shy. And a good many people were shy when they went to the tower. There was nothing about her to attract notice. Her dark hair was longer than when she was last in the tower, though still not quite to her shoulders, and her dress, plain blue except for narrow bands of white Jericho's lace at neck and wrists, would have suited the daughter of a well-to-do farmer, wearing her feast-day best to the tower just like the other women approaching the wide stairs. Min hoped she looked the same, at least. She had to stop herself from staring at them to see if they walked or held themselves differently. "I can do it," she told herself. She had certainly not come all this way to turn back now. The dress was a good disguise. Those who remembered her in the tower remembered a young woman with close-cropped hair, always in a boy's coat and breeches, never in a dress. It had to be a good disguise. She had no choice about what she was doing, not really. Her stomach fluttered the closer she came to the tower, and she tightened her grip on the bundle clutched to her breast. Her usual clothes were in there, and her good boots, and all her possessions except the horse she had left at an inn not far from the square. With luck, she would be back on the gelding in a few hours, riding for the Austrane Bridge and the road south. She was not really looking forward to climbing onto a horse again so soon, not after weeks in the saddle with never a day's pause, but she longed to leave this place. She had never seen the White Tower as hospitable, and right now it seemed nearly as awful as the Dark One's prison at Sheol Ghul. Shivering, she wished she had not thought of the Dark One. I wonder if Moiraine thinks I came just because she asked me. The light helped me, acting like a fool girl, doing fool things because of a fool man. She mounted the stairs uneasily. Each was deep enough to take 2 strides for her to reach the next, and unlike most of the others, she did not pause for an awed stare up the pale height of the tower. She wanted this over. Inside, archways almost surrounded the large, round entry hall, but the petitioners huddled in the middle of the chamber, shuffling together beneath a flat-domed ceiling. The pale stone floor had been worn and polished by countless nervous feet over the centuries. No one thought of anything except where they were and why. A farmer and his wife in rough woolens, clutching each other's calloused hands, rubbed shoulders with a merchant in velvet-slashed silks, a maid at her heels clutching a small worked silver casket, no doubt her mistress's gift for the tower. Elsewhere the merchant would have stared down her nose at farm folk who brushed so close, and they might well have knuckled their foreheads and backed away apologizing. Not now, not here. There were few men among the petitioners, which was no surprise to Min. Most men were nervous around Aes Sedai. Everyone knew it had been male Aes Sedai when there still had been male Aes Sedai who were responsible for the breaking of the world. 3,000 years had not dimmed that memory, even if time had altered many of the details. Children were still frightened by tales of men who could channel the one power, men doomed to go mad from the Dark One's taint on Saidin, the male half of the true source. Worst was the story of Luz Theron Telamon, the dragon, Luz Theron Kinslayer, who had begun the breaking. For that matter, the stories frightened adults, too. Prophecy said the dragon would be born again in mankind's greatest hour of need, to fight the Dark One in Tarmon Gaiden, the last battle. But that made little difference in how most people looked at any connection between men and the power. Any Aes Sedai would hunt down a man who could channel now. Of the 7 Ajahs, the Red did little else. Of course, none of that had anything to do with seeking help from Aes Sedai, yet few men felt easy about being linked in any way to Aes Sedai and the power. Few, that is, except warders. But each warder was bonded to an Aes Sedai. Warders could hardly be taken for the general run of men. There was a saying, "A man will cut off his own hand to get rid of a splinter before asking help from Aes Sedai." Women meant it as a comment on men's stubborn foolishness, but Min had heard some men say the loss of a hand might be the better decision. She wondered what these people would do if they knew what she knew. Run screaming, perhaps. And if they knew her reason for being here, she might not survive to be taken up by the tower guards and thrown into a cell. She did have friends in the tower, but none with power or influence. If her purpose was discovered, it was much less likely that they could help her than that she would pull them to the gallows or the headsman behind her. That was saying she lived to be tried, of course. More likely her mouth would be stopped permanently long before a trial. She told herself to stop thinking like that. I'll make it in, and I'll make it out. The light burn Randall Thor for getting me into this. 3 or 4 accepted, women Min's age or perhaps a little older, were circulating through the round room, speaking softly to the petitioners. Their white dresses had no decoration except for 7 bands of color at the hem, 1 band for each Ajah. Now and again a novice, a still younger woman or girl all in white, came to lead someone deeper into the tower. The petitioners always followed the novices with an odd mix of excited eagerness and foot-dragging reluctance. Min's grip tightened on her bundle as one of the accepted stopped in front of her. "The light illumine you," the curly-haired woman said perfunctorily. "I'm called Fairlane. How may the tower help you?" Fairlane's dark, round face held the patience of someone doing a tedious job when she would rather be doing something else. Studying, probably, from what Min knew of the accepted, learning to be Aes Sedai. Most important, however, was the lack of recognition in the accepted's eyes. The two of them had met when Min was in the tower before, though only briefly. Just the same, Min lowered her face in assumed diffidence. It was not unnatural. A good many country folk did not really understand the great step up from accepted to full Aes Sedai. Shielding her features behind the edge of her cloak, she looked away from Fairlane. "I have a question I must ask the Amerlin seat," she began, then cut off abruptly as 3 Aes Sedai stopped to look into the entry hall, 2 from one archway and 1 from another. Accepted and novices curtsied when their rounds took them close to one of the Aes Sedai, but otherwise went on about their tasks, perhaps a trifle more briskly. That was all. Not so for the petitioners. They seemed to catch their breaths altogether. Away from the White Tower, away from Tar Valon, they might simply have thought the Aes Sedai 3 women whose ages they could not guess, 3 women in the flush of their prime, yet with more maturity than their smooth cheeks suggested. In the tower, though, there was no question. A woman who had worked very long with the One Power was not touched by time in the same way as other women. In the tower, no one needed to see a golden great serpent ring to know an Aes Sedai. A ripple of curtsies spread through the huddle, and jerky bows from the few men. 2 or 3 people even fell to their knees. The rich merchant looked frightened. The farm couple at her side stared at legends come to life. How to deal with Aes Sedai was a matter of hearsay for most. It was unlikely that any here, except those who actually lived in Tar Valon, had seen an Aes Sedai before, and probably not even the Tar Valoners had been this close. But it was not the Aes Sedai themselves that halted Min's tongue. Sometimes, not often, she saw things when she looked at people, images and auras that usually flared and were gone in moments. Occasionally she knew what they meant. It happened rarely, the knowing, much more rarely than the seeing even, but when she knew, she was always right. Unlike most others, Aes Sedai and their warders always had images and auras, sometimes so many dancing and shifting that they made Min dizzy. The numbers made no difference in interpreting them, though. She knew what they meant for Aes Sedai as seldom as for anyone else, but this time she knew more than she wanted to, and it made her shiver. A slender woman with black hair falling to her waist, the only one of the 3 she recognized. Her name was Ananda. She was yellow Ajah, wore a sickly brown halo, shriveled and split by rotting fissures that fell in and widened as they decayed. The small, fair-haired Aes Sedai beside Ananda was green Ajah by her green-fringed shawl. The white flame of Tar Valon on it showed for a moment when she turned her back, and on her shoulder, as if nestled among the grapevines and flowering apple branches worked on her shawl, sat a human skull, a small woman's skull, picked clean and sun-bleached. The 3rd, a plumply pretty woman halfway around the room, wore no shawl. Most Aes Sedai did not, except for ceremony. The lift of her chin and the set of her shoulders spoke of strength and pride. She seemed to be casting cool blue eyes on the petitioners through a tattered curtain of blood, crimson streamers running down her face. Blood and skull and halo faded away in the dance of images around the 3, came and faded again. The petitioners stared in awe, seeing only 3 women who could touch the true source and channel the One Power. No one but Min saw the rest. No one but Min knew those 3 women were going to die, all on the same day. "The Amerlin cannot see everyone," Phaelane said with poorly hidden impatience. "Her next public audience is not for 10 days. Tell me who you want, and I will arrange for you to see the sister who can best help you." Min's eye flew to the bundle in her arms and stayed there, partly so she would not have to see again what she had already seen. All 3 of them. Light! What chance was there that 3 Aes Sedai would die on the same day? But she knew. She knew. "I have the right to speak to the Amerlin's seat, in person." It was a right seldom demanded. Who would dare? But it existed. "Any woman has that right, and I ask it." "Do you think the Amerlin's seat herself can see everyone who comes to the White Tower? Surely another Aes Sedai can help you." Phaelane gave heavy weight to the titles as if to overpower Min. "Now tell me what your question is about, and give me your name so the novice will know who to come for." "My name is Elmindreda." Min winced in spite of herself. She had always hated the name, but the Amerlin was one of the few people living who had ever heard it. If only she remembered. "I have the right to speak to the Amerlin, and my question is for her alone. I have the right." The accepted arched an eyebrow. "Elmindreda?" Her mouth twitched toward an amused smile. "And you claim your rights. Very well. I will send word to the Keeper of the Chronicles that you wish to see the Amerlin's seat personally, Elmindreda." Min wanted to slap the woman for the way she emphasized Elmindreda, but instead she forced out a murmured, "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet. No doubt it will be hours before the Keeper finds time to reply, and it will certainly be that you can ask your question at the mother's next public audience. Wait with patience, Elmindreda." She gave Min a tight smile, almost a smirk, as she turned away. Grinding her teeth, Min took her bundle to stand against the wall between 2 of the archways, where she tried to blend into the pale stonework. "Trust no one, and avoid notice until you reach the Amerlin," Moiraine had told her. Moiraine was one Aes Sedai she did trust. Most of the time. It was good advice in any case. All she had to do was reach the Amerlin, and it would be over. She could don her own clothes again, see her friends, and leave. No more need for hiding. She was relieved to see that the Aes Sedai had gone. 3 Aes Sedai dying on one day. It was impossible. That was the only word. Yet it was going to happen. Nothing she said or did could change it. When she knew what an image meant, it happened. But she had to tell the Amerlin about this. It might even be as important as the news she brought from Moiraine, though that was hard to believe. Another accepted came to replace one already there, and to Min's eyes bars floated in front of her apple-cheeked face like a cage. Shiriam, the mistress of novices, looked into the hall. After one glance, Min kept her gaze on the stone under her feet. Shiriam knew her all too well, and the red-haired Aes Sedai's face seemed battered and bruised. It was only the viewing, of course, but Min still had to bite her lip to stifle a gasp. Shiriam, with her calm authority and sureness, was as indestructible as the tower. Surely nothing could harm Shiriam, but something was going to. An Aes Sedai unknown to Min, wearing the shawl of the brown Ajah, accompanied a stout woman in finely woven red wool to the doors. The stout woman walked as lightly as a girl, face shining, almost laughing with pleasure. The brown sister was smiling too, but her aura faded like a guttering candle flame. Death. Wounds, captivity, and death. To Min it might as well have been printed on a page. She set her eyes on her feet. She did not want to see any more. Let her remember, she thought. She had not felt desperation at any time on her long ride from the mountains of mist, not even on the 2 occasions when someone tried to steal her horse, but she felt it now. Light. Let her remember that bloody name. "Mistress Elmindreda?" Min gave a start. The black-haired novice who stood before her was barely old enough to be away from home, perhaps 15 or 16, though she made a great effort at dignity. "Yes?" That is my name. I am Sara. If you will come with me, Sara's piping voice took on a note of wonder. The Amerlin seat will see you in her study now. Min gave a sigh of relief and followed eagerly. Her cloak's deep hood still hid her face, but it did not stop her seeing, and the more she saw, the more she grew eager to reach the Amerlin. Few people walked the broad corridors that spiraled upward with their brightly colored floor tiles and their wall hangings and golden lampstands. The tower had been built to hold far greater numbers than it did now, but nearly everyone she saw as she climbed higher wore an image or aura that spoke to her of violence and danger. Warders hurried by with barely a glance for the two women, men who moved like hunting wolves, their swords only an afterthought to their deadliness, but they seemed to have bloody faces or gaping wounds. Swords and spears danced about their heads, threatening. Their auras flashed wildly, flickered on the knife edge of death. She saw dead men walking, knew they would die on the same day as the Aes Sedai in the entry hall, or at most a day later. Even some of the servants, men and women with the flame of Tar Valon on their breasts, hurrying about their work, bore signs of violence. An Aes Sedai glimpsed down a side hallway appeared to have chains in the air around her, and another, crossing the corridor ahead of Min and her guide, seemed for most of those few strides to wear a silver collar around her neck. Min's breath caught at that. She wanted to scream. "It can all be overwhelming to someone who's never seen it before," Sara said, trying and failing to sound as if the tower were as ordinary to her now as her home village. "But you are safe here. The Amerlin's seat will make things right." Her voice squeaked when she mentioned the Amerlin. "Light, let her do just that," Min muttered. The novice gave her a smile that was meant to be soothing. By the time they reached the hall outside the Amerlin's study, Min's stomach was churning and she was treading almost on Sara's heels. Only the need to pretend that she was a stranger had kept her from running ahead long since. One of the doors to the Amerlin's chambers opened, and a young man with red gold hair came stalking out, nearly striding into Min and her escort. Tall and straight and strong in his blue coat thickly embroidered with gold on sleeves and collar, Gawain of House Trakand, eldest son of Queen Morghese of Andor, looked every inch the proud young lord. A furious young lord. There was no time to drop her head. He was staring down into her hood, right into her face. His eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed to slits of blue ice. "So you are back. Do you know where my sister and Egwene have gone?" "They're not here?" Min forgot everything in a rising flood of panic. Before she knew what she was doing, she had seized his sleeves, peering up at him urgently, and forced him back a step. "Gawain, they started for the tower months ago. Elaine and Egwene and Nynaeve, too, with Varen Sedai and... Gawain, I... "Calm yourself," he said, gently undoing her grip on his coat. "Light, I didn't mean to frighten you so. They arrived safely, and would not say a word of where they had been or why. Not to me. I suppose there's scant hope you will?" She thought she kept her face straight, but he took one look and said, "I thought not. This place has more secrets than... They've vanished again. And Nynaeve, too." Nynaeve was almost an offhand addition. She might be one of Min's friends, but she meant nothing to him. His voice began to roughen once more, growing tighter by the second. "Again without a word. Not a word. Supposedly they're on a farm somewhere as penance for running away, but I cannot find out where. The Amerlin won't give me a straight answer." Min flinched. For a moment streaks of dried blood had made his face a grim mask. It was like a double hammer blow. Her friends were gone. It had eased her coming to the tower, knowing they were here, and Gawain was going to be wounded on the day the Aes Sedai died. Despite all she had seen since entering the tower, despite her fear, none of it had really touched her personally until now. Disaster striking the tower would spread far from Tar Valon, yet she was not of the tower and never could be. But Gawain was someone she knew, someone she liked, and he was going to be hurt more than the blood told. hurt somehow deeper than wounds to his flesh. It hit her that if catastrophe seized the tower, not only distant Aes Sedai would be harmed, women she could never feel close to, but her friends as well. They were of the tower. In a way, she was glad Egwene and the others were not there, glad she could not look at them and perhaps see signs of death. Yet she wanted to look, to be sure, to look at her friends and see nothing, or see that they would live. Where in the light were they? Where had they gone? Knowing those three, she thought it possible that if Gawain did not know where they were, it was because they did not want him to know. It could be that. Suddenly she remembered where she was and why, and that she was not alone with Gawain. Sara seemed to have forgotten she was taking Min to the Amyrlin. She seemed to have forgotten everything but the young lord, making calf eyes that he was not noticing. Even so, there was no use pretending any longer to be a stranger to the tower. She was at the Amyrlin's door. Nothing could stop her now. "Gawain, I don't know where they are, but if they are doing penance on a farm, they're probably all sweat and mud to their hips, and you are the last one they will want to see them." She was not much easier about their absence than Gawain was, in truth. Too much had happened, too much was happening, too much with ties to them and to her. But it was not impossible they had been sent off for punishment. "You won't help them by making the Amyrlin angry." "I don't know that they are on a farm, or even alive. Why all this hiding and sidestepping if they're just pulling weeds? If anything happens to my sister, or to Egwene—" He frowned at the toes of his boots. "I'm supposed to look after Elaine. How can I protect her when I don't know where she is?" Min sighed. "Do you think she needs looking after? Either of them?" But if the Amyrlin had sent them somewhere, maybe they did. The Amyrlin was capable of sending a woman into a bear's den with nothing but a switch if it suited her purposes, and she would expect the woman to come back with a bearskin, or the bear on a leash, as instructed. But telling Gawain that would only inflame his temper and his worries. "Gawain, they have pledged to the tower. They won't thank you for meddling." "I know Elaine isn't a child," he said patiently, "even if she does bounce back and forth between running off like one and playing at being Aes Sedai. But she is my sister, and beyond that she is daughter-heir of Andor. She'll be queen after Mother. Andor needs her whole and safe to take the throne, not another succession." Playing at being Aes Sedai? Apparently he did not realize the extent of his sister's talent. The daughter-heirs of Andor had been sent to the tower to train for as long as there had been an Andor, but Elaine was the first to have enough talent to be raised to Aes Sedai, and a powerful Aes Sedai at that. Very likely he also did not know Egwene was just as strong. "So you will protect her whether she wants it or not." She said it in a flat voice meant to let him know he was making a mistake, but he missed the warning and nodded agreement. "That has been my duty since the day she was born. My blood shed before hers, my life given before hers. I took that oath when I could barely see over the side of her cradle. Gareth Bryne had to explain to me what it meant. I won't break it now. Andor needs her more than it needs me." He spoke with a calm certainty, an acceptance of something natural and right that sent chills through her. She had always thought of him as boyish, laughing and teasing, but now he was something alien. She thought the Creator must have been tired when it came time to make men. Sometimes they hardly seemed human. "And Egwene? What oath did you take about her?" His face did not change, but he shifted his feet warily. "I'm concerned about Egwene, of course. And Nynaeve. What happens to Elaine's companions might happen to Elaine. I assume they're still together. When they were here, I seldom saw one without the others." "My mother always told me to marry a poor liar, and you qualify, except that I think someone else has first claim." "Some things are meant to be," he said quietly, "and some never can. Galad is heartsick because Egwene is gone." Galad was his half-brother, the pair of them sent to Tar Valon to train under the warders. That was another Andoran tradition. Galadadrid Damardred was a man who took doing the right thing to the point of a fault, as men saw it, But Gawain could see no wrong in him, and he would not speak his feelings for a woman Galad had set his heart on. She wanted to shake him, shake some sense into him, but there was no time now. Not with the Amyrlin waiting, not with what she had to tell the Amyrlin waiting. Certainly not with Sara standing there, calf eyes or no calf eyes. "Gawain, I am summoned to the Amyrlin. Where can I find you when she is done with me?" "I will be in the practice yard. The only time I can stop worrying is when I am working the sword with Hamar." Hamar was a blade master and the warder who taught the sword. "Most days I'm there until the sun sets." "Good, then. I will come as soon as I can, and try to watch what you say. If you make the Amyrlin angry with you, Elaine and Egwene might share in it." "That I cannot promise," he said firmly. "Something is wrong in the world. Civil war in Cairhien, the same and worse in Tarabon and Arad Doman. False dragons, troubles and rumors of troubles everywhere. I don't say the Tower is behind it, but even here things are not what they should be, or what they seem. Elaine and Egwene vanishing isn't the whole of it. Still, they are the part that concerns me. I will find out where they are, and if they have been hurt, if they are dead." He scowled, and for an instant his face was that bloody mask again. More. A sword floated above his head, and a banner waved behind it. The long-hilted sword, like those most warders used, had a heron engraved on its slightly curved blade, symbol of a blade master, and men could not say whether it belonged to Gawain or threatened him. The banner bore Gawain's sigil of the charging white boar, but on a field of green rather than the red of Andor. Both sword and banner faded with the blood. "Be careful, Gawain." She meant it two ways. Careful of what he said, and careful in a way she could not explain even to herself. "You must be very careful." His eyes searched her face, as if he had heard some of her deeper meaning. "I will try," he said finally. He put on a grin, almost the grin she remembered, but the effort was plain. "I suppose I had better get myself back to the practice yard if I expect to keep up with Galad. I managed 2 out of 5 against Hamar this morning, but Galad actually won 3, the last time he bothered to come to the yard." Suddenly he appeared to really see her for the first time, and his grin became genuine. "You ought to wear dresses more often. It's pretty on you. Remember, I will be there till sunset." As he strode away with something very close to the dangerous grace of a warder, Min realized she was smoothing the dress over her hip and stopped immediately. The light burn all men. Sara exhaled as if she'd been holding her breath. "He is very good-looking, isn't he?" she said dreamily. "Not as good-looking as Lord Galad, of course. And you really know him?" It was half a question, but only half. Min echoed the novice's sigh. The girl would talk with her friends in the novice's quarters. The son of a queen was a natural topic, especially when he was handsome and had an air about him like the hero in a gleeman's tale. A strange woman only made for more interesting speculation. Still, there was nothing to be done about it. At any rate, it could hardly cause any harm now. "The Amyrlin seat must be wondering why we haven't come," she said. Sara came to herself with a wide-eyed start and a loud gulp. Seizing Min's sleeve with one hand, she jumped to open one of the doors, pulling Min behind her. The moment they were inside, the novice curtsied hastily and burst out in panic. "I've brought her, Lyanna Sedai. Mistress Elmindreda, the Amyrlin seat wants to see her." The tall, coppery-skinned woman in the ante-room wore the hand-wide stole of the Keeper of the Chronicles, blue to show she had been raised from the blue Aja. Fists on hips, she waited for the girl to finish, then dismissed her with a clipped, "Took you long enough, child. Back to your chores now." Sara bobbed another curtsy and scurried out as quickly as she had entered. Min stood with her eyes on the floor, her hood still pulled up around her face. Blundering in front of Sara had been bad enough, though at least the novice did not know her name. But Lyanna knew her better than anyone in the tower except the Amyrlin. Min was sure it could make no difference now, but after what had happened in the hallway, she meant to hold to Moiraine's instructions until she was alone with the Amerlin. This time her precautions did no good. Lyanna took 2 steps, pushed back the hood, and grunted as if she had been poked in the stomach. Min raised her head and stared back defiantly, trying to pretend she had not been attempting to sneak past. Straight dark hair, only a little longer than her own, framed the keeper's face. The Aes Sedai's expression was a blend of surprise and displeasure at being surprised. "So you are Elmindreda, are you?" Lyanna said briskly. She was always brisk. "I must say you look it more in that dress than in your usual garb." "Just Min, Lyanna Sedai, if you please." Min managed to keep her face straight, but it was difficult not to glare. The keeper's voice had held too much amusement. If her mother had had to name her after someone in a story, why did it have to be a woman who seemed to spend most of her time sighing at men when she was not inspiring them to compose songs about her eyes or her smile? "Very well, Min. I'll not ask where you've been, nor why you've come back in a dress, apparently wanting to ask a question of the Amerlin. Not now, at least." Her face said she meant to ask later, though, and get answers. "I suppose the mother knows who Elmindreda is? Of course. I should have known that when she said to send you straight in and alone. The light alone knows why she puts up with you." She broke off with a concerned frown. "What is the matter, girl? Are you ill?" Min carefully blanked her face. No, I'm all right." For a moment the keeper had been looking through a transparent mask of her own face, a screaming mask. "May I go in now, Lyanna Sedai?" Lyanna studied her a moment longer, then jerked her head toward the inner chamber. "In with you." Min's leap to obey would have satisfied the hardest taskmistress. The Amerlin seat's study had been occupied by many grand and powerful women over the centuries, and reminders of the fact filled the room, from the tall fireplace, all of golden marble from Callandor, cold now, to the panelled walls of pale, oddly striped wood, iron hard, yet carved in wondrous beasts and wildly feathered birds. Those panels had been brought from the mysterious lands beyond the Aiel Waste, well over 1,000 years ago, and the fireplace was more than twice as old. The polished red stone of the floor had come from the mountains of mist. High arched windows let onto a balcony. The iridescent stone framing the windows shone like pearls, and had been salvaged from the remains of a city sunk into the sea of storms by the breaking of the world. No one had ever seen its like. The current occupant, Siwan Sanche, had been born a fisherman's daughter in Tyr, though, and the furnishings she had chosen were simple, if well-made and well-polished. She sat in a stout chair behind a large table, plain enough to have served a farmhouse. The only other chair in the room, just as plain and usually set off to one side, now stood in front of the table atop a small Tyran rug, simple in blue and brown and gold. Half a dozen books rested open on tall reading stands about the floor. That was all of it. A drawing hung above the fireplace, tiny fishing boats working among reeds in the fingers of the dragon, just as her father's boat had. At first glance, despite her smooth Aes Sedai features, Siwan Sanche herself looked as simple as her furnishings. She herself was sturdy and handsome rather than beautiful, and the only bit of ostentation in her clothing was the broad stole of the Amerlin seat she wore, with one colored stripe for each of the 7 Ajahs. Her age was indeterminate, as with any Aes Sedai. Not even a hint of gray showed in her dark hair. But her sharp blue eyes brooked no nonsense, and her firm jaw spoke of the determination of the youngest woman ever to be chosen Amerlin's seat. For over 10 years, Siwan Sanche had been able to summon rulers and the powerful, and they had come, even if they hated the White Tower and feared Aes Sedai. As the Amerlin strode around in front of the table, Min set down her bundle and began an awkward curtsy, muttering irritably under her breath at having to do so. Not that she wanted to be disrespectful. That did not even occur to one facing a woman like Siwan Sanche, but the bow she usually would have made seemed foolish in a dress, and she had only a rough idea of how to curtsy. Halfway down, with her skirts already spread, she froze like a crouching toad. Swan Sanche was standing there as regal as any queen, and for a moment she was also lying on the floor, naked. Aside from her being in only her skin, there was something odd about the image, but it vanished before Min could say what. It was as strong a viewing as she had ever seen, and she had no idea what it meant. "Seeing things again, are you?" the Amerlin said. "Well, I can certainly make use of that ability of yours. I could have used it all the months you were gone. But we'll not talk of that. What's done is done. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills." She smiled a tight smile. "But if you do it again, I'll have your hide for gloves. Stand up, girl. Liana forces enough ceremony on me in a month to last any sensible woman a year. I don't have time for it, not these days. Now, what did you just see?" Min straightened slowly. It was a relief to be back with someone who knew of her talent, even if it was the Amerlin seat herself. She did not have to hide what she saw from the Amerlin. Far from it. You weren't wearing any clothes. I don't know what it means, Mother." Swan barked a short, mirthless laugh. "No doubt that I'll take a lover, but I have no time for that either. There's no time for winking at the men when you're busy bailing the boat." "Maybe," Min said slowly. It could have meant that, though she doubted it. "I just do not know. But, Mother, I've been seeing things ever since I walked into the tower. Something bad is going to happen, something terrible." She started with the Aes Sedai in the entry hall and told everything she had seen, as well as what everything meant, when she was sure. She held back what Gawain had said, though, or most of it. It was no use telling him not to anger the Amerlin if she did it for him. The rest she laid out as starkly as she had seen it. Some of her fear came out as she dredged it all up, seeing it all again. Her voice shook before she was done. The Amerlin's expression never changed. "So you spoke with young Gawain," she said when Min finished. "Well, I think I can convince him to keep quiet. And if I remember Sara correctly, the girl could do with some time working in the country. She'll spread no gossip hoeing a vegetable patch." "I don't understand," Min said. "Why should Gawain keep quiet? About what? I told him nothing. And Sara? Mother, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Aes Sedai and warders are going to die. It has to mean a battle. And unless you send a lot of Aes Sedai and warders off somewhere, and servants too, I saw servants dead and injured too. Unless you do that, that battle will be here, in Tar Valon." "Did you see that?" the Amerlin demanded. "A battle? Do you know with your talent, or are you guessing?" "What else could it be? At least 4 Aes Sedai are as good as dead, Mother. I've only laid eyes on 9 of you since coming back, and 4 are going to die. And the warders, what else could it be?" "More things than I like to think of," Swan said grimly. "When? How long before this thing occurs?" Min shook her head. "I do not know. Most of it will happen in the space of a day, maybe 2, but that could be tomorrow, or a year from now, or 10. Let us pray for 10. If it comes tomorrow, there isn't much I can do to stop it." Min grimaced. Only 2 Aes Sedai besides Swan Sanche knew of what she could do, Moiraine and Verin Mathwin, who had tried to study her talent. None of them knew how it worked any more than she did, except that it had nothing to do with the power. Perhaps that was why only Moiraine seemed able to accept the fact that when she knew what a viewing meant, it happened. "Maybe it's the white cloaks, Mother. They were everywhere in Callandor when I crossed the bridge." She did not believe the Children of the Light had anything to do with what was coming, but she was reluctant to say what she believed. Believed, not knew, yet that was bad enough. But the Amerlin had begun shaking her head before she finished. "They would try something if they could, I've no doubt. They would love to strike at the tower. But Aemon Valda won't move openly without orders from the Lord Captain Commander. And Padron Niall will not strike unless he thinks we're injured. He knows our strength too well to be foolish. For 1,000 years the White Cloaks have been like that. Silverpike in the reeds, waiting for a hint of Aes Sedai blood in the water. But we've shown them none yet, nor will we if I can help it." "Yet if Valda did try something on his own—" Swan cut her off. He has no more than 500 men close to Tar Valon, girl. He sent the rest away weeks ago to cause trouble elsewhere. The Shining Walls held off the Aiel, and Arthur Hawkwing, too. Valdo will never break into Tar Valon unless the city is already falling apart from the inside. Her voice did not change as she went on. You very much want me to believe the trouble will come from the White Cloaks. Why? There was no gentleness in her eyes. Because I want to believe it, Min muttered. She licked her lips and spoke the words she did not want to say. The silver collar I saw on that one Aes Sedai. Mother, it looked like one of the collars the Shan-Chan used to control women who can channel. Her voice dwindled as Swan's mouth twisted with distaste. Filthy things, the Amerlin growled. As well, most people don't believe a quarter of what they hear about the Shan-Chan. But there's more chance of it being the White Cloaks. If the Shan-Chan land again anywhere, I will know it in days by pigeon, and it is a long way from the sea to Tar Valon. If they do reappear, I will have plenty of warning. No, I fear what you see is something far worse than the Shan-Chan. I fear it can only be the Black Ajah. Only a handful of us know about them, and I don't relish what will happen when the knowledge becomes common, but they are the greatest immediate threat to the tower. Min realized she was clutching her skirt so hard that her hands hurt. Her mouth was dry as dust. The White Tower had always coldly denied the existence of a hidden Ajah dedicated to the Dark One. The surest way to anger an Aes Sedai was merely to mention such a thing. For the Amerlin seat herself to give the Black Ajah reality so casually made Min's spine turn to ice. As if she had said nothing out of the ordinary, the Amerlin went on. But you didn't come all this way just to do your viewings. What word from Moiraine? I know everything from Arad Doman to Tarabon is in chaos, to say the least. That was saying the least indeed. Men supporting the Dragon Reborn were fighting those opposing him and had turned both countries to civil war while they still fought each other for control of Almoth Plain. Swan's tone dismissed all that as a detail. But I've heard nothing of Randall Thor for months. He is the focus of everything. Where is he? What does Moiraine have him doing? Sit, girl, sit. She gestured to the chair in front of the table. Min approached the chair on wobbly legs and half fell into it. The Black Ajah? Oh, light. Aes Sedai were supposed to stand for the light. Even if she did not really trust them, there was always that. Aes Sedai and all the power of the Aes Sedai stood for the light and against the shadow. Only now it was not true any longer. She hardly heard herself say, He's on his way to Tyr. Tyr? It's Callandor, then. Moiraine means him to take the sword that cannot be touched out of the stone of Tyr. I swear I'll hang her in the sun to dry. I will make her wish she were a novice again. He cannot be ready for that yet. It was not... Min stopped to clear her throat. It was not Moiraine's doing. Rand left in the middle of the night by himself. The others followed, and Moiraine sent me to tell you. They could be in Tyr by now. For all I know, he could have Callandor by now. Burn him, Swan barked. By now he could be dead. I wish he had never heard a word of the prophecies of the dragon. If I could keep him from hearing another, I would. But doesn't he have to fulfill the prophecies? I don't understand. The Amerlin leaned back against her table wearily, as though anyone even understands most of them. The prophecies aren't what makes him the Dragon Reborn. All that takes is for him to admit it, and he must have if he is going for Callandor. The prophecies are meant to announce to the world who he is, to prepare him for what is coming, to prepare the world for it. If Moiraine can keep some control over him, she will guide him to the prophecies we can be sure of, when he is ready to face them. And for the rest, we trust that what he does is enough. We hope. For all I know, he has already fulfilled prophecies none of us understands. The light sendits enough. So you do mean to control him? He said you'd try to use him, but this is the first I've heard you admit it. Min felt cold inside. Angry, she added, You haven't done such a good job of it so far. you and Moiraine." Swan's tiredness seemed to slide from her shoulders. She straightened and stood looking down at Min. "You had best hope we can. Did you think we could just let him run about loose? Headstrong and stubborn, untrained, unprepared, maybe going mad already? Do you think we could trust to the pattern, to his destiny, to keep him alive like some story? This isn't a story. He isn't some invincible hero, and if his thread is snipped out of the pattern, the Wheel of Time won't notice his going, and the Creator will produce no miracles to save us. If Moiraine cannot reef his sails, he very well may get himself killed, and where are we then? Where is the world? The Dark One's prison is failing. He will touch the world again, it's only a matter of time. If Rand al'Thor is not there to face him in the last battle, if the headstrong young fool gets himself killed first, the world is doomed. The War of the Power all over again, with no Lews Therin and his 100 companions. Then fire and shadow forever." She stopped suddenly, peering at Min's face. "So that's the way the wind sets, is it? You and Rand. I did not expect this." Min shook her head vigorously, felt her cheeks coloring. "Of course not. It's the last battle, and the Dark One. Light, just thinking about the Dark One loose ought to be enough to freeze a warder's marrow, and the Black Ajah—" "Don't try to dissemble," the Amyrlin said sharply. "Do you think this is the first time I ever saw a woman afraid for her man's life? You might as well admit it." Min squirmed on her chair. Swan's eyes dug at her, knowing and impatient. "All right," she muttered finally. "I'll tell you all of it, and much good it does either of us. The first time I ever saw Rand, I saw 3 women's faces, and one of them was mine. I've never seen anything about myself before or since, but I knew what it meant. I was going to fall in love with him. All 3 of us were." "3? The other 2, who are they?" Min gave her a bitter smile. "The faces were blurred. I don't know who they are." "Nothing to say that he would love you in return?" "Nothing. He has never looked at me twice. I think he sees me as a sister. So don't think you can use me as leash on him, because it will not work. Yet you do love him." "I don't have any choice." Min tried to make her voice less sullen. "I tried treating it as a joke, but I can't laugh any more. You may not believe me, but when I know what it means, it happens." The Amyrlin tapped a finger against her lips and looked at Min consideringly. That look worried Min. She had not meant to make such a show of herself, nor to tell as much as she had. She had not told everything, but she knew she should have learned by now not to give an Aes Sedai a lever, even if she did not see how it could be used. Aes Sedai were skilled at finding ways. "Mother, I've delivered Moiraine's message, and I've told everything I know of what my viewings meant. There's no reason now I can't put on my own clothes and go." "Go where?" "Tyr." After talking with Gawain, trying to make sure he did not do something foolish. She wished she dared ask where Egwene and the other 2 were, but if the Amyrlin would not tell Elaine's brother, there was small chance she would tell Min. And Swan Sanche still had that weighing look in her eyes. "Or wherever Rand is. I may be a fool, but I'm not the first woman to be a fool over a man. The first to be a fool over the Dragon Reborn. It will be dangerous being close to Rand al'Thor once the world finds out who he is, what he is. And if he now wields Callandor, the world will learn soon enough. Half will want to kill him anyway, as if by killing him they can stop the last battle, stop the Dark One from breaking free. A good many will die close to him. It might be better for you to stay here." The Amyrlin sounded sympathetic, but Min did not believe it. She did not believe Swan Sanche was capable of sympathy. "I'll take the risk. Maybe I can help him. With what I see. It isn't even as if the tower would be that much safer. Not so long as there is one Red Sister here. They'll see a man who can channel and forget the last battle and the prophecies of the dragon." So will many others, Swan broke in calmly. Old ways of thinking are hard to shed, for Aes Sedai as for anyone else. Min gave her a puzzled look. She seemed to be taking Min's side of the thing now. It is no secret I am friends with Egwene and Nynaeve, and no secret they're from the same village as Rand. For the Red Ajah, that will be connection enough. When the Tower finds out what he is, I would probably be arrested before the day is out. So will Egwene and Nynaeve, if you don't have them hidden away somewhere. Then you mustn't be recognized. You catch no fish if they see the net. I suggest you forget your coat and breeches for a time. The Amyrlin smiled like a cat smiling at a mouse. "What fish do you expect to catch with me?" Min asked in a faint voice. She thought she knew, and hoped desperately she was wrong. Her hope did not stop the Amyrlin from saying, "The Black Ajah. 13 of them fled, but I fear some remain. I cannot be sure who I can trust. For a while I was afraid to trust anyone. You are no dark friend, I know, and your particular talent may just be some help. At the very least, you'll be another trustworthy pair of eyes." "You've been planning this since I walked in, haven't you? That's why you want to keep Gawain and Sara quiet." Anger built up inside Min like steam in a kettle. The woman said frog and expected people to jump. That they usually did just made it worse. She was no frog, no dancing puppet. Is this what you did to Egwene and Elaine and Nynaeve? Send them off after the Black Ajah? I wouldn't put it past you. You tend your own nets, child, and let those girls tend theirs. As far as you are concerned, they are working penance on a farm. Do I make myself plain?" That unwavering stare made Min shift on her chair. It was easy to defy the Amyrlin until she started staring at you with those sharp, cold blue eyes. "Yes, Mother." The meekness of her reply rankled, but a glance at the Amyrlin convinced her to let it lie. She plucked at the fine wool of her dress. "I suppose it won't kill me to wear this a little longer." Suddenly Swan looked amused. Min felt her hackles rising. "I fear that won't be enough. Min in a dress is still Min in a dress to anyone who looks close. You cannot always wear a cloak with the hood up. No, you must change everything that can be changed. For one thing, you will continue to go by Elminreda. It is your name, after all." Min winced. "Your hair is almost as long as Lyanna's, long enough to put in curls. For the rest, I never had any use for rouge and powder and paints, but Lyanna remembers the use of them." Min's eyes had grown wider by the word since the mention of curls. "Oh, no," she gasped. "No one will take you for Min who wears breeches once Lyanna makes you into a perfect Elminreda." "Oh, no!" "As to why you are staying in the Tower, a reason suitable for a fluttery young woman who looks and acts nothing at all like Min." The Amyrlin frowned thoughtfully, ignoring Min's efforts to break in. "Yes, I will let it be put about that Mistress Elminreda managed to encourage 2 suitors to the point that she has to take shelter from them in the Tower until she can decide between them. A few women still claim sanctuary each year, and sometimes for reasons as silly." Her face hardened, and her eyes sharpened. "If you're still thinking of Tyr, think again. Consider whether you can be of more help to Rand there or here. If the Black Ajah brings the Tower down, or worse, gains control, he loses even the little help I can give. So, are you a woman or a lovesick girl?" Trapped. Min could see it as plainly as a shackle on her leg. "Do you always get your way with people, Mother?" The Amyrlin's smile was even colder this time. "Usually, child. Usually." Shifting her red-fringed shawl, Elida stared thoughtfully at the door to the Amyrlin's study, through which the 2 young women had just vanished. The novice came back out almost immediately, took one look at Elida's face, and bleated like a frightened sheep. Elida thought she recognized her, though she could not bring the girl's name to mind. She had more important uses for her time than teaching wretched children. "Your name?" "Sarah, Elida, said I." The girl's reply was a breathless squeak. Elida might have no interest in novices, but the novices knew her and her reputation. She remembered the girl now. A daydreamer with moderate ability who would never be of any real power. It was doubtful she knew anything more than Elida had already seen and heard, or remembered much more than Gawain's smile, for that matter. A fool. Elida flicked a dismissive hand. The girl dropped a curtsy so deep her face almost touched the floor tiles, then fled at a dead run. Elida did not see her go. The Red Sister had turned away, already forgetting the novice. As she swept down the corridor, not a line marred her smooth features, but her thoughts boiled furiously. She did not even notice the servants, the novices and accepted, who scrambled out of her way, curtsying as she passed. Once she almost walked over a brown sister with her nose in a sheaf of notes. The plump brown jumped back with a startled squawk that Elida did not hear. Dress or no dress, she knew the young woman who had gone in to see the Amyrlin. Min, who had spent so much time with the Amyrlin on her first visit to the tower, though for no reason anyone knew. Min, who was such close friends with Elaine, Egwene, and Nynaeve. The Amyrlin was hiding the whereabouts of those three. Elida was sure of it. All reports that they were serving penance on a farm had come at third or fourth hand from Swan Sanche, more than enough distance to hide any twisting of words to avoid an outright lie. Not to mention the fact that all Elida's considerable efforts to find this farm had yielded nothing. "The light burn her!" For a moment open anger painted her face. She was not sure whether she meant Swan Sanche or the daughter heir. Either would serve. A slender accepted heard her, glanced at her face, and went as white as her own dress. Elida strode by without seeing her. Apart from everything else, it infuriated her that she could not find Elaine. Elida had the foretelling sometimes, the ability to foresee future events. If it came seldom and faintly, that was still more than any Aes Sedai had had since Gitara Moroso, dead now 20 years. The very first thing Elida had ever foretold, while still unaccepted, and had known enough even then to keep to herself, was that the royal line of Andor would be the key to defeating the Dark One in the last battle. She had attached herself to Morghese as soon as it was clear Morghese would succeed to the throne, had built her influence year by patient year, and now all her effort, all her sacrifice, she might have been Amyrlin herself had she not concentrated all her energies on Andor, might be for naught because Elaine had disappeared. With an effort she forced her thoughts back to what was important now. Egwene and Nynaeve came from the same village as that strange young man, Rand al'Thor, and Min knew him as well, however much she had tried to hide the fact. Rand al'Thor lay at the heart of it. Elida had only seen him once, supposedly a shepherd from the Two Rivers, in Andor, but looking every inch the Aiel man. The foretelling had come to her at the sight of him. He was ta'veren, one of those rare individuals who, instead of being woven into the pattern as the wheel of time chose, forced the pattern to shape itself around them, for a time at least. And Elida had seen chaos swirling around him, division and strife for Andor, perhaps for even more of the world. But Andor must be kept whole, whatever else happened. That first foretelling had convinced her of that. There were more threads, enough to snare Swan in her own web. If the rumors were to be believed, there were 3 ta'veren, not just one. All 3 from the same village, this Emond's Field, and all 3 near the same age, odd enough to occasion a good deal of talk in the tower. And on Swan's journey to Shinar, nearly a year ago now, she had seen them, even talked with them. Rand al'Thor, Perrin Aybara, Matrim Cawthon. It was said to be mere happenstance, just fortuitous chance, so it was said. Those who said it did not know what Elida knew. When Elida saw the young al'Thor man, it had been Moiraine who spirited him away. Moiraine, who had accompanied him and the other 2 ta'veren in Shinar. Moiraine de Mordred, who had been Siuan Sanche's closest friend when they were novices together. Had Elaida been one to make wagers, she would have wagered that no one else in the tower remembered that friendship. On the day they were raised Aes Sedai at the end of the Aiel War, Siuan and Moiraine had walked away from one another, and afterward behaved almost like strangers. But Elaida had been one of the accepted over those 2 novices, had taught their lessons and chastised them for slacking at chores, and she remembered. She could hardly believe that their plot could stretch back so far. al'Thor could not have been born much before that. Yet it was the last link to tie them all together. For her, it was enough. Whatever Siuan was up to, she had to be stopped. Turmoil and chaos multiplied on every side. The Dark One was sure to break free. The very thought made Elaida shiver and wrap her shawl around her more tightly, and the tower had to be aloof from mundane struggles to face that. The tower had to be free to pull the strings to make the nations stand together, free of the troubles Rand al'Thor would bring. Somehow he had to be stopped from destroying Andor. She had told no one what she knew of al'Thor. She meant to deal with him quietly, if possible. The hall of the tower already spoke of watching, even guiding these ta'veren. They would never agree to dispose of them, of the one in particular, as he must be disposed of, for the good of the tower, for the good of the world. She made a sound in her throat, close to a growl. Siuan had always been headstrong, even as a novice, had always thought much of herself for a poor fisherman's daughter, but how could she be fool enough to mix the tower in this without telling the hall? She knew what was coming as well as anyone. The only way it could be worse was if... Abruptly Elaida stopped, staring at nothing. Could it be that this al'Thor could channel? Or one of the others? Most likely it would be al'Thor. No, surely not. Not even Siuan would touch one of those. She could not. Who knows what that woman could do, she muttered. She was never fit to be the Amerlin's seat. Talking to yourself, Elaida? I know you Reds never have friends outside your own Aja, but surely you have friends to talk to inside it. Elaida turned her head to regard Alviarin. The swan-necked Aes Sedai stared back with the insufferable coolness that was a hallmark of the White Aja. There was no love lost between red and white. They had stood on opposite sides in the hall of the tower for 1,000 years. White stood with blue, and Siuan had been a blue, but whites prided themselves on dispassionate logic. "Walk with me," Elaida said. Alviarin hesitated before falling in beside her. At first the white sister arched a disparaging eyebrow at what Elaida had to say concerning Siuan, but before the end she was frowning in concentration. "You have no proof of anything improper," she said, when Elaida finally fell silent. "Not yet," Elaida said firmly. She permitted herself a tight smile when Alviarin nodded. It was a beginning. One way or another, Siuan would be stopped before she could destroy the tower.
Well hidden in a stand of tall leatherleaf above the north bank of the river Tarren, Dane Bornhold tossed back his white cloak, with its flaring golden sun on the breast, and raised the stiff leather tube of a looking-glass to his eye. A cloud of tiny bite-me's buzzed around his face, but he ignored them. In the village of Tarren Ferry, across the river, tall stone houses stood on high foundations against the floods that came every spring. Villagers hung out of windows or waited on stoops to stare at the 30 white-cloaked riders sitting their horses in burnished plate and mail. A delegation of village men and women were meeting with the horsemen. Rather, they were listening to Jared Byer, from what Bornhold could see, which was much the best. Bornhold could almost hear his father's voice. Let them think there is a chance, and some fool will try to take it. Then there's killing to do, and another fool will try to avenge the first, so there's more killing. Put the fear of the light into them from the first. Let them know no one will be harmed if they do as they're told, and you'll have no trouble. His jaw tightened at the thought of his father, dead now. He was going to do something about that, and soon. He was sure only Byer knew why he had leaped to accept this command, aimed at an all-but-forgotten district in the hinterlands of Andor, and Byar would hold his tongue. Byar had been as dedicated to Dane's father as a hound, and he had transferred all that loyalty to Dain. Bornhold had had no hesitation in naming Byar second under him when Eamon Valda gave him the command. Byar turned his horse and rode back onto the ferry. Immediately the ferrymen cast off and began hauling the barge across by means of a heavy rope slung across the swiftly flowing water. Byar glanced at the men at the rope. They eyed him nervously as they tramped the length of the barge, then trotted back to take up the cable again. It all looked good. "Lord Bornhold?" Bornhold lowered the looking-glass and turned his head. The hard-faced man who had appeared at his shoulder stood rigid, staring straight ahead from under a conical helmet. Even after the hard journey from Tarvalon, and Bornhold had pressed every mile, his armor shone as brightly as his snowy cloak with its golden sunburst. "Yes, child Ivan. 100-men Faran sent me, my lord. It's the Tinkers. Ordeith was talking to 3 of them, my lord, and now none of the 3 can be found. Blood and ashes!" Bornhold spun on his boot heel and strode back into the trees, Ivan at his heels. Out of sight of the river, white-cloaked horsemen clogged the spaces between leather leaves and pines, lances held with casual familiarity, or bows laid across their pommels. The horses stamped their hooves impatiently and flicked their tails. The riders waited more stolidly. This would not be their first river crossing into strange territory, and this time no one would be trying to stop them. In a large clearing beyond the mounted men stood a caravan of the Tuathoan, the traveling people, Tinkers. Nearly 100 horse-drawn wagons, like small boxy houses on wheels, made an eye-jarring blend of colors, red and green and yellow, and every hue imaginable in combinations only a tinker's eye could like. The people themselves wore clothes that made their wagons look dull. They sat on the ground in a large cluster, eyeing the mounted men with an oddly calm unease. The thin crying of a child was swiftly comforted by its mother. Nearby, dead mastiffs made a mound already buzzing with flies. Tinkers would not raise a hand even to defend themselves, and the dogs had been mostly show, but Bornhold had not been willing to take a chance. 6 men were all he had thought necessary to watch Tinkers. Even with stiff faces, they looked embarrassed. None glanced at the 7th man sitting a horse near the wagons, a bony little man with a big nose and a dark gray coat that looked too big for him despite the fineness of its cut. Faran, a bearded boulder of a man, yet light on his feet for all his height and width, stood glaring at all 7 equally. The 100-man pressed a gauntleted hand to his heart in salute, but left all talking to Bornhold. "A word with you, Master Ordeith," Bornhold said quietly. The bony man cocked his head, looking at Bornhold for a long moment before dismounting. Faran growled, but Bornhold kept his voice low. 3 of the Tinkers cannot be found, Master Ordeith. Did you perhaps put your own suggestion into practice?" The first words out of Ordeith's mouth when he saw the Tinkers had been, "Kill them, they're of no use." Bornhold had killed his share of men, but he had never matched the casualness with which the little man had spoken. Ordeith rubbed a finger along the side of his large nose. "Now why would I be killing them? And after you ripped me so for just suggesting it?" His Lugarder accent was heavy today. It came and went without him seeming to notice. Another thing about the man that disturbed Bornhold. "Then you allowed them to escape, yes?" "Well, as to that, I did take a few of them off where I could see what they knew. Undisturbed, you see." "What they knew? What under the light could Tinkers know of use to us?" "There's no way of telling until you ask, now is there?" Ordeith said. "I didn't hurt any of them much, and I told them to get themselves back to the wagons. Who would be thinking they'd have the nerve to run away with so many of your men about?" Bornhold realized he was grinding his teeth. His orders had been to make the best possible time to meet this odd fellow, who would have more orders for him. Bornhold liked none of it, though both sets of orders bore the seal and signature of Pedron Nile, Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light. Too much had been left unsaid, including Ordeith's exact status. The little man was there to advise Bornhold, and Bornhold was to cooperate with Ordeith. Whether Ordith was under his command had been left vague, and he did not like the strong implication that he should heed the fellow's advice. Even the reason for sending so many of the children into this backwater had been vague. To root out dark friends, of course, and spread the light, that went without saying. But close to half a legion on Andoran soil without permission? The order risked much if word of it reached the Queen in Camelin. Too much to be balanced by the few answers Bornhold had been given. It all came back to Ordith. Bornhold did not understand how the Lord Captain Commander could trust this man, with his sly grins and his black moods and his haughty stares, so you could never be sure what kind of man you were talking to, not to mention his accent changing in the middle of a sentence. The 50 children who had accompanied Ordith were as sullen and frowning a lot as Bornhold had ever seen. He thought Ordith must have picked them himself to have so many sour scowls, and it said something of the man that he would choose that sort. Even his name, Ordith, meant wormwood in the old tongue. Still, Bornhold had his own reasons for wanting to be where he was. He would cooperate with the man, since he had to, but only as much as he had to. "Master Ordith," he said, in a carefully level tone, "this ferry is the only way in or out of the Two Rivers district." That was not quite the truth. According to the map he had, there was no way across the Tarn except here, and the upper reaches of the Manetheren, bordering the region on the south, had no fords. To the east lay bogs and swamps. Even so, there must be a way out westward, across the mountains of mist, though his map stopped at the edge of the range. At best, however, it would be a hard crossing that many of his men might not survive, and he did not intend to let Ordith know of even that small chance. "When it is time to leave, if I find Andoran soldiers holding this bank, you will ride with the first to cross. You will find it interesting to see at close hand the difficulty of forcing a way across a river this wide, yes?" "This is your first command, is it not?" Ordith's voice held a hint of mockery. "This may be a part of Andor on the map, but Camelin has not sent a tax collector this far west in generations. Even if those 3 talk, who will believe 3 tinkers? If you think the danger is too great, remember whose seal is on your orders." Faran glanced at Bornhold, half reached for his sword. Bornhold shook his head slightly, and Faran let his hand fall. "I mean to cross the river, Master Ordith. I will cross if the next word I hear is that Garth Bryn and the Queen's guards will be here by sundown." "Of course," Ordith said, suddenly soothing. "There will be as much glory here as at Tar Valon, I assure you." His deep, dark eyes took a glazed look, stared at something in the distance. "There are things in Tar Valon I want, too." Bornhold shook his head. "And I must cooperate with him." Jared Byer drew up and swung down from his saddle beside Faran. As tall as the 100-man, Byer was a long-faced man with dark, deep-set eyes. He looked as if every ounce of fat had been boiled off him. "The village is secured, my lord. Lucellin is making certain no one slips off. They nearly soiled themselves when I mentioned dark friends. None in their village, they say. The folk further south are the dark friend kind, though, they say." "Further south, is it?" Bornhold said briskly. "We shall see. Put 300s across the river, Byer. Faran's first. The rest to follow after the Tinkers cross, and make sure no more of them get away, yes?" "We will scour the 2 rivers," Ordith broke in. His narrow face was twisted, saliva bubbled at his lips. "We will flog them and flay them and sear their souls. I promised him. He'll come to me now. He will come." Bornhold nodded for Byer and Faran to carry out his commands. A madman, he thought. The Lord Captain Commander has tied me to a madman. But at least I will find my path to Perrin of the 2 rivers. Whatever it takes, I will avenge my father.
From a colonnaded terrace on a hilltop, the High Lady Suroth looked across the wide, lopsided bowl of Cantorin Harbor. The shaven sides of her scalp left a wide crest of black hair that fell down her back. Her hands rested lightly on a smooth stone balustrade as white as her pristine gown with its hundreds of pleats. There was a faint rhythmic clicking as she unconsciously drummed her fingers with their inch-long nails, the first 2 on each hand lacquered blue. A slight breeze blew off of the Arith Ocean, carrying more than a hint of salt in its coolness. 2 young women kneeling against the wall behind the High Lady held white-plumed fans ready if the breeze should fail. 2 more women and 4 young men completed the line of crouching figures, waiting to serve. Barefoot, all 8 wore sheer robes to please the High Lady's aesthetic senses with the clean lines of their limbs and the grace of their motions. At the moment, Suroth truly did not see the servants, no more than one saw furniture. She saw the 6 Death Watch guards at either end of the colonnade, though, stiff as statues with their black tasseled spears and black lacquered shields. They symbolized her triumph and her danger. The Death Watch guards served only the Empress and her chosen representatives, and they would kill or die with equal fervor, whichever was necessary. There was a saying, "On the heights the paths are paved with daggers." Her fingernails clicked on the stone balustrade. How thin was the razor's edge she walked. Vessels of the Atha'an Miera, the sea folk, filled the inner harbor behind the seawall, even the largest looking too narrow for their length. Cut rigging made their yards and booms slant at crazy angles. Their decks were empty, their crews ashore and under guard, as were any in these islands who had the skill to sail the open sea. Great bluff-bowed Shan-Chan ships by the score lay in the outer harbor and anchored off the harbor mouth. One, its ribbed sails bellied with wind, escorted a swarm of small fishing boats back toward the island port. If the smaller craft scattered, some of them might escape, but the Shan-Chan ship carried a Damani, and one demonstration of a Damani's power had quelled any such thoughts. The charred, shattered hulk of the sea folk ship still lay on a mud-flat near the harbor mouth. How long she would manage to keep sea folk elsewhere, and the accursed mainlanders from learning that she held these islands, Suroth did not know. It will be long enough, she told herself. It must be long enough. She had worked something of a miracle in rallying most of the Shan-Chan forces after the debacle the High Lord Turak had led them to. All but a handful of the vessels that had escaped from Falma lay under her control, and no one questioned her right to command the Hylene, the forerunners. If her miracle held, no one on the mainland suspected they were here, waiting to take back the lands the Empress had sent them to reclaim, waiting to achieve the Koren, the return. Her agents already scouted the way. There would be no need to return to the Court of the Nine Moons and apologize to the Empress for a failure not even hers. The thought of having to apologize to the Empress sent a tremor through her. Such an apology was always humiliating and usually painful, but what made her shiver was the chance of being denied death at the end, of being forced to continue as if nothing had occurred, while everyone, common as well as the blood, knew her degradation. A handsome young serving man sprang to her side, bearing a pale green robe worked in brilliantly plumaged birds of delight. She held her arms out for the garment and noticed him no more than a clod of dirt beside her velvet slipper. To escape that apology, she must retake what had been lost 1,000 years ago, and to do that she must deal with this man who, her mainland agents told her, claimed to be the Dragon Reborn. If I cannot find a way to deal with him, the displeasure of the Empress will be the least of my worries. Turning smoothly, she entered the long room fronting the terrace, its outer wall all doors and tall windows to catch the breezes. The pale wood of the walls, smooth and glistening like satin, pleased Suroth, but she had removed the furnishings of the old owner, the former Atha'an Mier governor of Cantorin, and replaced them with a few tall screens, most painted with birds or flowers. 2 were different. One showed a great spotted cat of the Sen-Tajor, as large as a pony. The other a black mountain eagle, crest erect like a pale crown and snowy-tipped wings spread to their full 7 feet. Such screens were considered vulgar, but Suroth liked animals. Unable to bring her menagerie with her across the Arith Ocean, she had had the screens made to depict her 2 favorites. She had never taken kindly to being balked in anything. 3 women awaited her as she had left them. 2 kneeling, 1 lying prostrate on the bare polished floor, patterned in inlays of light and dark wood. The kneeling women wore the dark blue dresses of Suldam, red panels embroidered with forked silver lightning on the breast and on the sides of their skirts. One of the 2, Alwyn, a sharp-faced, blue-eyed woman with a perpetual glower, had the left side of her head shaved. The rest of her hair hung to her shoulder in a light brown braid. Suroth's mouth tightened momentarily at the sight of Alwyn. No Suldam had ever before been raised to the Sojin, the hereditary upper servants of the blood, much less to a voice of the blood. Yet there had been reasons in Alwyn's case. Alwyn knew too much. Still, it was to the woman lying face down, all in plain dark gray, that Suroth directed her attention. A wide collar of silvery metal encircled the woman's neck, connected by a shining leash to a bracelet of the same material on the wrist of the second Suldam, Taisa. By means of leash and collar, the Idam, Taisa could control the gray-clad woman. And she had to be controlled. She was Damani, a woman who could channel, and thus too dangerous to be allowed to run loose. Memories of the armies of the night were still strong in Shan-Chan 1,000 years after their destruction. Suroth's eyes flickered uneasily to the 2 Suldam. She no longer trusted any Suldam, and yet she had no choice but to trust them. No one else could control the Damani, and without the Damani, the very concept was unthinkable. The power of Shan-Chan, the very power of the Crystal Throne, was built on controlled Damani. There were too many things about which Suroth had no choice to suit her, such as Alwyn, who watched as if she had been Sojin all of her life. No, as if she were of the blood itself and knelt because she chose to. Pura. The Damani had had another name when she was one of the hated Aes Sedai before falling into Shan-Chan hands, but Suroth neither knew what it had been nor cared. The gray-clad woman tensed, but did not raise her head. Her training had been particularly harsh. "I will ask again, Pura. How does the White Tower control this man who calls himself the Dragon Reborn?" The Damani moved her head a fraction, enough to shoot a frightened look at Taisa. If her answer was displeasing, the Suldam could make her feel pain without raising a finger, by means of the Idam. "The Tower would not try to control a false dragon, High Lady," Pura said breathily. "They would capture him and gentle him." Taisa looked an indignant question at the High Lady. The answer had avoided Suroth's query, had perhaps even implied that one of the blood had spoken untruth. Suroth gave a slight shake of her head, the merest sideways motion. She had no wish to wait while the Damani recovered from punishment, and Taisa bowed her head in acquiescence. "Once again, Pura, what do you know of Aes Sedai?" Suroth's mouth twisted at being defiled with that name. Alwyn gave a grunt of distaste. "Aes Sedai aiding this man? I warn you. Our soldiers fought women of the Tower, women channeling the power at Falme, so do not attempt to deny it." Pura does not know, High Lady." There was urgency in the Damani's voice, and uncertainty. She darted another wide-eyed glance at Taisa. It was clear that she wanted desperately to be believed. Perhaps the Amerlin, or the Hall of the Tower. No, they would not. Pura does not know, High Lady." "The man can channel," Suroth said curtly. The woman on the floor moaned, though she had heard the same words from Suroth before. Saying it again made Suroth's stomach knot, but she allowed nothing to show on her face. Little of what had happened at Falme had been the work of women channeling. Damani could sense that, and the Suldam wearing the bracelet always knew what her Damani felt. That meant it had to have been the work of the man. It also meant he was incredibly powerful. So powerful that Suroth had once or twice found herself wondering, growing queasy, whether he might really be the Dragon Reborn. That cannot be, she told herself firmly. In any case, it made no difference to her plans. It is impossible to believe that even the White Tower would allow such a man to walk free. How do they control him? The Damani lay there silently, face to the floor, shoulders shaking, weeping. "Answer the High Lady," Taisa said sharply. Taisa did not move, but Pura gasped, flinching as if struck across the hips, a blow delivered through the eidam. "Pura does not know." The Damani stretched out a hesitant hand, as though to touch Suroth's foot. "Please, Pura has learned to obey. Pura speaks only the truth. Please do not punish Pura." Suroth stepped back smoothly, letting none of her irritation show. That she should be forced to move by a Damani, that she could almost be touched by one who could channel. She felt a need to bathe, as if the touch had actually landed. Taisa's dark eyes bulged in outrage at the Damani's effrontery. Her cheeks were scarlet with shame that this should happen while she wore the woman's bracelet. She seemed torn between prostrating herself beside the Damani to beg forgiveness and punishing the woman then and there. Alwyn stared a thin-lipped contempt, every line of her face saying that such things did not happen when she wore a bracelet. Suroth raised one finger a fraction, making a small gesture every Sojin knew from childhood, a simple dismissal. Alwyn hesitated before interpreting it, then tried to cover her slip by rounding harshly on Taisa. "Take this creature from the presence of the High Lady Suroth, and when you have punished her, go to Surella and tell her that you control your charges as if you had never worn the bracelet before. Tell her that you are to be—" Suroth shut Alwyn's voice from her mind. None of that had been her command except the dismissal, but quarrels between Suldam were beneath her notice. She wished she knew whether Pura was managing to hide something. Her agents reported claims that the women of the White Tower could not lie. It had not been possible to force Pura to tell even a simple lie, to say that a white scarf was black. Yet that was not enough to be conclusive. Some might accept the tears of the Damani, her protests of inability whatever the Suldam did, but none who did would have risen to lead the return. Pura might have some reservoir of will left, might be clever enough to try using the belief that she was incapable of lying. None of the women collared on the mainland were fully obedient, trustworthy, not like the Damani brought from Shanchan. None of them truly accepted what they were, as Shanchan Damani did. Who could say what secrets might hide in one who had called herself Aes Sedai? Not for the first time Suroth wished she had the other Aes Sedai who had been captured on Toman Head. With two to question, there would have been a better chance to catch lies and evasions. It was a useless wish. The other could be dead, drowned at sea, or on display at the Court of the Nine Moons. Some of the ships Suroth had failed to gather in must have managed the journey back across the ocean, and one might well have carried the woman. She herself had sent a ship carrying carefully crafted reports nearly half a year ago now, as soon as she had solidified her control of the Forerunners, with a captain and crew from families that had served hers since Luthair Pendrag had proclaimed himself emperor nearly 1,000 years ago. Dispatching the ship had been a gamble, for the Empress might send back someone to take Suroth's place. Not sending the vessel would have been a greater, though. Only utter and crushing victory could have saved her then. Perhaps not even that. So the Empress knew of Falma, knew of Turak's disaster and Suroth's intention to go on. But what did she think of that knowledge, and what was she doing about it? That was a greater concern than any Damani, whatever she had been before collaring. Yet the Empress did not know everything. The worst could not be entrusted to any messenger, no matter how loyal. It would only be passed from Suroth's lips directly to the ear of the Empress, and Suroth had taken pains to keep it so. Only 4 still lived who knew the secret, and 2 of those would never speak of it to anyone, not of their own volition. Only 3 deaths can hold it more tightly. Suroth did not realize she had murmured the last aloud until Alwyn said, "And yet the High Lady needs all 3 alive." The woman had a properly humble suppleness to her stance, even to the trick of downcast eyes that still managed to watch for any sign from Suroth. Her voice was humble, too. "Who can say, High Lady, what the Empress, may she live forever, might do if she learned of an attempt to keep such knowledge from her. Instead of answering, Suroth made the tiny dismissing gesture once more. Again Alwyn hesitated. This time it had to be simple reluctance to leave. The woman rose above herself, before bowing deeply and backing out of Suroth's presence. With an effort, Suroth found calmness. The Suldam and the other two were a problem she could not solve now, but patience was a necessity for the blood. Those who lacked it were likely to end in the Tower of Ravens. On the terrace, kneeling servants leaned forward a hair in readiness as she appeared again. The soldiers maintained their watch to see she was undisturbed. Suroth took up her place before the balustrade, this time staring out to sea, toward the mainland, hundreds of miles to the east. To be the one who successfully led the forerunners, who began the return, would bring much honor, perhaps even adoption into the family of the Empress, though that was an honor not without complications. To also be the one who captured this dragon, whether false or real, along with the means of controlling his incredible power. But if, when I take him, do I give him to the Empress? That is the question. Her long nails began to click again on the wide stone rail.
Chapter 2. Whirlpools in the Pattern. Inland the hot night wind blew, north across the vast delta called the Fingers of the Dragon, a winding maze of waterways, broad and narrow, some choked with knife grass. Vast plains of reeds separated clusters of low islands, forested with spider-rooted trees seen nowhere else. Eventually the delta gave way to its source, the river Aranin, the river's great width spotted with the lights of small boats lantern fishing. Boats and lights bobbed wildly, sudden and unexpected, and some older men muttered of evil things passing in the night. Young men laughed, but they hauled the nets more vigorously too, eager to be home and out of the dark. The stories said evil could not cross your threshold unless you invited it in. That was what the stories said. But out in the darkness... The last tang of salt had vanished by the time the wind reached the great city of Tyr, hard by the river, where tile-roofed inns and shops shouldered against tall, towered palaces gleaming in the moonlight. Yet no place was half so tall as the massive bulk, almost a mountain, that stretched from city's heart to water's edge. The Stone of Tyr, fortress of legend, the oldest stronghold of mankind, erected in the last days of the breaking of the world. While nations and empires rose and fell, were replaced and fell anew, the stone stood. It was the rock on which armies had broken spears and swords and hearts for 3,000 years. And in all that time it had never fallen to invading arms. Until now. The streets of the city, the taverns and inns, were all but empty in the muggy darkness, people keeping cautiously within their own walls. Who held the stone was Lord of Tyr, city and nation. That was the way it had always been, and the people of Tyr accepted it always. By daylight they would cheer their new lord with enthusiasm, as they had cheered the old. By night they huddled together, shivering despite the heat when the wind howled across their rooftops like 1,000 keening mourners. Strange new hopes danced in their heads, hopes none in Tyr had dared for 100 generations, hopes mixed with fears as old as the breaking. The wind lashed the long white banner catching the moon above the stone as if trying to rip it away. Along its length marched a sinuous figure like a legged serpent, golden-maned like a lion, scaled in scarlet and gold, seeming to ride the wind. Banner of prophecy, hoped for and dreaded. Banner of the Dragon Reborn. Harbinger of the world's salvation, and herald of a new breaking to come. As if outraged at such defiance, the wind dashed itself against the hard walls of the stone. The dragon banner floated, unheeding in the night, awaiting greater storms. In a room more than halfway up the stone's southern face, Perrin sat on the chest at the foot of his canopied bed and watched the dark-haired young woman pacing up and down. There was a trace of wariness in his golden eyes, Usually Fail bantered with him, maybe poked a little gentle fun at his deliberate ways. Tonight she had not said 10 words since coming through the door. He could smell the rose petals that had been folded into her clothes after cleaning, and the scent that was just her. And in the hint of clean perspiration he smelled nervousness. Fail almost never showed nerves. Wondering why she did now set an itch between his shoulders that had nothing to do with the night's heat. Her narrow, divided skirts made a soft whisk, whisk, whisk with her strides. He scratched his 2-week growth of beard irritably. It was even curlier than the hair on his head. It was also hot. For the 100th time he thought of shaving. "It suits you," Fail said suddenly, stopping in her tracks. Uncomfortably, he shrugged his shoulders, heavy from long hours working at a forge. She did that sometimes, seemed to know what he was thinking. "It itches," he muttered, and wished he had spoken more forcefully. It was his beard. He could shave it off any time he wanted. She studied him, her head tilted to one side. Her bold nose and high cheekbones made it seem a fierce study, a contrast to the soft voice in which she said, "It looks right on you." Perrin sighed and shrugged again. She had not asked him to keep the beard, and she would not. Yet he knew he was going to put off shaving again. He wondered how his friend Matt would handle this situation. Probably with a pinch and a kiss and some remark that made her laugh until he brought her around to his way of thinking. But Perrin knew he did not have Matt's way with the girls. Matt would never find himself sweating behind a beard just because a woman thought he should have hair on his face. Unless maybe the woman was Fail. Perrin suspected that her father must deeply regret her leaving home, and not just because she was his daughter. He was the biggest fur trader in Saldaia, so she claimed, and Perrin could see her getting the price she wanted every time. "Something is troubling you, Fail, and it isn't my beard. What is it?" Her expression became guarded. She looked everywhere but at him, making a contemptuous survey of the room's furnishings. Carvings of leopards and lions, stooping hawks, and hunting scenes decorated everything from the tall wardrobe and bedposts as thick as his leg to the padded bench in front of the cold marble fireplace. Some of the animals had garnet eyes. He had tried to convince the Majira that he wanted a simple room, but she did not seem to understand, not that she was stupid or slow. The Majira commanded an army of servants greater in numbers than the defenders of the stone. Whoever commanded the stone, whoever held its walls, she saw to the day-to-day matters that let everything function. But she looked at the world through Tyran eyes. Despite his clothes, he must be more than the young countryman he seemed, because commoners were never housed in the stone, save for defenders and servants, of course. Beyond that, he was one of Rand's party, a friend or a follower, or in any case, close to the Dragon Reborn in some way. To the Majira, that set him on a level with the lord of the land, at the very least, if not a high lord. She had been scandalized enough at putting him in here, without even a sitting room. He thought she might have fainted if he had insisted on an even plainer chamber. If there were such things, short of the servants' quarters, or the defenders. At least nothing here was gilded except the candlesticks. Fail's opinions, though, were not his. "You should have better than this. You deserve it. You can wager your last copper that Matt has better." "Matt likes gaudy things," he said simply. "You do not stand up for yourself." He did not comment. It was not his rooms that made her smell of unease, any more than his beard. After a moment she said, "The Lord Dragon seems to have lost interest in you. All his time is taken by the High Lords now." The itch between his shoulders worsened. He knew what was troubling her now. He tried to make his voice light. "The Lord Dragon? You sound like a tyrant. His name is Rand." "He's your friend, Perrin Barra, not mine. If a man like that has friends." She drew a deep breath and went on in a more moderate tone. "I have been thinking about leaving the stone, leaving Tyr. I don't think Moraine would try to stop me. News of Rand has been leaving the city for 2 weeks now. She can't think to keep him secret any longer." He only just stopped another sigh. I don't think she will either. If anything, I think she considers you a complication. She will probably give you money to see you on your way. Planting fists on hips, she moved to stare down at him. Is that all you have to say? What do you want me to say? That I want you to stay? The anger in his own voice startled him. He was angry with himself, not her. Angry because he had not seen this coming. Angry because he could not see how to deal with it. He liked being able to think things through. It was easy to hurt people without meaning to when you were hasty. He'd done that now. Her dark eyes were large with shock. He tried to smooth his words. I do want you to stay, Fail, but maybe you should leave. I know you're no coward, but the Dragon Reborn, the Forsaken... Not that anywhere was really safe, not for long, not now. Yet there were safer places than the stone, for a while anyway. Not that he was stupid enough to put it to her that way. But she did not appear to care how he put it. Stay? The light illumine me. Anything is better than sitting here like a boulder, but... She knelt gracefully in front of him, resting her hands on his knees. Parent, I do not like wondering when one of the Forsaken is going to walk around the corner in front of me. And I do not like wondering when the Dragon Reborn is going to kill us all. He did it back in the breaking, after all. Killed everyone close to him. Rand isn't Lews Therin Kinslayer, Perrin protested. I mean, he is the Dragon Reborn, but he isn't... He wouldn't... He trailed off, not knowing how to finish. Rand was Lews Therin Telamon Reborn. That was what being the Dragon Reborn meant. But did it mean Rand was doomed to Lews Therin's fate? Not just going mad, any man who channeled had that fate in front of him, and then a rotting death, but killing everyone who cared for him? I've been talking to Bane and Chiad, Perrin. That was no surprise. She spent considerable time with the Aiel women. The friendship made some trouble for her, but she seemed to like the Aiel women as much as she despised the Stone's Tyran noblewomen. But he saw no connection to what they were talking about, and he said so. They say Moraine sometimes asks where you are, or Matt. Don't you see? She would not have to do that if she could watch you with the power. Watch me with the power, he said faintly. He had never even considered that. She cannot. Come with me, Perrin. We can be 20 miles across the river before she misses us. I can't, he said miserably. He tried diverting her with a kiss, but she leaped to her feet and backed away so fast he nearly fell on his face. There was no point going after her. She had her arms crossed beneath her breasts like a barrier. Don't tell me you are that afraid of her. I know she is Aes Sedai, and she has all of you dancing when she twitches the strings. Perhaps she has the... Rand, so tied he cannot get loose, and the Light knows Egwene and Elaine and even Nynaeve don't want to. But you can break her cords if you try. It has nothing to do with Moraine. It's what I have to do. She cut him short. Don't you dare hand me any of that hairy-chested drivel about a man having to do his duty. I know duty as well as you, and you have no duty here. You may be ta'veren, even if I don't see it, but he is the Dragon Reborn, not you. Will you listen? He shouted, glaring, and she jumped. He had never shouted at her before, not like that. She raised her chin and shifted her shoulders, but she did not say anything. He went on. I think I am part of Rand's destiny somehow. Matt, too. I think he can't do what he has to unless we do our part as well. That is the duty. How can I walk away if it might mean Rand will fail? Might? There was a hint of demand in her voice, but only a hint. He wondered if he could make himself shout at her more often. Did Moraine tell you this, Perrin? You should know by now to listen closely to what an Aes Sedai says. I worked it out for myself. I think ta'veren are pulled toward each other, or maybe Rand pulls us, Matt and me both. He's supposed to be the strongest ta'veren since Arthur Hawkwing, maybe since the Breaking. Matt won't even admit he's ta'veren, But however he tries to get away, he always ends up drawn back to Rand. Loyal says he has never heard of 3 Tavirn, all the same age, and all from the same place. Fail sniffed loudly. Loyal does not know everything. He isn't very old for an Ogier. He's past 90, Perrin said defensively, and she gave him a tight smile. For an Ogier, 90 years was not much older than Perrin, or maybe younger. He did not know much about Ogier. In any case, Loyal had read more books than Perrin had ever seen or even heard of. Sometimes he thought Loyal had read every book ever printed. And he knows more than you or I do. He believes maybe I have the right of it, and so does Moraine. No, I haven't asked her, but why else does she keep a watch on me? Do you think she wanted me to make her a kitchen knife? She was silent for a moment, and when she spoke it was in sympathetic tones. Poor Perrin. I left Saldaia to find adventure, and now that I'm in the heart of one, the greatest since the breaking, all I want to do is go somewhere else. You just want to be a blacksmith, and you're going to end up in the stories whether you want it or not. He looked away, though the scent of her still filled his head. He did not think he was likely to have any stories told about him, not unless his secret spread a long way beyond the few who knew already. Fail thought she knew everything about him, but she was wrong. An axe and a hammer leaned against the wall opposite him, each plain and functional, with a haft as long as his forearm. The axe was a wicked half-moon blade balanced by a thick spike, meant for violence. With the hammer he could make things, had made things, at a forge. The hammerhead weighed more than twice as much as the axe blade, but it was the axe that felt heavier by far every time he picked it up. With the axe He scowled, not wanting to think about that. She was right. All he wanted was to be a blacksmith, to go home and see his family again and work at the smithy. But it was not to be. He knew that. He got to his feet long enough to pick up the hammer, then sat back down. There was something comforting in holding it. Master Luhan always says you can't walk away from what has to be done. He hurried on, realizing that was a little too close to what she had called hairy-chested drivel. He's the blacksmith back home, the man I was apprenticed to. I've told you about him. To his surprise, she did not take the opportunity to point out his near echo. In fact, she said nothing, only looked at him, waiting for something. After a moment, it came to him. "Are you leaving, then?" he asked. She stood up, brushing her skirt. For a long moment she kept silent, as if deciding on her answer. "I do not know," she said finally. "This is a fine mess you've put me in." "Me? What did I do?" "Well, if you don't know, I am certainly not going to tell you." Scratching his beard again, he stared at the hammer in his other hand. Matt would probably know exactly what she meant. Or even old Tom Marilyn. The white-haired gleeman claimed no one understood women, but when he came out of his tiny room in the belly of the stone, he soon had half a dozen girls young enough to be his granddaughters, sighing and listening to him play the harp and tell of grand adventure and romance. Fail was the only woman Perrin wanted, but sometimes he felt like a fish trying to understand a bird. He knew she wanted him to ask. He knew that much. She might or might not tell him, but he was supposed to ask. Stubbornly, he kept his mouth shut. This time, he meant to wait her out. Outside in the darkness, a cock crowed. Fail shivered and hugged herself. "My nurse used to say that meant a death coming. Not that I believe it, of course." He opened his mouth to agree it was foolishness, though he shivered too, but his head whipped around at a grating sound and a thump. The axe had toppled to the floor. He only had time to frown, wondering what could have made it fall, when it shifted again, untouched, then leaped straight at him. He swung the hammer without thought. Metal ringing on metal drowned Fail's scream. The axe flew across the room, bounced off the far wall, and darted back at him, blade first. He thought every hair on his body was trying to stand on end. As the axe sped by her, Fail lunged forward and grabbed the haft with both hands. It twisted in her grip, slashing toward her wide-eyed face. Barely in time, Perrin leaped up, dropping the hammer to seize the axe, just keeping the half-moon blade from her flesh. He thought he would die if the axe, his axe, harmed her. He jerked it away from her so hard that the heavy spike nearly stabbed him in the chest. It would have been a fair trade to stop the axe from hurting her, but with a sinking feeling he began to think it might not be possible. The weapon thrashed like a thing alive, a thing with a malevolent will. It wanted Perrin. He knew that as if it had shouted at him, but it fought with cunning. When he pulled the axe away from Fail, it used his own movement to hack at him. When he forced it from himself, it tried to reach her, as if it knew that would make him stop pushing. No matter how hard he held the haft, it spun in his hands, threatening with spike or curved blade. Already his hands ached from the effort, and his thick arms strained, muscles tight. Sweat rolled down his face. He was not sure how much longer it would be before the axe fought free of his grip. This was all madness, pure madness, with no time to think. "Get out," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Get out of the room, Fail." Her face was bloodless pale, but she shook her head and wrestled with the axe. "No, I will not leave you." "It will kill both of us." She shook her head again. Growling in his throat, he let go of the axe with one hand. His arm quivered with holding the thing one-handed. The twisting haft burned his palm, and thrust Fail away. She yelped as he wrestled her to the door. Ignoring her shouts and her fists pounding at him, he held her against the wall with his shoulder until he could pull the door open and shove her into the hallway. Slamming the door behind her, he put his back against it, sliding the latch home with his hip as he seized the axe with both hands again. The heavy blade, gleaming and sharp, trembled within inches of his face. Laboriously, he pushed it out to arm's length. Fail's muted shouts penetrated the thick door, and he could feel her beating on it, but he was barely conscious of her. His yellow eyes seemed to shine as if they reflected every scrap of light in the room. "Just you and me now," he snarled at the axe. "Blood and ashes, how I hate you." Inside, a part of him came close to hysterical laughter. Rand is the one who's supposed to go mad, and here I am talking to an axe. Rand, burn him. Teeth bared with effort, he forced the axe back a full step from the door. The weapon vibrated, fighting to reach flesh. He could almost taste its thirst for his blood. With a roar, he suddenly pulled the curved blade toward him, threw himself back. Had the axe truly been alive, he was sure he would have heard it cry of triumph as it flashed toward his head. At the last instant, he twisted, driving the axe past himself. With a heavy thunk, the blade buried itself in the door. He felt the life, he could not think what else to call it, go out of the imprisoned weapon. Slowly, he took his hands away. The axe stayed where it was, only steel and wood again. The door seemed a good place to leave it for now, though. He wiped sweat from his face with a shaking hand. Madness. Madness walks wherever Rand is. Abruptly, he realized he could no longer hear Fail's shouts or her pounding. Throwing back the latch, he hastily pulled the door open. A gleaming arc of steel stuck through the thick wood on the outside, shining in the light of wide-spaced lamps along the tapestry-hung hallway. Fail stood there, hands raised, frozen in the act of beating on the door. Eyes wide and wondering, she touched the tip of her nose. "Another inch," she said faintly, and... With a sudden start, she flung herself on him, hugging him fiercely, raining kisses on his neck and beard between incoherent murmurs. Just as quickly, she pushed back, running anxious hands over his chest and arms. "Are you hurt? Are you injured? Did it—" "I'm all right," he told her. "What are you?" "I did not mean to frighten you." She peered up at him. "Truly, you are not hurt in any way?" "Completely unhurt. Her full-armed slap made his head ring like a hammer on anvil. "You great hairy lummox! I thought you were dead! I was afraid it had killed you! I thought—" She cut off as he caught her second slap in mid-swing. "Please don't do that again," he said quietly. The smarting imprint of her hand burned on his cheek, and he thought his jaw would ache the rest of the night. He gripped her wrist as gently as he would have a bird, but though she struggled to pull free, his hand did not budge an inch. Compared to swinging a hammer all day at the forge, holding her was no effort at all, even after his fight against the axe. Abruptly, she seemed to decide to ignore his grip and stared him in the eye. Neither dark nor golden eyes blinked. I could have helped you. You had no right—" "I had every right," he said firmly. "You could not have helped. If you had stayed, we'd both be dead. I couldn't have fought, not the way I had to, and keep you safe, too." She opened her mouth, but he raised his voice and went on. "I know you hate the word. I'll try my best not to treat you like porcelain, but if you ask me to watch you die, I will tie you like a lamb for market and send you off to Mistress Luhan. She won't stand for any such nonsense." Tonguing a tooth and wondering if it was loose, he almost wished he could see Fail trying to ride roughshod over Alsbet Luhan. The blacksmith's wife kept her husband in line with scarcely more effort than she needed for her house. Even Nynaeve had been careful of her sharp tongue around Mistress Luhan. The tooth still held tight, he decided. Fail laughed suddenly, a low, throaty laugh. "You would, too, wouldn't you? Don't think you would not dance with the Dark One if you tried, though." Perrin was so startled he let go of her. He could not see any real difference between what he had just said and what he had said before. But the one had made her blaze up, while this she took fondly. Not that he was certain the threat to kill him was entirely a joke. Fail carried knives hidden about her person, and she knew how to use them. She rubbed her wrist ostentatiously and muttered something under her breath. He caught the words hairy ox and promised himself he would shave every last whisker of that fool beard. He would. Aloud she said, "The axe. That was him, wasn't it? The Dragon Reborn trying to kill us." "It must have been Rand." He emphasized the name. He did not like thinking of Rand the other way. He preferred remembering the Rand he had grown up with in Emmons Field. "Not trying to kill us, though. Not him." She gave him a wry smile, more a grimace. "If he was not trying, I hope he never does." "I don't know what he was doing, but I mean to tell him to stop it, and right now." "I don't know why I care for a man who worries so about his own safety," she murmured. He frowned at her quizzically, wondering what she meant, but she only tucked her arm through his. He was still wondering as they started off through the stone. The axe he left where it was. Stuck in the door, it would not harm anyone. Teeth clamped on a long-stemmed pipe, Matt opened his coat a bit more and tried to concentrate on the cards lying face down in front of him, and on the coins spilled in the middle of the table. He had had the bright red coat made to an Andoran pattern, of the best wool, with golden embroidery scrolling around the cuffs and long collar. But day by day he was reminded how much farther south Tyr lay than Andor. Sweat ran down his face and plastered the shirt to his back. None of his companions around the table appeared to notice the heat at all, despite coats that looked even heavier than his, with fat, swollen sleeves, all padded silks and brocades and satin stripes. Two men in red and gold livery kept the gamblers' silver cups full of wine and proffered shining silver trays of olives and cheeses and nuts. The heat did not seem to affect the servants either, though now and again one of them yawned behind his hand when he thought no one was looking. The night was not young. Matt refrained from lifting his cards to check them again. They would not have changed. 3 rulers, the highest cards in 3 of the 5 suits, were already good enough to win most hands. He would have been more comfortable dicing. There was seldom a deck of cards to be found in the places he usually gambled, where silver changed hands in 50 different dice games. But these young Tyran lordlings would rather wear rags than play at dice. Peasants tossed dice, though they were careful not to say so in his hearing. It was not his temper they feared, but who they thought his friends were. This game called Chop was what they played hour after hour, night after night, using cards hand-painted and lacquered by a man in the city, who had been made well-to-do by these fellows and others like them. Only women or horses could draw them away, but neither for long. Still, he had picked up the game quickly enough, and if his luck was not as good as it was with dice, it would do. A fat purse lay beside his cards, and another even fatter rested in his pocket. A fortune, he would have thought once, back in Emmons Field, enough to live the rest of his life in luxury. His ideas of luxury had changed since leaving the 2 rivers. The young lords kept their coin in careless, shining piles, but some old habits he had no intention of changing. In the taverns and inns it was sometimes necessary to depart quickly, especially if his luck was really with him. When he had enough to keep himself as he wanted, he would leave the stone just as quickly. Before Moraine knew what he was thinking. He would have been days gone by now if he had had his way. It was just that there was gold to be had here. One night at this table could earn him more than a week of dicing in taverns. If only his luck would catch. He put on a small frown and puffed worriedly at his pipe, to look unsure whether his cards were good enough to go on with. Two of the young lords had pipes in their teeth, too, but silver-worked with amber bits. In the hot, still air, their perfumed tobacco smelled like a fire in a lady's dressing chamber. Not that Matt had ever been in a lady's dressing chamber. An illness that nearly killed him had left his memory as full of holes as the best lace, yet he was sure he would have remembered that. Not even the dark one would be mean enough to make me forget that. "The sea folk ship docked today," Ryman muttered around his pipe. The broad-shouldered young lord's beard was oiled and trimmed to a neat point. This was the latest fashion among the younger lords, and Ryman chased the latest fashion as assiduously as he chased women, which was only a little less diligently than he gambled. He tossed a silver crown onto the pile in the middle of the table for another card. "A raker. Fastest ships there are, rakers, so they say. Outrun the wind, they say. I would like to see that. Burn my soul, but I would." He did not bother to look at the card he was dealt. He never did until he had a full 5. The plump, pink-cheeked man between Ryman and Matt gave an amused chuckle. "You want to see the ship, Ryman? You mean the girls, do you not? The women. Exotic sea-folk beauties with their rings and baubles and swaying walks, eh?" He put in a crown and took his card, grimacing when he peeked at it. That meant nothing. Going by his face, Dorian's cards were always low and mismatched. He won more than he lost, though. "Well, perhaps my luck will be better with the sea-folk girls." The dealer, tall and slender on Matt's other side, with a pointed beard even more darkly luxuriant than Ryman's, laid a finger alongside his nose. "You think to be lucky with those, Dorian? The way they keep to themselves, you'll be lucky to catch a whiff of their perfume." He made a wafting gesture, inhaling deeply with a sigh, and the other lordlings laughed, even Dorian. A plain-faced youth named Estine laughed loudest of all, scrubbing a hand through lank hair that kept falling over his forehead. Replace his fine yellow coat with drab wool, and he could have passed for a farmer, instead of the son of a high lord with the richest estates in Tyr, and in his own right the wealthiest man at the table. He had also drunk much more wine than any of the others. Swaying across the man next to him, a foppish fellow named Baran, who always seemed to be looking down his sharp nose, Estine poked the dealer with a none-too-steady finger. Baran leaned back, twisting his mouth around his pipe stem as if he feared Estine might throw up. "That's good, Carlamine," Estine gurgled. "You think so too, don't you, Baran? Dorian won't get a sniff if he wants to try his luck. Take a gamble. You ought to go after the Aiel wenches like Matt here. All those spears and knives. Burn my soul, like asking a lion to dance." Dead silence dropped around the table. Estine laughed on alone, then blinked and scrubbed fingers through his hair again. "What's the matter? Did I say something? Oh yes, them." Matt barely stopped to scowl. The fool had to bring up the Aiel. The only worse subject would have been Aes Sedai. They would almost rather have Aiel walking the corridors, staring down any tyrant who got in their way, than even one Aes Sedai, and these men thought they had 4 at least. He fingered an Andoran silver coin from his purse on the table and pushed it into the pot. Carlamine dealt out the card slowly. Matt lifted it carefully with a thumbnail and did not let himself so much as blink. The ruler of cups, a high lord of Tyr. The rulers in a deck varied according to the hand where the cards were made, with the nation's own ruler always as ruler of cups, the highest suit. These cards were old. He had already seen new decks with Rand's face or something like it on the ruler of cups, complete with the dragon banner. Rand, the ruler of Tyr. That still seemed ludicrous enough to make him want to pinch himself. Rand was a shepherd, a good fellow to have fun with when he was not going all over serious and responsible. Rand, the Dragon Reborn, now. That told him he was a stone fool to be sitting there, where Moraine could put her hand on him whenever she wanted, waiting to see what Rand would do next. Maybe Tom Merrilin would go with him, or Perrin. Only Tom seemed to be settling into the stone as if he never meant to leave, and Perrin was not going anywhere unless Fail crooked a finger. Well, Mat was ready to travel alone, if need be. Yet there was silver in the middle of the table and gold in front of the lordlings, and if he was dealt the fifth ruler, there was no hand in chop could beat him. Not that he really needed it. Suddenly he could feel luck tickling his mind. Not tingling as it did with the dice, of course, but he was already certain no one was going to beat 4 rulers. The Tyrans had been betting wildly all night, the price of 10 farms crossing the table on the quickest hands. But Carloman was staring at the deck of cards in his hand instead of buying his 4th, and Baron was puffing his pipe furiously and stacking coins in front of him as if ready to stuff them into his pockets. Ryman wore a scowl behind his beard, and Adorian was frowning at his nails. Only Esteen appeared unaffected. He grinned uncertainly around the table, perhaps already forgetting what he had said. They usually managed to put some sort of good face on the situation if the Aiel came up, but the hour was late, and the wine had flowed freely. Mat scoured his mind for a way to keep them and their gold from walking away from his cards. One glance at their faces was enough to tell him that simply changing the subject would not be enough. But there was another way. If he made them laugh at the Aiel, is it worth making them laugh at me too? Chewing his pipe stem, he tried to think of something else. Baron picked up a stack of gold in each hand and moved to stick them in his pockets. "I might just try these sea folk women," Mat said quickly, taking his stem to gesture with. "Odd things happen when you chase Aiel girls. Very odd. Like the game they call Maiden's Kiss." He had their attention, but Baron had not put down the coins, and Carloman still showed no sign of buying a card. Esteen gave a drunken guffaw. "Kiss you with steel in your ribs, I suppose. Maidens of the spear, you see? Steel? Spear in your ribs? Burn my soul." No one else laughed, but they were listening. "Not quite." Mat managed to grin. "Burn me, I've told this much, I might as well tell the rest. Roark said if I wanted to get along with the maidens, I should ask them how to play Maiden's Kiss. He said that was the best way to get to know them." It still sounded like one of the kissing games back home, like Kiss the Daisies. He had never considered the Aiel clan chief a man to play tricks. He would be warier the next time. He made an effort to improve the grin. "So I went along to Bane and—" Ryman frowned impatiently. None of them knew any Aiel's name but Ruark, and none of them wanted to. Mat dropped the names and hurried on. "Went along, dumb as a bull-goose fool, and asked them to show me." He should have suspected something from the wide smiles that had bloomed on their faces, like cats who had been asked to dance with a mouse. "Before I knew what was happening, I had a fistful of spears around my neck like a collar. I could have shaved myself with one sneeze." The others around the table exploded in laughter, from Ryman's wheezing to Esteen's wine-soaked bray. Mat left them to it. He could almost feel the spear points again, pricking if he so much as twitched a finger. Bane, laughing all the while, had told him she had never heard of a man actually asking to play Maiden's Kiss. Carloman stroked his beard and spoke into Mat's hesitation. "You cannot stop there. Go on. When was this? 2 nights ago, I'll wager, when you didn't come for the game, and no one knew where you were." "I was playing stones with Tom Merrilin that night," Mat said quickly. "This was days ago." He was glad he could lie with a straight face. "They each took a kiss, that's all. If she thought it was a good kiss, they eased up with the spears. If not, they pushed a little harder. To encourage, you might say. That was all. I'll tell you this. I got nicked less than I do shaving." He stuck his pipe back between his teeth. If they wanted to know more, they could go ask to play the game themselves. He almost hoped some of them were fool enough. Bloody Aiel women and their bloody spears. He had not made it to his own bed until daybreak. "It would be more than enough for me," Carloman said dryly. "The light burned my soul if it would not." He tossed a silver crown into the center of the table and dealt himself another card. "Maiden's kiss." He shook with mirth, and another ripple of laughter ran around the table. Baran bought his fifth card, and Estine fumbled a coin from the heap scattered in front of him, peering at it to see what it was. They would not stop now. "Savages," Baran muttered around his pipe. "Ignorant savages, that is all they are, burn my soul. Live in caves out in the waste. In caves! No one but a savage could live in the waste." Ryman nodded. "At least they serve the Lord Dragon. I would take 100 defenders and clean them out of the stone, if not for that." Barn and Carloman growled fierce agreement. It was no effort for Matt to keep his face straight. He had heard much the same before. Boasting was easy when no one expected you to carry through. 100 defenders? Even if Rand stood aside for some reason, the few hundred Aiel holding the stone could probably keep it against any army Tyr could raise. Not that they seemed to want the stone, really. Matt suspected they were only there because Rand was. He did not think any of these lordlings had figured that out. They tried to ignore the Aiel as much as possible, but he doubted it would make them feel any better. "Matt," Estine fanned his cards out in one hand, rearranging them as if he could not decide what order they were meant to go in. "Matt, you will speak to the Lord Dragon, won't you?" "About what?" Matt asked cautiously. Too many of these tyrants knew he and Rand had grown up together to suit him, and they seemed to think he was arm in arm with Rand whenever he was out of their sight. None of them would have gone near his own brother if he could channel. He did not know why they thought him a bigger fool. "Didn't I say?" The plain-faced man squinted at his cards and scratched his head, then brightened. "Oh, yes. His proclamation, Matt. The Lord Dragon's. His last one. Where he said commoners had the right to call lords before a magistrate. Who ever heard of a lord being summoned to a magistrate? And for peasants!" Matt's hand tightened on his purse until the coins inside grated together. "It would be a shame," he said quietly, "if you were tried and judged just for having your way with a fisherman's daughter, whatever she wanted, or for having some farmer beaten for splashing mud on your cloak." The others shifted uneasily, catching his mood, but Estine nodded, head bobbing so it seemed about to fall off. "Exactly. Though it wouldn't come to that, of course. A lord being tried before a magistrate? Of course not. Not really." He laughed drunkenly at his cards. "No fisherman's daughters. Smell of fish, you see, however you have them washed. A plump farm girl is best." Matt told himself he was there to gamble. He told himself to ignore the fool's blather, reminded himself of how much gold he could take out of Estine's purse. His tongue did not listen, though. Who knows what it might come to? Hangings, maybe. Dorian gave him a sidelong look, guarded and uneasy. "Do we have to talk about commoners, Estine? What about old Astral's daughters? Have you decided which you'll marry yet?" "What? Oh, I'll flip a coin, I suppose." Estine frowned at his cards, shifted one, and frowned again. "Medora has 2 or 3 pretty maids. Perhaps Medora." Matt took a long drink from his silver wine cup to keep from hitting the man in his farmer's face. He was still on his first cup. The 2 servants had given up trying to add more. If he hit Estine, none of them would lift a hand to stop him. Not even Estine. Because he was the Lord Dragon's friend. He wished he was in a tavern somewhere out in the city, where some dockman might question his luck, and only a quick tongue or quick feet or quick hands would see him leave with a whole skin. Now that was a fool thought. Dorian glanced at Matt again, measuring his mood. "I heard a rumor today. I heard the Lord Dragon is taking us to war with Ilion." Matt gagged on his wine. "War?" he sputtered. "War," Ryman agreed happily around his pipe stem. "Are you certain?" Callandor said, and Baran added, "I've heard no rumors."
"I heard it just today, from 3 or 4 tongues."
Dorian seemed to be absorbed in his cards.
"Who can say how true it is?"
"It must be true," Ryman said. "With the Lord Dragon to lead us, holding Callandor will not even have to fight. He will scatter their armies, and we will march straight into Ilion. Too bad, in a way. Burn my soul if it isn't. I would like a chance to match swords with the Ilioners."
"You'll get no chance with the Lord Dragon leading," Baran said. "They will fall on their knees as soon as they see the dragon banner."
"And if they do not," Callandor added with a laugh, "the Lord Dragon will blast them with lightning where they stand." "Ilion first," Ryman said, "and then we'll conquer the world for the Lord Dragon. You tell him I said so, Matt. The whole world." Matt shook his head. A month gone, they would have been horrified by even the idea of a man who could channel, a man doomed to go mad and die horribly. Now they were ready to follow Rand into battle and trust his power to win for them. Trust the power, though it was not likely they would put it that way. Yet he supposed they had to find something to hang on to. The invincible stone was in the hands of the Aiel. The Dragon Reborn was in his chambers 100 feet above their heads, and Callandor was with him. 3,000 years of Tyrant belief and history lay in ruins, and the world had been turned on its head. He wondered whether he had handled it any better. His own world had gone all askew in little more than a year. He rolled a gold Tyrant crown across the backs of his fingers. However well he had done, he would not go back. "When will we march, Matt?" Baran asked.
"I don't know," he said slowly. "I don't think Rand would start a war."
Unless he had gone mad already. That hardly bore thinking about. The others looked as if he had assured them the sun would not come up tomorrow.
"We are all loyal to the Lord Dragon, of course."
Dorian frowned at his cards.
"Out in the countryside, though, I hear that some of the High Lords, a few, have been trying to raise an army to take back the stone."
Suddenly no one was looking at Matt, though Esteen still seemed to be trying to make out his cards.
"When the Lord Dragon takes us to war, of course, it will all melt away. In any case, we are loyal, here in the stone. The High Lords, too, I am certain. It is only the few out in the countryside."
Their loyalty would not outlast their fear of the Dragon Reborn. For a moment Matt felt as though he were planning to abandon Rand in a pit of vipers. Then he remembered what Rand was. It was more like abandoning a weasel in a henyard. Rand had been a friend. The Dragon Reborn, though. Who could be a friend to the Dragon Reborn?
"I am not abandoning anybody. He could probably pull the stone down on their heads if he wanted to. On my head, too."
He told himself again that it was time to be gone.
"No fishermen's daughters," Esteen mumbled. "You will speak to the Lord Dragon?"
"It is your turn, Matt," Callandor said anxiously. He looked half afraid, though what he feared, that Esteen would anger Matt again, or that the talk might go back to loyalty, was impossible to say. "Will you buy the 5th card or stack?" Matt realized he had not been paying attention. Everyone but himself and Callandor had 5 cards, though Ryman had neatly stacked his face down beside the pot to show that he was out. Matt hesitated, pretending to think, then sighed and tossed another coin toward the pile. As the silver crown bounced end over end, he suddenly felt luck grow from trickles to a flood. Every ping of silver against wooden tabletop rang clear in his head. He could have called face or sigil and known how the coin would land on any bounce, just as he knew what his next card would be before Callandor laid it in front of him. Sliding his cards together on the table, he fanned them in one hand. The ruler of flames stared at him alongside the other 4. The Amerlin seat, balancing a flame on her palm, though she looked nothing like Swan Sanche. However the Tyrants felt about Aes Sedai, they acknowledged the power of Tar-Valon, even if flames was the lowest suit. What were the odds of being dealt all 5? His luck was best with random things like dice,
but perhaps a little more was beginning to rub off on cards. "The light burned my bones to ash, if it is not so," he muttered. Or that was what he meant to say. "There!" Estine all but shouted. "You cannot deny it this time. That is the old tongue. Something about burning and bones." He grinned around the table. "My tutor would be proud. I ought to send him a gift, if I can find out where he went." Nobles were supposed to be able to speak the old tongue, though in reality few knew more than Estine seemed to. The young lords set to arguing over exactly what Matt had said. They seemed to think it had been a comment on the heat. Goosebumps pebbled Matt's skin as he tried to recall the words that had just come out of his mouth. A string of gibberish, yet it almost seemed he should understand. Burn Moraine. If she'd left me alone, I wouldn't have holes in my memory big enough for a wagon and team. And I wouldn't be spouting whatever it bloody is. He would also be milking his father's cows instead of walking the world with a pocket full of gold, but he managed to ignore that part of it. "Are you here to gamble," he said harshly, "or babble like old women over their knitting?" "To gamble," Baran said curtly. 3 crowns, gold." He tossed the coins onto the pot. "And 3 more besides," Estine hiccuped and added 6 golden crowns to the pile. Suppressing a grin, Matt forgot about the old tongue. It was easy enough. He did not want to think about it. Besides, if they were starting this strongly, he might win enough on this hand to leave in the morning. And if he's crazy enough to start a war, I'll leave if I have to walk. Outside in the darkness, a cock crowed. Matt shifted uneasily and told himself not to be foolish. No one was going to die. His eyes dropped to his cards and blinked. The Amerlin's hand had been replaced by a knife. While he was telling himself he was tired and seeing things, she plunged the tiny blade into the back of his hand. With a hoarse yell, he flung the cards away and hurled himself backward, overturning his chair, kicking the table with both feet as he fell. The air seemed to thicken like honey. Everything moved as if time had slowed, but at the same time everything seemed to happen at once. Other cries echoed his, hollow shouts reverberating inside a cavern. He and the chair drifted back and down, the table floated upward. The ruler of flames hung in the air, growing larger, staring at him with a cruel smile. Now close to life-size, she started to step out of the card. She was still a painted shape with no depth, but she reached for him with her blade, red with his blood, as if it had already been driven into his heart. Beside her, the ruler of cups began to grow, the tyrant High Lord drawing his sword. Matt floated, yet somehow he managed to reach the dagger in his left sleeve and hurl it in the same motion, straight for the Amelin's heart. If this thing had a heart. The second knife came into his left hand smoothly and left more smoothly. The 2 blades drifted through the air like thistledown. He wanted to scream, but that first yell of shock and outrage still filled his mouth. The ruler of rods was expanding beside the first 2 cards, the Queen of Andor gripping the rod like a bludgeon, her red-gold hair framing a madwoman's snarl. He was still falling, still yelling that drawn-out yell. The Amerlin was free of her card, the High Lord striding out with his sword. The flat shapes moved almost as slowly as he. Almost. He had proof the steel in their hands could cut, and no doubt the rod could crack a skull. His skull. His thrown daggers moved as if sinking in jelly. He was sure the cock had crowed for him. Whatever his father said, the omen had been real. But he would not give up and die. Somehow he had 2 more daggers out from under his coat, one in either hand. Struggling to twist in midair to get his feet under him, he threw one knife at the golden-haired figure with the bludgeon. The other he held on to as he tried to turn himself to land ready to face. The world lurched back into normal motion, and he landed awkwardly on his side, hard enough to drive the wind out of him. Desperately he struggled to his feet, drawing another knife from under his coat. You could not carry too many, Tom claimed. Neither was needed. For a moment he thought cards and figures had vanished, or maybe he had imagined it all. Maybe he was the one going mad. Then he saw the cards, back to ordinary size, pinned to one of the dark wood panels by his still quivering knives. He took a deep, ragged breath.
The table lay on its side, coins still spinning across the floor where lordlings and servants crouched among scattered cards. They gaped at Mat and his knives, those in his hands and those in the wall, with equally wide eyes. Estine snatched a silver pitcher that had somehow escaped being overturned and began pouring wine down his throat, the excess spilling over his chin and down his chest.
"Just because you do not have the cards to win," Dorian said hoarsely, "there is no need to—"
He cut off with a shudder.
"You saw it too."
Mat slipped the knives back into their sheaths. A thin trickle of blood ran down the back of his hand from the tiny wound.
"Don't pretend you went blind."
"I saw nothing," Ryman said woodenly. "Nothing." He began crawling across the floor, gathering up gold and silver, concentrating on the coins as if they were the most important thing in the world. The others were doing the same, except Estine, who scrambled about, checking the fallen pitchers for any that still held wine. One of the servants had his face hidden in his hands. The other, eyes closed, was apparently praying in a low, breathless whine. With a muttered oath, Mat strode to where his knives pinned the 3 cards to the panel. They were only playing cards again, just stiff paper with the clear lacquer cracked. But the figure of the Amerlin still held a dagger instead of a flame. He tasted blood and realized he was sucking the cut in the back of his hand. Hastily, he wrenched his knives free, tearing each card in half before tucking the blade away. After a moment, he hunted through the cards littering the floor until he found the rulers of coins and wins, and tore them across too. He felt a little foolish. It was over and done with. The cards were just cards again. But he could not help it. None of the young lords crawling about on hands and knees tried to stop him. They scrambled out of his way, not even glancing at him. There would be no more gambling tonight, and maybe not for some nights to come. At least, not with him. Whatever had happened, it had been aimed at him clearly. Even more clearly, it had to have been done with the one power. They wanted no part of that.
"Burn you, Rand," he muttered under his breath. "If you have to go mad, leave me out of it."
His pipe lay in 2 pieces, the stem bitten through cleanly. Angrily, he grabbed his purse from the floor and stalked out of the room. In his darkened bedchamber, Rand tossed uneasily on a bed wide enough for 5 people. He was dreaming. Through a shadowy forest, Moiraine was prodding him with a sharp stick toward where the Amerlin's seat waited, sitting on a stump with a rope halter for his neck in her hands. Dim shapes moved half-seen through the trees, stalking, hunting him. Here a dagger blade flashed in the failing light. Over there he caught a glimpse of ropes, ready for binding. Slender and not as tall as his shoulder, Moiraine wore an expression he had never seen on her face. Fear. Sweating, she prodded harder, trying to hurry him to the Amerlin's halter. Dark friends and the Forsaken in the shadows, the White Tower's leash ahead, and Moiraine behind. Dodging Moraine's stick, he fled.
"It is too late for that,"
she called after him. But he had to get back. Back. Muttering, he thrashed on the bed, then was still, breathing more easily for a moment. He was in the waterwood back home, sunlight slanting through the trees to sparkle on the pond in front of him. There was green moss on the rocks at this end of the pond, and 30 paces away at the other end a small arc of wildflowers. This was where, as a child, he had learned to swim.
"You should have a swim now."
He spun around with a start. Min stood there, grinning at him in her boy's coat and breeches, and next to her, Elaine, with her red golden curls in a green silk gown fit for her mother's palace. It was Min who had spoken, but Elaine added,
"The water looks inviting, Rand. No one will bother us here."
"I don't know," he began slowly. Min cut him off by twining her fingers behind his neck and pulling herself up on tiptoe to kiss him. She repeated Elaine's words in a soft murmur.
"No one will bother us here."
She stepped back and doffed her coat, then attacked the laces of her shirt. Rand stared, the more so when he realized Elaine's gown was lying on the mossy ground. The daughter heir was bending, arms crossed, gathering up the hem of her shift.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded in a strangled voice.
"Getting ready to go swimming with you," Min replied. Elaine flashed him a smile and hoisted the shift over her head. He turned his back hastily, though half wanting not to, and found himself staring at Egwene, her big dark eyes looking back at him sadly. Without a word, she turned and vanished into the trees. "Wait!" he shouted after her. I can explain." He began to run. He had to find her. But as he reached the edge of trees, Min's voice stopped him. "Don't go, Rand." She and Elaine were in the water already, only their heads showing as they swam lazily in the middle of the pond. "Come back," Elaine called, lifting a slim arm to beckon. "Do you not deserve what you want for a change?" He shifted his feet, wanting to move, but unable to decide which way. What he wanted. The words sounded strange. What did he want? He raised a hand to his face to wipe away what felt like sweat. Festering flesh almost obliterated the heron branded on his palm. White bone showed through red-edged gaps. With a jerk, he came awake, lying there shivering in the dark heat. Sweat soaked his small clothes and the linen sheets beneath his back. His side burned where an old wound had never healed properly. He traced the rough scar, a circle nearly an inch across, still tender after all this time. Even Moraine's Aes Sedai healing could not mend it completely. But I'm not rotting yet, and I'm not mad either. Not yet. Not yet. That said it all. He wanted to laugh and wondered if that meant he was a little mad already. Dreaming about Min and Elaine, dreaming of them like that. Well, it was not madness, but it was surely foolishness. Neither one of them had ever looked at him in that way when he was awake. Egwene he had been all but promised to since they were both children. The betrothal words had never been spoken in front of the women's circle, but everyone in and around Emond's Field knew they would marry one day. That one day would never come, of course. Not now. Not with the fate that lay ahead of a man who channeled. Egwene must have realized that, too. She must have. She was all wrapped up in becoming Aes Sedai. Still, women were odd. She might think she could be an Aes Sedai and marry him anyway, channeling or no channeling. How could he tell her that he did not want to marry her anymore, that he loved her like a sister? But there would not be any need to tell her, he was sure. He could hide behind what he was. She had to understand that. What man could ask a woman to marry him when he knew he had only a few years, if he was lucky, before he went insane, before he began to rot alive? He shivered despite the heat. I need sleep. The High Lords would be back in the morning, maneuvering for his favor. For the Dragon Reborn's favor. Maybe I won't dream this time. He started to roll over, searching for a dry place on the sheets, and froze, listening to small rustlings in the darkness. He was not alone. The sword that is not a sword lay across the room, beyond his reach, on a throne-like stand the High Lords had given him, no doubt in the hopes he would keep Callandor out of their sight. Someone wanting to steal Callandor? A second thought came, or to kill the Dragon Reborn. He did not need Tom's whispered warnings to know that the High Lord's professions of undying loyalty were only words of necessity. He emptied himself of thought and emotions, assuming the void. That much came without effort. Floating in the cold emptiness within himself, thought and emotion outside, he reached for the true source. This time he touched it easily, which was not always the case. Saidin filled him like a torrent of white heat and light, exalting him with life, sickening him with the foulness of the Dark One's taint, like a skim of sewage floating on pure, sweet water. The torrent threatened to wash him away, burn him up, engulf him. Fighting the flood, he mastered it by bare effort of will, and rolled from the bed, channeling the power as he landed on his feet in the stance to begin the sword form called Apple Blossoms in the Wind. His enemies could not be many, or they would have made more noise. The gently named form was meant for use against more than one opponent. As his feet hit the carpet, a sword was in his hands, with a long hilt and a slightly curved blade, sharp on only one edge. It looked to have been wrought from flame, yet it did not feel even warm.
The figure of a heron stood black against the yellow-red of the blade. In the same instant, every candle and gilded lamp burst alight, small mirrors behind them swelling the illumination. Larger mirrors on the walls, and 2 standing mirrors reflected it further, until he could have read comfortably anywhere in the large room. Callandor sat undisturbed, a sword seemingly of glass, hilt and blade, on a stand as tall as a man and just as wide, the wood ornately carved and gilded and set with precious stones. The furnishings, too, were all gilded and begemmed, bed and chairs and benches, wardrobes and chests and washstand. The pitcher and bowl were golden seafolk porcelain, as thin as leaves. The broad Taraban carpet, in scrolls of scarlet and gold and blue, could have fed an entire village for months. Almost every flat surface held more delicate seafolk porcelain, or else goblets and bowls and ornaments of gold worked with silver, and silver chased with gold. On the broad marble mantel over the fireplace, 2 silver wolves with ruby eyes tried to pull down a golden stag a good 3 feet tall. Draperies of scarlet silk embroidered with eagles in thread of gold hung at the narrow windows, stirring slightly in a failing wind. Books lay wherever there was room, leather-bound, wood-bound, some tattered and still dusty from the deepest shelves of the Stone's library. Now, where he had thought to see assassins or thieves, one beautiful young woman stood hesitant and surprised in the middle of the carpet, black hair falling in shining waves to her shoulders. Her thin white silk robe emphasized more than it hid. Berelain, ruler of the city-state of Mayenne, was the last person he had expected. After one wide-eyed start, she made a deep, graceful curtsy that drew her garments tight. "I am unarmed, my Lord Dragon. I submit myself to your search, if you doubt me." Her smile suddenly made him uncomfortably aware that he wore nothing but his small clothes. "I'll be burned if she makes me scramble around trying to cover myself." The thought floated beyond the void. I didn't ask her to walk in on me, to sneak in. Anger and embarrassment drifted along the borders of emptiness, too, but his face reddened all the same. Dimly he was aware of it, aware of the knowledge deepening the flush in his cheeks. So coldly calm within the void, outside he could feel each individual droplet of sweat sliding down his chest and back. It took a real effort of stubborn will to stand there under her eyes. Search her? The light help me. Relaxing his stance, he let the sword vanish, but held the narrow flow connecting him to Saidin. It was like drinking from a hole in a dike when the whole long mound of earth wanted to give way, the water sweet as honeyed wine and sickening as a rivulet through a midden. He did not know much of this woman, except that she walked through the stone as if it were her palace in Mayenne. Tom said the first of Mayenne asked questions constantly of everyone. Questions about Rand, which might have been natural given what he was, but they made him no easier in his mind. And she had not returned to Mayenne. That was not natural. She had been held captive in all but name for months until his arrival, cut off from her throne and the ruling of her small nation. Most people would have taken the first opportunity to get away from a man who could channel. "What are you doing here?" He knew he sounded harsh and did not care. "There were Aiel guarding that door when I went to sleep. How did you come past them?" Berelain's lips curved up a trifle more. To Rand it seemed the room had gotten suddenly even hotter. "They passed me through immediately when I said I had been summoned by the Lord Dragon." "Summoned? I didn't summon anybody." "Stop this," he told himself. "She's a queen, or the next thing to it. You know as much about the ways of queens as you do about flying." He tried to make himself be civil, only he did not know what to call the first of Mayenne. "My lady," that would have to do. "Why would I summon you at this time of night?" She gave a low, rich laugh, deep in her throat. Even wrapped in emotionless emptiness, it seemed to tickle his skin, make the hairs stir on his arms and legs. Suddenly he took in her clinging garb as if for the first time, and felt himself go red all over again. She can't mean. Can she? I'd have never said 2 words to her before. "Perhaps I wish to talk, my Lord Dragon." She let the pale robe fall to the floor, revealing an even thinner white silk garment. he could only call a nightgown. It left her smooth shoulders completely bare and exposed a considerable expanse of pale bosom. He found himself wondering distantly what held it up. It was difficult not to stare. "You are a long way from your home, like me. The nights especially seem lonely." "Tomorrow I will be happy to talk with you." "But during the day people surround you. Petitioners, high lords. I yield." She gave a shiver. He told himself he really ought to look away. But he could as easily have stopped breathing. He had never before been so aware of his own reactions when wrapped in the void. "The Aiel frighten me, and I do not like Tyrant lords of any sort." About the Tyrants he could believe her, but he did not think anything frightened this woman. "Burn me, she's in a strange man's bedchamber in the middle of the night, only half-dressed, and I'm the one who's jumpy as a cat in a dog run, void or no." It was time to put an end to things before they went too far. "It would be better if you returned to your own bedchamber, my lady." Part of him wanted to tell her to put on a cloak, too. A thick cloak. Part of him did. It is really too late for talking. Tomorrow, in daylight." She gave him a slanted, quizzical look. "Have you absorbed stuffy tyrant ways already, my Lord Dragon? Or is this reticence something from your two rivers? We are not so formal in Mayenne." "My lady," he tried to sound formal. If she did not like formality, that was what he wanted. "I am promised to Egwene Alvir, my lady." "You mean the Aes Sedai, my Lord Dragon? If she really is Aes Sedai, she is quite young, perhaps too young, to wear the ring and the shawl." Berelain spoke as if Egwene were a child, though she herself could not be more than a year older than Rand, if that. And he had only a little over 2 years on Egwene. "My Lord Dragon, I do not mean to come between you. Marry her if she is Green Ajah. I would never aspire to wed the Dragon Reborn himself. Forgive me if I overstep myself, but I told you we are not so formal in Mayenne. May I call you Rand?" Rand surprised himself by sighing regretfully. There had been a glint in her eye, a slight shift of expression, gone quickly when she mentioned marrying the Dragon Reborn. If she had not considered it before, she had now. The Dragon Reborn, not Rand al'Thor. The man of prophecy, not the shepherd from the Two Rivers. He was not shocked, exactly. Some girls back home mooned over whoever proved himself fastest or strongest in the games at Beltane and Sunday, and now and again a woman set her eyes on the man with the richest fields or the largest flocks. It would have been good to think she wanted Rand al'Thor. "It is time for you to go, my lady," he said quietly. She stepped closer. "I can feel your eyes on me, Rand." Her voice was smoky heat. "I am no village girl tied to her mother's apron, and I know you want—" "Do you think I'm made of stone, woman?" She jumped at his roar, but the next instant she was crossing the carpet, reaching for him, her eyes dark pools that could pull a man into their depths. "Your arms look as strong as stone. If you think you must be harsh with me, then be harsh, so long as you hold me." Her hands touched his face. Sparks seemed to leap from her fingers. Without thinking, he channeled the flows still linked to him, and suddenly she was staggering back, eyes wide with startlement, as if a wall of air pushed her. It was air, he realized. He did things without knowing what he was doing more often than he did know. At least once done, he could usually remember how to do them again. The unseen moving wall scraped ripples along the carpet, sweeping along Berelain's discarded robe, a boot he had tossed aside undressing, and a red leather footstool supporting an open volume of Eben Vanda's The History of the Stone of Tyr. Pushing them along as it forced her almost to the wall, fenced her in. Safely away from him, he tied off the flow. That was all he could think to call what he did, and no longer needed to maintain the shield himself. For a moment he studied what he had done until he was sure he could repeat it. It looked useful, especially the tying off. Dark eyes still wide, Berlaine felt along the confines of her invisible prison with trembling hands. Her face was almost as white as her skimpy silk shift. Footstool, boot, and book lay at her feet, jumbled with the robe. "Much as I regret it," he told her, "we will not speak again except in public, milady." He really did regret it. Whatever her motives, she was beautiful. Burn me, I am a fool. He was not sure how he meant that, for thinking of her beauty or for sending her away. "In fact, it is best you arrange your journey back to Mayenne as soon as possible. I promise you that Tyr will not trouble Mayenne again. You have my word." It was a promise good only for his lifetime, perhaps only as long as he stood in the stone. But he had to offer her something, a bandage for her wounded pride, a gift to take her mind off being afraid. But her fear was already under control, on the outside at least. Honesty and openness filled her face, all efforts at allure gone. "Forgive me. I have handled this badly. I did not mean to offend. In my country, a woman may speak her mind to a man freely, or he to her. Rand, you must know that you are a handsome man, tall and strong. I would be the one made of stone if I did not see it, and admire. Please do not send me away from you. I will beg it if you wish." She knelt smoothly, like a dance. Her expression still said she was being open, confessing everything, but on the other hand, in kneeling she had managed to tug her already precarious gown down until it looked in real danger of falling off. "Please, Rand." Even sheltered in emptiness as he was, he gaped at her, and it had nothing to do with her beauty or her near undress. Well, only partly. If the defenders of the stone had been half as determined as this woman, half as steadfast in purpose, 10,000 Aiel could never have taken the stone. "I am flattered, my lady," he said diplomatically. "Believe me, I am. But it would not be fair to you. I cannot give you what you deserve." And let her make of that what she will. Outside in the darkness, a cock crowed. To Rand's surprise, Berlaine suddenly stared past him, eyes as big as teacups. Her mouth dropped open, and her slim throat corded with a scream that would not come. He spun, the yellow-red sword flashing back into his hands. Across the room, one of the stand mirrors threw his reflection back at him, a tall young man with reddish hair and gray eyes, wearing only white linen small-clothes, and holding a sword carved from fire. The reflection stepped out onto the carpet, raising its sword. "I have gone mad." Thought drifted on the borders of the void. "No, she saw it. It's real." Movement to his left caught the corner of his eye. He twisted before he could think, sword sweeping up in the moon rises over water. The blade slashed through the shape, his shape, climbing out of a mirror on the wall. The form wavered, broke up like dust motes floating on air, vanished. Rand's reflection appeared in the mirror again, but even as it did, it put hands on the mirror frame. He was aware of movement in mirrors all around the room. Desperately he stabbed at the mirror. Silvered glass shattered, yet it seemed that the image shattered first. He thought he heard a distant scream inside his head, his own scream screaming, fading. Even as shards of mirror fell, he lashed out with the one power. Every mirror in the room exploded silently, fountaining glass across the carpet. The dying scream in his head echoed again and again, sending shivers down his back. It was his voice. He could hardly believe it was not himself who made the sounds. He spun back to face the one that had gotten out, just in time to meet its attack, unfolding the fan to counter stones falling down the mountain. The figure leaped back, and suddenly Rand realized it was not alone. As quickly as he had smashed the mirrors, 2 more reflections had escaped. Now they stood facing him, 3 duplicates of himself down to the puckered round scar on his side, all staring at him, faces twisted with hatred and contempt, with a strange hunger. Only their eyes seemed empty, lifeless. Before he could take a breath, they rushed at him. Rand stepped sideways, pieces of broken mirror slicing his feet, ever sideways from stance to stance and form to form, trying to face only one at a time. He used everything Lan, Moraine's warder, had taught him of the sword in their daily practice. Had the three fought together, had they supported one another, he would have died in the first minute. But each fought him alone, as if the others did not exist. Even so, he could not stop their blades entirely. In minutes, blood ran down the side of his face, his chest, his arms. The old wound tore open, adding its flow to stain his small clothes with red. They had his skill as well as his face, and they were 3 to his 1. Chairs and tables toppled. Priceless seafolk porcelain shattered on the carpet. He felt his strength ebbing. None of his cuts was major by itself, except the old wound, but altogether... He never thought of calling for help from the Aiel outside his door. The thick walls would stifle even a death scream. Whatever was done, he must do alone. He fought wrapped in the cold emotionlessness of the void, but fear scraped at its boundaries like wind-lashed branches scratching a window in the night. His blade slipped past its opponent to slash across a face just below the eyes. He could not help wincing. It was his face, its owner sliding back just far enough to avoid a killing cut. Blood welled from the gash, veiling mouth and chin in dark crimson, but the ruined face did not change expression, and its empty eyes never flickered. It wanted him dead the way a starving man wanted food. Can anything kill them? All 3 bled from the wounds he had managed to inflict, but bleeding did not seem to slow them, as he knew it was slowing him. They tried to avoid his sword, but did not appear to realize they had been hurt. If they have been, he thought grimly. Light, if they bleed, they can be hurt. They must. He needed a respite, a moment to catch his breath, to gather himself. Suddenly he leaped from them onto the bed, rolling across its width. He sensed rather than saw blades slashing the sheets, barely missing his flesh. Staggering, he landed on his feet, caught at a small table to steady himself. The shining gold-worked silver bowl on the table wobbled. One of his doubles had climbed onto the torn bed, kicking goose feathers as it padded across warily, sword at the ready. The other 2 came slowly around, still ignoring each other, intent only on him. Their eyes glistened like glass. Rand shuddered as pain stabbed his hand on the table. An image of himself, no more than 6 inches tall, drew back its small sword. Instinctively he grabbed the figure before it could stab again. It writhed in his grip, baring teeth at him. He became aware of small movements all around the room, of small reflections by the score stepping out of polished silver. His hand began to numb, to grow cold, as if the thing were sucking the warmth out of his flesh. The heat of Saidin swelled inside him, a rushing filled his head, and the heat flowed into his icy hand. Suddenly the small figure burst like a bubble, and he felt something flow into him, from the bursting, some little portion of his lost strength. He jerked as tiny jolts of vitality seemed to pelt him. When he raised his head, wondering why he was not dead, the small reflections he had half glimpsed were gone. The 3 larger stood wavering as if his gain in strength had been their loss. Yet as he looked up, they steadied on their feet and came on, if more cautiously. He backed away, thinking furiously, sword threatening first one and then another. If he continued to fight them as he had been, they would kill him sooner or later. He knew that as surely as he knew he was bleeding, but something linked the reflections. Absorbing the small one, the far-off thought made him queasy, but that was what it had been, had not only brought the others with it, it had also affected the bigger, for a moment at least. If he could do the same to one of them, it might destroy all 3. Even thinking of absorbing them made him vaguely aware of wanting to empty his stomach, but he did not know another way. I don't know this way. How did I do it? Light, what did I do? He had to grapple with one of them, to touch it at least. He was somehow sure of that. But if he tried to get that close, he would have 3 blades through him and as many heartbeats. Reflections. How much are they still reflections? Hoping he was not being a fool, if he was, he might well be a dead one, he let his sword vanish. He was ready to bring it back on the instant, but when his carved fire blade winked out of existence, the others did too. For a moment, confusion painted 3 copies of his face, one a bloody ruin. But before he could seize one of them, they leaped for him, all four crashing to the floor in a tangle of grappling limbs, rolling across the glass-littered carpet. Cold soaked into Rand. Numbness crept along his limbs, through his bones, until he barely felt the shards of mirror, the slivers of porcelain grinding into his flesh. Something close to panic flickered across the emptiness surrounding him. He might have made a fatal mistake. They were larger than the one he had absorbed, and they were drawing more heat from him. And not only heat. As he grew colder, the glassy gray eyes staring into his took on life. With chill certainty, he knew that if he died, that would not end the struggle. The three would turn on one another until only one remained, and that one would have his life, his memories, would be him. Stubbornly he fought, struggling harder the weaker he became. He pulled on Saidin, trying to fill himself with its heat. Even the stomach-turning taint was welcome, for the more of it he felt, the more Saidin suffused him. If his stomach could rebel, then he was still alive, and if he lived, he could fight. But how? How? What did I do before? Saidin raged through him till it seemed that if he survived his attackers, he would only be consumed by the power. How did I do it? All he could do was pull at Saidin, and try, reach, strain. One of the three vanished. Rand felt it slide into him. It was as if he had fallen from a height, flat onto stony ground. And then the other two together. The impact flung him onto his back, where he lay staring up at the worked plaster ceiling with its gilded bosses, lay luxuriating in the fact that he was still breathing. The power still swelled in every crevice of his being. He wanted to spew up every meal he had ever eaten. He felt so alive that, by comparison, life not soaked in Saidin was living a shadow. He could smell the beeswax of the candles and the oil in the lamps. He could feel every fiber of the carpet against his back. He could feel every gash in his flesh, every cut, every nick, every bruise. But he held on to Saidin. One of the Forsaken had tried to kill him. Or all of them had. It must have been that, unless the Dark One was free already, in which case he did not think he would have faced anything as easy or as simple as this. So he held his link to the true source. Unless I did it myself. Can I hate what I am enough to try to kill myself, without even knowing it? Light, I have to learn to control it. I have to. Painfully, he pushed himself up. Leaving bloody footprints on the carpet, he limped to the stand where Callandor rested. Blood from hundreds of cuts covered him. He lifted the sword, and its glassy length glowed with the power flowing into it. The sword that is not a sword. That blade, apparently glass, would cut as well as the finest steel. Yet Callandor truly was not a sword, but instead a remnant of the Age of Legends. A Sa'angreal. With the aid of one of the relatively few Angreal, known to have survived the War of the Shadow and breaking of the world, it was possible to channel flows of the one power that would have burned the channeler to ash without it. With one of the even rarer Sa'angreal, the flows could be increased as much over those possible with an Angreal as an Angreal increased them over channeling naked. And Callandor, usable only by a man, linked to the Dragon Reborn through 3,000 years of legend and prophecy, was one of the most powerful Sa'angreal ever made. Holding Callandor in his hands, he could level a city's walls at a blow. Holding Callandor in his hands, he could face even one of the Forsaken. It was them. It must have been. Abruptly he realized he had not heard a sound from Berlain. Half fearing to see her dead, he turned. Still kneeling, she flinched. She had donned her robe again and hugged it around her like steel armor or stone walls. Face as white as snow, she licked her lips. "Which one are—" She swallowed and began again. "Which one—" She could not finish it. "I am the only one there is," he said gently. "The one you are treating as if we were betrothed." He meant it to soothe her, perhaps make her smile. Surely a woman as strong as she had shown herself to be could smile, even facing a blood-drenched man. But she bent forward, pressing her face to the floor. "I apologize humbly for having most grievously offended you, Lord Dragon." Her breathy voice did sound humble and frightened, completely unlike herself. "I beg you to forget my offense and forgive. I will not bother you again. I swear it, my Lord Dragon.
On my mother's name and under the light, I swear it."
He loosed the knotted flow. The invisible wall confining her became a momentary stir that ruffled her robe. "There is nothing to forgive," he said wearily. He felt very tired. "Go as you wish." She straightened hesitantly, stretched out a hand, and gave a relieved gasp when it encountered nothing. Gathering the skirts of her robe, she began to pick her way across the glass-littered carpet, shards grating under her velvet slippers. Short of the door, she stopped, facing him with an obvious effort. Her eyes could not quite meet his. "I will send the Aiel in to you if you wish. I could send for one of the Aes Sedai to tend your wounds." She would as soon be in a room with a Myrddraal now, or the Dark One himself, but she's no milksop. "Thank you," he said quietly, "but no. I would appreciate it if you told no one what happened here. Not yet. I will do what needs to be done." It had to be the Forsaken. "As my Lord Dragon commands." She gave him a tight curtsy and hurried out, perhaps afraid he might change his mind about letting her go. "As soon the Dark One himself," he murmured as the door closed behind her. Limping to the foot of the bed, he lowered himself into the chest there and laid Callandor across his knees, bloody hands resting on the glowing blade. With that in his hands, even one of the Forsaken would fear him. In a moment he would send for Moraine to heal his wounds. In a moment he would speak to the Aiel outside and become the Dragon Reborn again. But for now, he only wanted to sit and remember a shepherd named Randall Thor. Chapter 3. Reflection. Despite the hour, a good many people were hurrying through the stone's wide corridors, a steady trickle of men and women in the black and gold of stone servants, or the livery of one high lord or another. Now and again a defender or two appeared, bareheaded and unarmed, some with their coats undone. The servants bowed or curtsied to Perrin and Fail if they came close, then hurried on with hardly a pause. Most of the soldiers gave a start on seeing them. Some bowed stiffly, hand to heart, but one and all quickened their steps as if eager to be away. Only one lamp in 3 or 4 was lit. In the dim stretches between their tall stands, shadows blurred the hanging tapestries and obscured the occasional chest against the wall. For any eyes but Perrin's, they did. His eyes glowed like burnished gold in those murky lengths of hall. He walked quickly from lamp to lamp and kept his gaze down unless he was in full light. Most people in the stone knew about his strangely colored eyes, one way or another. None of them mentioned it, of course. Even Fail seemed to assume the color was part of his association with an Aes Sedai, something that simply was, to be accepted but never explained. Even so, a prickling always ran across his back whenever he realized that a stranger had seen his eyes shining in the dark. When they held their tongues, the silence only emphasized his apartness. "I wish they wouldn't look at me like that," he muttered as a grizzled defender twice his age came close to running once he had passed. "As though they are afraid of me. They haven't before, not this way. Why aren't all these people in bed?" A woman carrying a mop and a bucket bobbed a curtsy and scurried by with her head down. Her arm twined through his. Fail glanced at him. "I would say the guards are not supposed to be in this part of the stone unless they are on duty. A good time to cuddle a maid on a lord's chair and maybe pretend they are the lord and lady, while lord and lady are asleep. They are probably worried that you might report them. And servants do most of their work at night. Who would want them underfoot, sweeping and dusting and polishing in daylight?" Perrin nodded doubtfully. He supposed she would know about such things from her father's house. A successful merchant likely had servants, and guards for his wagons. At least these folk were not out of their beds because what had happened to him had happened to them, too. If that were the case, they would be out of the stone altogether and likely still running. But why had he been a target, singled out, as it seemed? He was not looking forward to confronting Rand, but he had to know. Fail had to stretch her stride to keep up with him. For all its splendor, all the gold and fine carving and inlays, the interior of the stone had been designed for war as much as its exterior had been. Murder holes dotted the ceiling wherever corridors crossed. Never-used arrow slits peeked into the halls at places where they might cover an entire hallway. He and Fail climbed narrow curving staircase after narrow curving staircase, all built into the walls or else enclosed, with more arrow slits looking down on the corridor below. None of this design had hampered the Aiel, of course, the first enemy ever to get beyond the outer wall. As they trotted up one of the winding stairs, Perrin did not realize they were trotting, though he would have been moving faster if not for Fail on his arm. He caught a whiff of old sweat and a hint of sickly sweet perfume, but they registered only in the back of his brain. He was caught up in what he was going to say to Rand. "Why did you try to kill me? Are you going mad already?" There was no easy way to ask, and he did not expect easy answers. Stepping out into a shadowed corridor nearly at the top of the stone, he found himself staring at the backs of a High Lord and two of the nobleman's personal guards. Only the defenders were allowed to wear armor inside the stone, but these three had swords at their hips. That was not unusual, of course, but their presence here, on this floor, in the shadows, staring intently at the bright light at the far end of the hall, that was not usual at all. That light came from the anteroom in front of the chambers Rand had been given, or taken, or maybe been pushed into by Moraine. Perrin and Fail had made no effort to be quiet in climbing the stairs, but the three men were so intent in their watching that none of them noticed the new arrivals at first. Then one of the blue-coated bodyguards twisted his head as if working a cramp in his neck. His mouth dropped open when he saw them. Biting off an oath, the fellow whirled to face Perrin, bearing a good hand of his sword blade. The other was only a heartbeat slower. Both stood tensed, ready, but their eyes shifted uneasily, sliding off Perrin's. They gave off a sour smell of fear. So did the High Lord, though he had his fear tightly reined. The High Lord Torian, white streaking his dark-pointed beard, moved languidly, as if at a ball. Pulling a too sweetly scented handkerchief from his sleeve, he dabbed at a knobby nose that appeared not at all large when compared with his ears. A fine silk coat with red satin cuffs only exaggerated the plainness of his face. He eyed Perrin's shirt sleeves and dabbed his nose again, before inclining his head slightly. "The light illumine you," he said politely. His glance touched Perrin's yellow stare and flinched away, though his expression did not change. "You are well, I trust?" Perhaps too politely. Perrin did not really care for the man's tone, but the way Torian looked Fail up and down, with a sort of casual interest, clenched his fists. He managed to keep his voice level, though. "The light illumine you, High Lord Torian. I am glad to see you help keeping watch over the Lord Dragon. Some men in your place might resent him being here." Torian's thin eyebrows twitched. "Prophecy has been fulfilled, and Tyr has fulfilled its place in that prophecy. Perhaps the Dragon Reborn will lead Tyr to a still greater destiny. What man could resent that? But it is late. A good night to you." He eyed Fail again, pursing his lips, and walked off down the hall just a bit too briskly, away from the anteroom's lights. His bodyguards heeled him like well-trained dogs. "There was no need for you to be uncivil," Fail said in a tight voice when the High Lord was out of hearing. "You sounded as if your tongue were frozen iron. If you do intend to remain here, you had better learn to get on with the lords." He was looking at you as if he wanted to dandle you on his knee. "And I do not mean like a father." She sniffed dismissively. "He is not the first man ever to look at me. If he found the nerve to try more, I could put him in his place with a frown and a glance. I do not need you to speak for me, Perrin Barra." Still, she did not sound entirely displeased. Scratching his beard, he peered after Torian, watching the High Lord and his guards vanish around a distant corner. He wondered how the Tyrant lords managed without sweating to death. "Did you notice, Fail? His heel hounds did not take their hands off their swords until he was 10 paces clear of us." She frowned at him, then down the hall after the three, and nodded slowly. "You're right. But I do not understand. They do not bow and scrape the way they do for him, but everyone walks as warily around you and Matt as they do around the Aes Sedai. Maybe being a friend of the Dragon Reborn isn't as much protection as it used to be." She did not suggest leaving again, not in words, but her eyes were full of it. He was more successful in ignoring the unspoken suggestion than he had been with the spoken. Before they reached the end of the hallway, Berelaine came hurrying out of the bright lights of the anteroom, clutching a thin white robe tightly around her with both arms. If the first of Mayenne had been walking any faster, she would have been running. To show Fail he could be as civil as she could possibly wish, Perrin swept a bow that he wagered even Mat could not have bettered. By contrast, Fail's curtsy was the barest nod of her head, the merest bending of a knee. He hardly noticed. As Berelaine rushed past them without a glance, the smell of fear, rank and raw as a festering wound, made his nostrils twitch. Beside this, Torian's fear was nothing. This was mad panic tied with a frayed rope. He straightened slowly, staring after her. "Filling your eyes?" Fail asked softly. Intent on Berelaine, wondering what had driven her so near the brink, he spoke without thinking. "She smelled of—" Far down the corridor, Torian suddenly stepped out of a side hallway to seize Berelaine's arm. He was talking in torrent, but Perrin could not make out more than a handful of scattered words, something about her overstepping herself in her pride, and something else that seemed to be Torian offering her his protection. Her reply was short, sharp, and even more inaudible, delivered with lifted chin. Pulling herself free roughly, the first of Mayenne walked away, back straight and seemingly more in command of herself. On the point of following, Torian saw Perrin watching. Dabbing at his nose with his handkerchief, the High Lord vanished back into the crossing corridor. "I do not care if she smelled of the essence of dawn," Fail said darkly. "That one is not interested in hunting a bear, however fine his hide would look stretched on a wall. She hunts the sun." He frowned at her. "The sun? A bear? What are you talking about?" "You go on by yourself. I think I will go to my bed after all." "If that's what you want," he said slowly. "But I thought you were as eager to find out what happened as I am." "I think not. I'll not pretend I'm eager to meet the Rand. Not after avoiding it until now. And now I am especially not eager. No doubt the two of you will have a fine talk without me, especially if there's wine." "You don't make any sense," he muttered, scrubbing a hand through his hair. "If you want to go to bed, then fine. But I wish you would say something I understand." For a long moment she studied his face, and suddenly bit her lip. He thought she was trying not to laugh. "Oh, Perrin, sometimes I believe it is your innocence I enjoy most of all." Sure enough, traces of laughter silvered her voice. "You go on to your friend and tell me of it in the morning, as much as you want to." She pulled his head down to brush his lips with a kiss, and, as quick as the kiss, ran back down the hallway. Shaking his head, he watched until she turned into the stairs with no sign of Torian. Sometimes it was as if she spoke another language. He headed toward the lights. The anteroom was a round chamber 50 paces or more across. 100 gilded lamps hung on golden chains from its high ceiling. Polished redstone columns made an inner ring, and the floor appeared to be one huge slab of black marble, streaked with gold. It had been the anteroom of the king's chambers in the days when Tyr had kings, before Archer Hawkwing put everything from the spine of the world to the Arith Ocean under one king. The Tyran kings had not returned when Hawkwing's empire collapsed, and for 1,000 years the only inhabitants of these apartments had been mice tracking through dust. No High Lord had ever had enough power to dare claim them for his own. A ring of 50 defenders stood rigidly in the middle of the room, breastplates and rimmed helmets gleaming, spears all slanted at exactly the same angle. Facing every direction as they did, they were supposed to keep all intruders from the current Lord of the Stone. Their commander, a captain distinguished by 2 short white plumes on his helmet, held himself only a trifle less stiffly. He posed with one hand on his sword hilt and the other on his hip, self-important with his duty. They all smelled of fear and uncertainty, like men who lived under a crumbling cliff, and had almost managed to convince themselves it would never fall, or at least not tonight, not in the next hour. Perrin walked on by them, his boot heels making echoes. The officer started toward him, then hesitated when Perrin did not stop to be challenged. He knew who Perrin was, of course. At least he knew as much as any Tyrant knew. Traveling companion of Aes Sedai, friend of the Lord Dragon. Not a man to be interfered with by a mere officer of the Defenders of the Stone. There was his apparent task of guarding the Lord Dragon's rest, of course, but though he probably did not admit it even to himself, the officer had to know that he and his brave show of polished armor were simply that. The real guards were those Perrin met when he strode beyond the columns and approached the doors to Rand's chambers. They had been sitting so still behind the columns that they seemed to fade into the stone, though their coats and breeches, in shades of gray and brown, made to hide them in the waist, stood out here as soon as they moved. 6 maidens of the spear, Aiel women who had chosen a warrior's life over the hearth, flowed between him and the doors on soft, laced boots that reached their knees. They were tall for women, the tallest barely a hand shorter than he, sun-darkened, with short-cropped hair, yellow or red or something in between. 2 held curved horn bows with arrows nocked, if not drawn. The others carried small hide bucklers and 3 or 4 short spears each. Short, but with spearheads long enough to stick through a man's body with inches to spare. "I do not think I can let you go in," a woman with flame-colored hair said, smiling slightly to take the sting out of the words. Aiel did not go about grinning as much as other folk, or show a great deal of any outward emotion for that matter. "I think he does not want to see anyone tonight." "I am going in, Bane." Ignoring her spears, he took her by the upper arms. That was when it became impossible to ignore the spears, since she had managed to get a spear point hard against the side of his throat. For that matter, a somewhat blonder woman, named Chiad, suddenly had one of her spears at the other side, as if the two were intended to meet somewhere in the middle of his neck. The other women only watched, confident that Bane and Chiad could handle whatever had to be done. Still, he did his best. "I don't have time to argue with you. Not that you listen to people who argue with you, as I remember. I'm going in." As gently as he could, he picked Bane up and set her out of his way. Chiad's spear only needed her to breathe on it to draw blood, but after one startled widening of dark blue eyes, Bane abruptly took hers away and grinned. "Would you like to learn a game called Maiden's Kiss, Perrin? You might play well, I think. At the very least, you would learn something." One of the others laughed aloud. Chiad's spear point left his neck. He took a deep breath, hoping they would not notice it was his first since the spears touched him. They had not veiled their faces, their shufa lay coiled around their necks like dark scarves, but he did not know if Aiel had to do so before they killed, only that veiling meant they were ready to. "Another time, perhaps," he said politely. They were all grinning as if Bane had said something amusing, and his not understanding was part of the humor. Tom was right. A man could go crazy trying to understand women of any nation and any station in life. That was what Tom said. As he reached for a door handle in the shape of a rearing golden lion, Bane added, "On your head be it. He has already chased out what most men would consider better company by far than you." Of course, he thought, pulling open the door. Berelain. She was coming from here. Tonight everything is revolving around. The first of Mayenne vanished from his thoughts as he got a look into the room. Broken mirrors hung on the walls and broken glass covered the floor, along with shards of shattered porcelain and feathers from the slashed mattress. Open books lay tumbled among overturned chairs and benches, and Rand was sitting at the foot of his bed, slumped against one of the bedposts with eyes closed and hands limp atop Callandor, which lay across his knees. He looked as if he had taken a bath in blood. "Get Moraine!" Perrin snapped at the Aiel women. Was Rand still alive? If he was, he needed Aes Sedai healing to stay that way. "Tell her to hurry!" He heard a gasp behind him, then soft boots running. Rand lifted his head. His face was a smeared mask. "Shut the door." "Moraine will be here soon, Rand. Rest easy. She will—" "Shut the door, Perrin." Murmuring among themselves, the Aiel women frowned but moved back. Perrin pulled the door to, cutting off a questioning shout from the white-plumed officer. Glass crunched under his boots as he crossed the carpet to Rand. Tearing a strip from a wildly sliced linen sheet, he wadded it against the wound in Rand's side. Rand's hands tightened on the transparent sword at the pressure, then relaxed. Blood soaked through almost immediately. Cuts and gashes covered him from the soles of his feet to his head. Slivers of glass glittered in many of them. Perrin rolled his shoulders helplessly. He did not know what more to do other than wait for Moraine. "What under the light did you try to do, Rand? You look as though you tried to skin yourself, and you nearly killed me as well." For a moment he thought Rand was not going to answer. "Not me," Rand said finally, in a near whisper. "One of the Forsaken." Perrin tried to relax muscles he did not remember tensing. The effort was only partly successful. He had mentioned the Forsaken to Fail, not exactly casually, but by and large he had been trying not to think of what the Forsaken might do when they found out where Rand was. If one of them could bring down the Dragon Reborn, he or she would stand high above the others when the Dark One broke free. The Dark One free in the last battle lost before it was fought. "Are you sure?" he said, just as quietly. "It had to be, Perrin. It had to be. If one of them came after me as well as you, where's Matt, Rand? If he was alive and went through what I did, he'd be thinking what I did. That it was you. He'd be here by now to bless you out. Or on a horse and halfway to the city gates." Rand struggled to sit erect. Drying blood smears cracked and fresh trickles started on his chest and shoulders. "If he is dead, Perrin, you had best get as far from me as you can. I think you and Loyal are right about that." He paused, studying Perrin. "You and Matt must wish I had never been born, or at least that you'd never seen me." There was no point in going to check. If anything had happened to Matt, it was over and done now. And he had a feeling that his makeshift bandage pressed against Rand's side might be what would keep him alive long enough for Moraine to get there. "You don't seem to care if he has gone off." "Burn me, he's important too. What are you going to do if he's gone? Or dead? The lights send it not so." "What they least expect." Rand's eyes looked like morning mist covering the dawn, blue-gray with a feverish glow seeping through. His voice had a knife edge. "That is what I have to do in any case. What everyone least expects." Perrin took a slow breath. Rand had a right to taut nerves. It was not a sign of incipient madness. He had to stop watching for signs of madness. Those signs would come soon enough, and watching would do nothing but keep his stomach tied in knots. "What's that?" he asked quietly. Rand closed his eyes. "I only know I have to catch them by surprise. Catch everyone by surprise," he muttered fiercely. One of the doors opened to admit a tall Aielman, his dark red hair touched with gray. Behind him the tyrant officer's plumes bobbed as he argued with the maidens. He was still arguing when Bane pushed the door shut. Ruark surveyed the room with sharp blue eyes, as if he suspected enemies hiding behind a drape or an overturned chair. The clan chief of the Tardad Aiel had no visible weapon except the heavy-bladed knife at his waist, but he carried authority and confidence like weapons, quietly, yet as surely as if they were sheathed alongside the knife. And his shufa hung about his shoulders. No one who knew the slightest about Aiel took one for less than dangerous when he wore the means to veil his face. "That tyrant fool outside sent word to his commander that something had happened in here," Ruark said, "and rumors are already sprouting like corpse moss in a deep cave. Everything from the White Tower trying to kill you to the last battle fought here in this room." Perrin opened his mouth. Ruark raised a forestalling hand. "I happened to meet Berelaine, looking as if she had been told the day she would die, and she told me the truth of it. And it does look to be the truth, though I doubted her." "I sent for Moraine," Perrin said. Ruark nodded. Of course, the maidens would have told him everything they knew. Rand gave a painful bark of a laugh. "I told her to keep quiet. It seems the Lord Dragon doesn't rule Mayenne." He sounded more wryly amused than anything else. "I have daughters older than that young woman," Ruark said. "I do not believe she will tell anyone else. I think she would like to forget everything that happened tonight."
"And I would like to know what happened," Moraine said, gliding into the room. Slight and slender as she was, Ruark towered over her as much as the man who followed her in, Lan, her warder. But it was the Aes Sedai who dominated the room. She must have run to come so fast, but she was calm as a frozen lake now. It took a great deal to ruffle Moraine's serenity. Her blue silk gown had a high lace neck and sleeves slashed with darker velvet, but the heat and humidity did not appear to touch her. A small blue stone suspended on her forehead from a fine golden chain in her dark hair flashed in the light, emphasizing the absence of the slightest sheen of sweat. As always when they met, Lan's and Ruark's icy blue stares nearly struck sparks. A braided leather cord held Lan's dark hair, gray-streaked at the temples. His face looked to have been carved from rock, all hard planes and angles, and his sword rode his hip like part of his body. Perrin was not sure which of the two men was more deadly, but he thought a mouse could starve on the difference. The warder's eyes swung to Rand. "I thought you were old enough to shave without someone to guide your hand." Ruark smiled, a slight smile, but the first Perrin had ever seen from him in Lan's presence.
"He is young yet. He will learn."
Lan glanced at the Aielman, then returned the smile, just as slightly. Moraine gave the two men a brief, withering look. She did not seem to pick her way as she crossed the carpet, but she stepped so lightly, holding her skirts up, that not one shard of glass crunched under her slippers. Her eyes swept around the room, taking in the smallest details, Perrin was sure. For a moment she studied him. He did not meet her gaze. She knew too much about him for comfort, but she bore down on Rand like a silent, silken avalanche, icy and inexorable. Perrin dropped his hand and moved out of her way. The wadded cloth stayed against Rand's side, held by congealing blood. From head to foot the blood was beginning to dry in black streaks and smears. The slivers of glass in his skin glittered in the lamplight. Moraine touched the blood-caked cloth with her fingertips, then took her hand back as though changing her mind about looking underneath. Perrin wondered how the Aes Sedai could look at Rand without wincing, but her smooth face did not change. She smelled faintly of rose-scented soap. "At least you are alive." Her voice was musical, a chill, angry music at the moment. "What happened can wait. Try to touch the true source."
"Why?" Rand asked in a wary voice. "I cannot heal myself, even if I knew how to heal. No one can, I know that much."
For the space of a breath, Moraine seemed on the point of an outburst, strange as that would have been, but in another breath she was once again layered in calm so deep that surely nothing could crack it. "Only some of the strength for healing comes from the healer. The power can replace what comes from the healed. Without it, you will spend tomorrow flat on your back and perhaps the next day as well. Now draw on the power, if you can, but do nothing with it. Simply hold it. Use this if you must." She did not have to bend far to touch Callandor. Rand moved the sword from under her hand. "Simply hold it, you say?" He sounded about to laugh out loud. "Very well." Nothing happened that Perrin could see, not that he expected to. Rand sat there like the survivor of a lost battle, looking at Moraine. She hardly blinked. Twice she scrubbed her fingers against her palms as if unaware. After a time, Rand sighed. "I cannot even reach the void. I can't seem to concentrate." A quick grin cracked the blood drying on his face. "I do not understand why." A thick red thread snaked its way down past his left eye. "Then I will do it as I always have," Moraine said, and took Rand's head in her hands, careless of the blood that ran over her fingers. Rand lurched to his feet with a roaring gasp, as if all the breath were being squeezed from his lungs, back arching so his head nearly tore free of her grasp. One arm flung wide, fingers spread and bending back so far it seemed they must break. The other hand clamped down on Callandor's hilt, the muscles of that arm knotting visibly into cramps.
He shook like cloth caught in a windstorm. Dark flakes of dried blood fell, and bits of glass tinkled onto the chest and floor, forced out of cuts closing up and knitting themselves together. Perrin shivered as if that windstorm roared around him. He had seen healing done before, that and more, greater and worse, but he could never be complacent about seeing the power used, about knowing it was being used, not even for this. Tales of Aes Sedai told by merchants' guards and drivers had embedded themselves in his mind long years before he met Moraine. Ruark smelled sharply uneasy. Only Lan took it as a matter of course. Lan and Moraine. Almost as soon as it began, it was done. Moraine took her hands away, and Rand slumped, catching the bedpost to hold himself on his feet. It was difficult to say whether he clutched the bedpost or Callandor more tenaciously. When Moraine tried to take the sword to replace it on the ornate stand against the wall, he drew it away from her firmly, even roughly. Her mouth tightened momentarily, but she contented herself with pulling the wad of cloth from his side, using it to scrub away some of the surrounding smears. The old wound was a tender scar again. The other injuries were simply gone. The mostly dried blood that still covered him could have come from someone else. Moraine frowned. "It still does not respond," she murmured, half to herself. "It will not heal completely." "That is the one that will kill me, isn't it?" he asked her softly, then quoted, "His blood on the rocks of Sheol Gul, washing away the shadow, sacrifice for man's salvation." "You read too much," she said sharply, "and understand too little." "Do you understand more? If you do, then tell me." "He is only trying to find his way," Lan said suddenly. "No man likes to run forward blindly when he knows there is a cliff somewhere ahead." Perrin gave a twitch of surprise. Lan almost never disagreed with Moraine, or at least not where anyone could overhear. He and Rand had been spending a good deal of time together, though, practicing the sword. Moraine's dark eyes flashed, but what she said was, "He needs to be in bed. Will you ask that wash-water be brought and another bedchamber prepared? This one needs a thorough cleaning and a new mattress." Lan nodded and put his head into the anteroom for a moment, speaking quietly. "I will sleep here, Moraine." Letting go of the bedpost, Rand pushed himself erect, grounding Callandor's point on the littered carpet and resting both hands in the hilt. If he leaned a little on the sword, it did not show much. "I won't be chased any more, not even out of a bed." "Tashar Manetharin," Lan murmured. This time even Ruark looked startled, but if Moraine heard the warder compliment Rand, she gave no sign of it. She was staring at Rand, her face smooth, but thunderheads in her eyes. Rand wore a quizzical little smile, as if wondering what she would try next. Perrin edged toward the doors. If Rand and the Aes Sedai were going to match wills, he would just as soon be elsewhere. Lan did not appear to care. It was hard to tell with that stance of his, somehow standing with his back straight and slouching at the same time. He could have been bored enough to sleep where he stood, or ready to draw his sword. His manner suggested either, or both. Ruark stood much the same, but he was eyeing the doors too. "Stay where you are." Moraine did not look away from Rand, and her outflung finger pointed halfway between Perrin and Ruark. But Perrin's feet stopped just the same. Ruark shrugged and folded his arms. "Stubborn," Moraine muttered. This time the word was for Rand. "Very well. If you mean to stand there until you drop, you can use the time before you fall on your face to tell me what occurred here. I cannot teach you, but if you tell me, perhaps I can see what you did wrong. A small chance, but perhaps I can." Her voice sharpened. "You must learn to control it. And I do not mean just because of things like this. If you do not learn to control the power, it will kill you. You know that. I have told you often enough. You must teach yourself. You must find it within yourself." "I did nothing except survive," he said in a dry voice. She opened her mouth, but he went on. "Do you think I could channel and not know it? I didn't do it in my sleep. This happened awake." He wavered and caught himself on the sword. Even if you could not channel anything but spirit asleep, Moraine said coolly, and this was never done with spirit. I was about to ask what did happen. Perrin felt his hackles rising as Rand told his story. The axe had been bad enough, but at least the axe was something solid, something real. To have your own reflection jump out of mirrors at you. Unconsciously, he shifted his feet, trying not to stand on any fragments of glass. Soon after he began speaking, Rand glanced behind him at the chest, a quick look, as if he did not want it observed. After a moment, the slivers of silvered glass that were scattered across the lid of the chest stirred and slid off onto the carpet as though pushed by an unseen broom. Rand exchanged looks with Moraine, then sat down slowly and went on. Perrin was not sure which of them had cleared the chest top. There was no mention of Berylane in the tale. It must have been one of the Forsaken, Rand finished at last. Maybe Samael. You said he's in Ilion. Unless one of them is here in Tyr. Could Samael reach the stone from Ilion? Not even if he held Callandor, Moraine told him. There are limits. Samael is only a man, not the Dark One. Only a man. Not a very good description, Perrin thought. A man who could channel, but who somehow had not gone mad. At least not yet. Not that anyone knew. A man perhaps as strong as Rand, but where Rand was trying to learn, Samael knew every trick of his talents already. A man who had spent 3,000 years trapped in the Dark One's prison. A man who had gone over to the shadow of his own choice. No, only a man did not begin to describe Samael, or any of the Forsaken, male or female. Then one of them is here in the city. Rand put his head down on his wrists, but jerked himself erect immediately, glaring at those in the room. I'll not be chased again. I'll be the hound first. I will find him or her, and I will... Not one of the Forsaken, Moraine cut in. I think not. This was too simple and too complex. Rand spoke calmly. No riddles, Moraine. If not the Forsaken, who or what? The Aes Sedai's face could have done for an anvil, yet she hesitated, feeling her way. There was no telling whether she was unsure of the answer or deciding how much to reveal. As the seals holding the Dark One's prison weaken, she said after a time, it may be inevitable that a miasma will escape even while he is still held. Like bubbles rising from the things rotting on the bottom of a pond. But these bubbles will drift through the pattern until they attach to a thread and burst. Light! It slipped out before Perrin could stop it. Moraine's eyes turned to him. You mean what happened to Rand is going to start happening to everybody? Not to everyone. Not yet, at least. In the beginning, I think there will only be a few bubbles, slipping through cracks the Dark One can reach through. Later, who can say? And just as ta'veren bend the other threads in the pattern around them, I think perhaps ta'veren will tend to attract these bubbles more powerfully than others do. Her eyes said she knew Rand was not the only one to have had a waking nightmare. A brief touch of a smile, there and gone almost before he saw it, said he could keep silent if he wished to hold it secret from others. But she knew. Yet in the months to come, the years, should we be lucky enough to have that long, I fear a good many people will see things to give them white hairs, if they survive. Matt, Rand said, do you know if is he... I will know soon enough, Moraine replied calmly. What is done cannot be undone, but we can hope. Whatever her tone, though, she smelled ill at ease until Ruark spoke. He is well, or was. I saw him on my way here. Going where? Moraine said with an edge in her voice. He looked to be heading for the servants' quarters, the Aielman told her. He knew that the three were ta'veren, if not as much else as he thought he did, and he knew Matt well enough to add, not the stables, Aes Sedai, the other way, toward the river. And there are no boats at the stone's docks. He did not stumble over the words like boat and dock, the way most of the Aiel did, although in the Waste such things existed only in stories. She nodded as if she had expected nothing else. Perrin shook his head. She was so used to hiding her real thoughts, she seemed to veil them out of habit. Suddenly one of the doors opened and Bane and Chiad slipped in, without their spears. Bane was carrying a large white bowl and a fat pitcher with steam rising from the top. Chiad had towels folded under her arm. "Why are you bringing this?" Moraine demanded. Chiad shrugged. "She would not come in." Rand barked a laugh. "Even the servants know enough to stay clear of me. Put it anywhere." "Your time is running out, Rand," Moraine said. "The Tyrans are becoming used to you, after a fashion, and no one fears what is familiar as much as what is strange. How many weeks or days before someone tries to put an arrow in your back or poison in your food? How long before one of the Forsaken strikes, or another bubble comes sliding along the pattern? Don't try to harry me, Moraine." He was blood-filthy, half-naked, more than half leaning on Callandor to stay sitting up. But he managed to fill those words with quiet command. "I will not run for you either." "Choose your way soon," she said, "and this time inform me what you mean to do. My knowledge cannot aid you if you refuse to accept my help." "Your help?" Rand said wearily. "I'll take your help, but I will decide, not you." He looked at Perrin as if trying to tell him something without words, something he did not want the others to hear. Perrin had not a clue what it was. After a moment, Rand sighed. His head sank a little. "I want to sleep. All of you, go away, please. We will talk tomorrow." His eyes flickered to Perrin again, underscoring the words for him. Moraine crossed the room to Bane and Chiad, and the two Aiel women leaned close so she could speak for their ears alone. Perrin heard only a buzz and wondered if she was using the power to stop him eavesdropping. She knew the keenness of his hearing. He was sure of it when Bane whispered back, and he still could not make out anything. The Aes Sedai had done nothing about his sense of smell, though. The Aiel women looked at Rand as they listened, and they smelled wary. Not afraid, but as if Rand were a large animal that would be dangerous if they misstepped. The Aes Sedai turned back to Rand. "We will talk tomorrow. You cannot sit like a partridge, waiting for a hunter's net." She was moving for the door before Rand could reply. Lan looked at Rand, as if about to say something, but followed her without speaking. "Rand," Perrin said, "we do what we have to." Rand did not look up from the clear hilt between his hands. "We all do what we have to." He smelled afraid. Perrin nodded and followed Ruark out of the room. Moraine and Lan were nowhere in sight. The tyrant officer was staring at the doors from 10 paces off, trying to pretend the distance was his choice and had nothing to do with the 4 Aiel women watching him. The other 2 maidens were still in the bedchamber, Perrin realized. He heard voices from the room. "Go away," Rand said tiredly. "Just put that down and go away." "If you can stand up," Chiad said cheerfully, "we will. Only stand." There was the sound of water splashing into a bowl. "We have tended to wounded before," Bane said in soothing tones. "And I used to wash my brothers when they were little." Ruark pushed the door shut, cutting off the rest. "You do not treat him the way the Tyrans do," Perrin said quietly. "No bowing and scraping. I don't think I have heard one of you call him Lord Dragon." "The Dragon Reborn is a Wetlander prophecy," Ruark said. "Ours is he who comes with the dawn." "I thought they were the same. Else why did you come to the stone? Burn me, Ruark. You Aiel are the people of the dragon, just as the prophecies say. You have as good as admitted it, even if you won't say it out loud." Ruark ignored the last part. "In your prophecies of the dragon, the fall of the stone and the ticking of Callandor proclaim that the dragon has been reborn. Our prophecy says only that the stone must fall before he who comes with the dawn appears to take us back to what was ours. They may be one man, but I doubt even the wise ones could say for sure. If Rand is the one, there are things he must do yet to prove it." "What?" Perrin demanded. "If he is the one, he will know and do them. If he does not, then our search still goes on." Something unreadable in the Aielman's voice pricked Perrin's ears. "And if he isn't the one you search for, what then, Ruark?" "Sleep well and safely, Perrin." Ruark's soft boots made no sound on the black marble as he walked away. The tyrant officer was still staring past the maidens, smelling of fear, failing to mask the anger and hatred on his face. If the Aiel decided Rand was not he who comes with the dawn, Perrin studied the tyrant officer's face and thought of the maidens not being there, of the stone empty of Aiel, and he shivered. He had to make sure if Aiel decided to leave. That was all there was for it. She had to decide to go, and without him. Chapter 4. Strings. Tom Maryland sprinkled sand across what he had written to blot the ink, then carefully poured the sand back into its jar and flipped the lid shut. Riffling through the papers scattered in rough piles across the table, 6 tallow candles made fire a real danger, but he needed the light. He selected a crumpled sheet marred by an ink blot. Carefully he compared it with what he had written, then stroked a long white mustache with a thumb in satisfaction and permitted himself a leathery-faced smile. The High Lord Carleon himself would have thought it was his own hand. "Be wary. Your husband suspects." Only those words and no signature. Now, if he could arrange for the High Lord Tadosian to find it where his wife, the Lady Altima, might carelessly have left it. A knock sounded at the door, and he jumped. No one came to see him at this time of the night. "A moment," he called, hastily stuffing pens and inkpots and selected papers into a battered writing chest. "A moment while I put on a shirt." Locking the chest, he shoved it under the table, where it might escape casual notice, and ran an eye over his small windowless room to see if he had left anything out that should not be seen. Hoops and balls for juggling littered his narrow, unmade bed, and lay among his shaving things on a single shelf, with fire wands and small items for sleight of hand. His gleeman's cloak, covered with loose patches in 100 colors, hung from a peg on the wall along with his spare clothes and the hard leather cases holding his harp and flute. A woman's diaphanous red silk scarf was tied around the strap of the harp case, but it could have belonged to anyone. He was not sure he remembered who had tied it there. He tried to pay no more attention to one woman than any other, and all of it light-hearted and laughing. Make them laugh, even make them sigh, but avoid entanglements. That was his motto. He had no time for those. That was what he told himself. "I'm coming." He limped to the door irritably. Once he had drawn oohs and ahs from people who could hardly believe, even while they watched, that a raw-boned, white-haired old man could do backsprings and handstands and flips, limber and quick as a boy. The limp had put an end to that, and he hated it. The leg ached worse when he was tired. He jerked open the door and blinked in surprise. "Well, come in, Matt. I thought you would be hard at work lightening lordlings' purses." "They didn't want to gamble any more tonight," Matt said sourly, dropping onto the 3-legged stool that served as a second chair. His coat was undone and his hair disheveled. His brown eyes darted around, never resting on one spot long, but their usual twinkle, suggesting that the lad saw something funny where no one else did, was missing tonight. Tom frowned at him, considering. Matt never stepped across this threshold without a quip about the shabby room. He accepted Tom's explanation that his sleeping beside the servants' quarters would help people forget that he had arrived in the shadow of Aes Sedai, but Matt seldom let a chance for a joke pass. If he realized that the room also assured that no one could think of Tom having any connection to the Dragon Reborn, Matt, being Matt, probably thought that a reasonable wish. It had taken Tom all of 2 sentences, delivered in haste during a rare moment when no one was looking, to make Rand see the real point. Everyone listened to a gleeman. Everyone watched him. But no one really saw him or remembered who he talked to, as long as he was only a gleeman, with his hedgerow entertainments fit for country folk and servants, and perhaps to amuse the ladies. That was how Tyrone saw it. It was not as if he were a bard, after all. What was bothering the boy to bring him down here at this hour? Probably one or another of the young women, and some old enough to know better, who had let themselves be caught by Matt's mischievous grin. Still, he would pretend it was one of Matt's usual visits until the lad said otherwise. "I'll get the stones board. It is late, but we have time for one game." He could not resist adding, "Would you care for a wager on it?" He would not have tossed dice with Matt for a copper, but stones was another matter. He thought there was too much order and pattern in stones for Matt's strange luck. "What? Oh, no, it's too late for games. Tom, did anything happen down here?" Leaning the stones board against a table leg, Tom dug his tobacco pouch and long-stemmed pipe out of the litter remaining on the table. "Such as what?" he asked, thumbing the bowl full. He had time to stick a twist of paper in the flame of one of the candles, puff the pipe alight, and blow out the spill before Matt answered. "Such as Rand going insane, that's what." "No, you'd not have had to ask if it had." A prickling made Tom shift his shoulders, but he blew a blue-gray streamer of smoke as calmly as he could, and took his chair, stretching his gimpy leg out in front of him. "What happened?" Matt drew a deep breath, then let everything out in a rush. "The playing cards tried to kill me. The Armelin and the High Lord, and I didn't dream it, Tom. That's why those puffed-up jackdaws don't want to gamble anymore. They're afraid it will happen again. Tom, I'm thinking of leaving Tyr." The prickling felt as if he had black wasp nettles stuffed down his back. Why had he not left Tyr himself long since? Much the wisest thing. Hundreds of villages lay out there, waiting for a gleeman to entertain and amaze them, and each with an inn or two full of wine to drown memories. But if he did, Rand would have no one except Moraine to keep the High Lords from maneuvering him into corners, and maybe cutting his throat. She could do it, of course, using different methods than his. He thought she could. She was Carianan, which meant she had probably taken in the game of houses with her mother's milk, and she would tie another string to Rand for the White Tower while she was about it. Mesh him in an Aes Sedai net so strong he would never escape. But if the boy was going mad already— Fool, Tom called himself. A pure fool to stay mixed in this because of something 15 years in the past. Staying would not change that. What was done was done. He had to see Rand face to face, no matter what he had told him about keeping clear. Perhaps no one would think it too odd if a gleeman asked to perform a song for the Lord Dragon, a song especially composed. He knew a deservedly obscure Kandori tune, praising some unnamed lord for his greatness and courage in grandiose terms that never quite managed to name deeds or places. It had probably been bought by some lord who had no deeds worth naming. Well, it would serve him now. Unless Moraine decided it was strange. That would be as bad as the High Lords taking notice. I am a fool. I should be out of here tonight. He was roiling inside, his stomach churning acid, but he had spent long years learning to keep his face straight before ever he put on a gleeman's cloak. He puffed 3 smoke rings, one inside the other, and said, "You have been thinking of leaving Tyr since the day you walked into the stone." Perched on the edge of the stool, Matt shot him an angry look. "And I mean to. I do. Why not come with me, Tom? There are towns where they think the Dragon Reborn hasn't drawn a breath yet, where nobody's given a thought to the bloody prophecies of the bloody dragon in years, if ever. Places where they think the Dark One is a grandmother's tale, and Trollocs are travelers' wild stories, and Myrddraal rides shadows to scare children. You could play your harp and tell your stories, and I could find a game of dice.
We could live like lords, traveling as we want, staying where we want, with no one trying to kill us."
That hit too close for comfort. Well, he was a fool, and there it was. He just had to make the best of it. "If you really mean to go, why haven't you?"
"Moraine watches me," Matt said bitterly. "And when she isn't, she has somebody else doing it."
"I know. Aes Sedai don't like to let someone go once they lay hands on them."
It was more than that, he was sure. More than what was openly known, certainly, but Matt denied any such thing, and no one else who knew was talking either. If anyone besides Moraine did know. It hardly mattered. He liked Matt. He even owed him, in a fashion. But Matt and his troubles were a street-corner rarity compared to Rand.
"But I cannot believe she really has someone watching you all the time."
"As good as. She's always asking people where I am, what I'm doing. It gets back to me. Do you know anybody who won't tell an Aes Sedai what she wants to know? I don't. As good as being watched."
"You could avoid eyes if you put your mind to it. I've never seen anyone as good at sneaking about as you. I mean that as a compliment."
"Something always comes up," Matt muttered. "There's so much gold to be had here. And there's a big-eyed girl in the kitchen who likes a little kiss and tickle, and one of the maids has hair like silk to her waist, and the roundest—" He trailed off as if he had suddenly realized how foolish he sounded.
"Have you considered that maybe it's because—"
"If you mention ta'veren, Tom, I'm leaving." Tom changed what he had been going to say.
"That maybe it's because Rand is your friend and you don't want to desert him?"
"Desert him?" The boy jumped up, kicking over the stool. "Tom, he is the bloody Dragon Reborn. At least that's what he and Moraine say. Maybe he is. He can channel, and he has that bloody sword that looks like glass. Prophecies. I don't know. But I know I would have to be as crazy as these tyrants to stay." He paused. You don't think Moraine is keeping me here, do you? With the power?"
"I do not believe she can," Tom said slowly.
He knew a good bit about Aes Sedai, enough to have some idea how much he did not know, and he thought he was right on this. Matt raked his fingers through his hair. "Tom, I think about leaving all the time, but I get these strange feelings, almost as if something was going to happen, something momentous. That's the word. It's like knowing there'll be fireworks for Sunday, only I don't know what it is I'm expecting. Whenever I think too much about leaving, it happens, and suddenly I've found some reason to stay another day. Always just one more bloody day. Doesn't that sound like Aes Sedai work to you?" Tom swallowed the word ta'veren, took his pipe from between his teeth to peer into the smoldering tobacco. He did not know much about ta'veren, but then no one did except the Aes Sedai, or maybe some of the Ogier.
"I was never much good at helping people with their problems."
And worse with my own, he thought.
"With an Aes Sedai close to hand, I'd advise most people to ask her for help."
Advice I'd not take myself. "Ask Moraine?"
"I suppose that is out of the question in this case. But Nynaeve was your wisdom back in Emond's Field. Village wisdoms are used to answering people's questions, helping with their problems."
Matt gave a raucous snort of laughter. "And put up with one of her lectures about drinking and gambling and—" "Tom, she acts like I'm 10 years old. Sometimes I think she believes I'll marry a nice girl and settle down on my father's farm."
"Some men would not find it an objectionable life," Tom said quietly.
"Well, I would. I want more than cows and sheep and tobacco for the rest of my life. I want—" Matt shook his head. "All these holes in memory. Sometimes I think if I could just fill them in, I'd know. Burn me, I don't know what I'd know, but I know I want to know it. That's a twisty riddle, isn't it?"
"I'm not certain even an Aes Sedai can help with that. A Gleeman surely can't."
"I said no Aes Sedai."
Tom sighed. "Calm yourself, boy. I was not suggesting it."
"I am leaving. As soon as I can fetch my things and find a horse. Not a minute longer."
"In the middle of the night? The morning will do." He refrained from adding, "If you really do leave." "Sit down. Relax. We'll play a game of stones. I have a jar of wine here, somewhere." Matt hesitated, glancing at the door. Finally, he jerked his coat straight. "The morning will do." He sounded uncertain, but he picked up the overturned stool and set it beside the table. "But no wine for me," he added as he sat down. "Strange enough things happen when my head is clear. I want to know the difference." Tom was thoughtful as he put the board and the bags of stones on the table. Just that easily, the lad was diverted. Pulled along by an even stronger Taviran named Randolph Thor, was how Tom saw it. It occurred to him to wonder if he was caught in the same way. His life had certainly not been headed toward the Stone of Tyr in this room when he first met Rand, but since then it had been twitched about like a kite string. If he decided to leave, say if Rand really had gone mad, would he find reasons to keep putting it off? "What is this, Tom?" Matt's boot had encountered the writing case under the table. "Is it all right if I move it out of my way?" "Of course. Go right ahead." He winced inside as Matt shoved the case aside roughly with his foot. He hoped he had corked all the ink bottles tightly. "Choose," he said, holding out his fists. Matt tapped the left, and Tom opened it to reveal a smooth black stone, flat and round. The boy chortled at having the first go and placed the stone on the cross-hatched board. No one seeing the eagerness in his eyes would have suspected that only moments before he had been twice as eager to go. A greatness he refused to recognize clinging to his back, and an Aes Sedai intent on keeping him for one of her pets. The lad was well and truly caught. If he was caught too, Tom decided, it would be worth it to help one man at least keep free of Aes Sedai. Worth it to make a payment on that 15-year-old debt. Suddenly and strangely content, he set a white stone. "Did I ever tell you," he said around his pipe stem, "about the wager I once made with a Domani woman? She had eyes that could drink a man's soul, and an odd-looking red bird she had bought off a seafolk ship. She claimed it could tell the future. This bird had a fat yellow beak nearly as long as its body, and it—"
Chapter 5. Questioners. They should be back by now. Egwene fluttered the painted silk fan vigorously, glad the nights were at least a little cooler than the days. Tyran women carried the fans all the time, the nobles at least, and the wealthy. But as far as she could see, they did no good at all except when the sun was down, and not much then. Even the lamps, great golden mirrored things on silvered wall brackets, seemed to add to the heat. What can be keeping them? An hour Moiraine had promised them for the first time in days, and then she had left without explanation after a bare 5 minutes. Did she give any hint of why they wanted her, Aviendha? Or who wanted her, for that matter? Seated cross-legged on the floor beside the door, large green eyes startling in her dark-tanned face, the Aiel woman shrugged. In coat and breeches and soft boots, Shufa looped about her neck, she appeared unarmed. Karine whispered her message to Moiraine Sedai. "I would not have been proper to listen. I am sorry, Aes Sedai." Guiltily, Egwene fingered the great serpent ring on her right hand, the golden serpent biting its own tail. As an accepted, she should have been wearing it on the third finger of her left hand, but letting the High Lords believe that they had 4 full Aes Sedai inside the stone kept them on their best manners, or what passed for manners among Tyran nobles. Moiraine did not lie, of course. She never said they were more than accepted. But she never said they were accepted either, and let everyone think what they wanted to think, believe what they thought they saw. Moiraine could not lie, but she could make truth dance a fine jig. It was not the first time Egwene and the others had pretended to full sisterhood since leaving the tower, but more and more she felt uncomfortable deceiving Aviendha. She liked the Aiel woman, thought they could be friends if they could ever come to know one another, but that hardly seemed possible as long as Aviendha thought Egwene was Aes Sedai. The Aiel woman was there only at Moiraine's order, issued for unspoken purposes of her own. Egwene suspected it was to give them an Aiel bodyguard, as if they had not learned to protect themselves. Still, even if she and Avienda did become friends, she could not tell her the truth. The best way to keep a secret was to make sure no one knew who did not absolutely have to know. Another point Moiraine had made. Sometimes Egwene found herself wishing the Aes Sedai could be wrong, glaring wrong, just once. In a way that would not mean disaster, of course. That was the rub. "Tanchico," Nynaeve muttered. Her dark, wrist-thick braid hung down her back to her waist as she stared out of one of the narrow windows, casements swung out in the hope of catching a night breeze. On the broad river Aranon below bobbed the lanterns of a few fishing boats that had not ventured down-river, but Egwene doubted she saw them. "There is nothing for it but to go to Tanchico, it seems." Nynaeve gave an unconscious hitch to her green dress, with its wide neck that bared her shoulders. She did that a good deal. She would have denied wearing the dress for Lan, Moiraine's warder. She would have, if Egwene had dared make the suggestion. But green, blue, and white seemed to be Lan's favorite colors on women, and every dress that was not green, blue, or white had vanished from Nynaeve's wardrobe. Nothing for it. She did not sound happy. Egwene caught herself giving an upward tug to her own dress. They felt odd, these dresses that just clung to the shoulders. On the other hand, she did not believe she could bear to be more covered. Light as it was, the pale red linen felt like wool. She wished she could bring herself to wear the filmy gowns Berylane wore. Not that they were suitable for public eyes, but they certainly did appear to be cool. "Stop fretting over comfort," she told herself sternly. "Keep your mind on the business at hand." "Perhaps," she said aloud. "Myself, I am not convinced." A long, narrow table, polished till it glistened, ran down the middle of the room. A tall chair stood at the end near Egwene, lightly carved and touched here and there with gilt, quite plain for Tyr, while the side chairs had progressively lower backs until those at the far end seemed little more than benches. Egwene had no idea what purpose the Tyrans had put the room to. She and the others used it for questioning 2 prisoners taken when the stone fell. She could not force herself to go into the dungeons, though Rand had ordered all of the implements that had decorated the guardroom walls melted or burned. Neither Nynaeve nor Elaine had been eager to return either. Besides, this brightly lit room with its clean-swept green tile floor and its wall panels carved with the 3 crescents of Tyr was a sharp contrast to the grim grey stone of the cells, all dim and dank and dirty. That had to have some softening effect on the 2 women in prisoners' rough-woven woolens. Only that drab-brown dress, however, would have told most people that Joya Bier, standing beyond the table with her back turned, was a prisoner at all. She had been White Aja, and had lost none of the White's cool arrogance on shifting her allegiance to the Black. Every line of her proclaimed that she stared rigidly at the far wall of her own choice, and for no other reason. Only a woman who could channel would have seen the thumb-thick flows of air that held Joya's arms to her sides and lashed her ankles together. A cage woven of air kept her eyes straight ahead. Even her ears were stopped up, so she could not hear what anyone said until they wanted her to. Once again Egwene checked the shield woven from spirit that blocked Joya from touching the true source. It held, as she knew it must. She herself had woven all the flows around Joya and tied them to maintain themselves, but she could not be easy in the same room with a dark friend who had the ability to channel, even if it was blocked. Worse than just a dark friend, Black Aja. Murder was the least of Joya's crimes. She should have been bowed down under her weight of broken oaths, blasted lives, and blighted souls. Joya's fellow prisoner, her sister in the Black Aja, lacked her strength. Standing stoop-shouldered at the far end of the table, head down, Amiko Nagoyan seemed to sink in on herself under Egwene's gaze. There was no need to shield her. Amiko had been stilled during her capture. Still able to sense the true source, she would never again touch it. never again channel. The desire to, the need to, would remain, as sharp as the need to breathe, and her loss would be there for as long as she lived, saidar forever out of reach. Egwene wished she could find in herself even a shred of pity, but she did not wish for it very hard. Amiko murmured something at the tabletop. "What?" Nynaeve demanded. "Speak up." Amiko raised her face humbly on its slender neck. She was still a beautiful woman, with large, dark eyes, but there was something different about her that Egwene could not quite put her finger on. Not the fear that made her clutch her coarse prisoner's dress with both hands. Something else. Swallowing, Amiko said, "You should go to Tanchico." "You've told us that 20 times, Nynaeve said roughly. 50 times. Tell us something new. Name names we do not already know. Who still in the White Tower is Black Adja?" "I do not know. You must believe me." Amiko sounded tired, utterly beaten. Not at all the way she had sounded when they were the prisoners and she the jailer. "Before we left the tower, I knew only Liandrin, Chesmal, and Rihanna. No one knew more than 2 or 3 others, I think, except Liandrin. I have told you everything I know." "Then you are remarkably ignorant for a woman who expected to rule part of the world when the Dark One breaks free," Egwene said dryly, snapping her fan shut for emphasis. It still stunned her how easily she could say that now. Her stomach still clenched, and icy fingers still crawled her spine, but she no longer wanted to scream or run weeping. It was possible to become used to anything. "I overheard Liandrin that once, talking to Tamila," Amiko said wearily, starting a tale she had told them many times. In the first days of her captivity, she had tried to improve her story, but the more she elaborated, the more she had tangled herself in her own lies. Now she almost always told it the same way, word for word. "If you could have seen Liandrin's face when she saw me. She would have murdered me on the spot had she thought I had heard anything. And Tamila likes to hurt people. She enjoys it. I only heard a little before they saw me. Liandrin said there was something in Tanchico, something dangerous to him." She meant Rand. She could not say his name, and a mention of the Dragon Reborn was enough to send her into tears. "Liandrin said it was dangerous to whoever used it, too. Almost as dangerous as to him. That is why she had not already gone after it, and she said being able to channel would not protect him. She said, when we find it, his filthy ability will bind him for us." Sweat ran down her face, but she shivered almost uncontrollably. Not a word had changed. Egwene opened her mouth, but Nynaeve spoke first. "I've heard enough of this. Let us see if the other has anything new to say." Egwene glared at her, and Nynaeve stared back just as hard, neither blinking. Sometimes she thinks she's still the wisdom, Egwene thought grimly, and I'm still the village girl to teach about herbs. She had better realize things are different now. Nynaeve was strong in the power, stronger than Egwene, but only when she could actually manage to channel. Unless angry, Nynaeve could not channel at all. Elaine usually smoothed things over when it came to this, as it did more often than it should. By the time Egwene thought of smoothing matters herself, she'd almost always dug in her heels and flared back, and trying to be soothing then would only be backing down. That was how Nynaeve would see it, she was sure. She could not remember Nynaeve ever making any move to back down, so why should she? This time Elaine was not there. Moiraine had summoned the daughter heir with a word and a gesture to follow the maiden who had come for the Aes Sedai. Without her the tension stretched, each of the accepted waiting for the other to blink first. Avienda barely breathed. She kept herself strictly out of their confrontations. No doubt she considered it simple wisdom to stand clear. Strangely, it was Amiko who broke the impasse this time, though likely all she meant to do was demonstrate her cooperation. She turned to face the far wall, waiting patiently to be bound. The foolishness of it struck Egwene suddenly. She was the only woman in the room who could channel, unless Nynaeve grew angry or Joya's shield failed. She tested the weave of spirit again without thinking, and she indulged in a staring match, while Amiko waited to accept her bonds. At another time she might have laughed at herself aloud. Instead she opened herself to Saidar, that never-seen, ever-felt glowing warmth that seemed always to be just beyond the corner of her eye. The one power filled her, like joyous life itself redoubled, and she wove the flows around Amiko. Nynaeve merely grunted. It was doubtful she was mad enough to sense what Egwene was doing. She could not, without her temper up. Yet she could see Amiko stiffen as the flows of air touched her, then slump, half supported by the flows, as if to show how little she was resisting. Aviendha shuddered, the way she had taken to doing whenever she knew the power was being channeled near her. Egwene wove blocks for Amiko's ears. Questioning them one at a time did little good if they could hear each other's stories, and turned to Joya. She shifted her fan from hand to hand so she could wipe them on her dress, and stopped with a grimace of distaste. Her sweaty palms had nothing to do with the temperature. "Her face," Aviendha said abruptly, and surprisingly, she almost never spoke unless addressed by Moiraine or one of the others. "Amiko's face. She does not have the look she did, as if the years had passed her by, not as much as she did. Is that because she was stilled?" she finished in a breathless rush. She had picked up a few habits, being so much around them. No woman of the tower could speak of stilling without a chill. Egwene moved down the table to where she could see Amiko's face from the side and yet stay out of Joya's vision. Joya's eyes always turned her stomach to a lump of ice. Aviendha was right. That was the difference she herself had noticed and not understood. Amiko looked young, perhaps younger than her years, but it was not quite the agelessness of Aes Sedai who had worked years with the One Power. "You have sharp eyes, Aviendha, but I don't know if this has anything to do with stilling. It must, though, I suppose. I don't know what else could cause it." She realized that did not sound very much like an Aes Sedai, who generally spoke as if they knew everything. When an Aes Sedai said she did not know, she usually managed to make her denial appear to cloak volumes of knowledge. While she was racking her brain for something properly portentous, Nynaeve came to her rescue. "Relatively few Aes Sedai have ever been burned out, Aviendha, and far fewer stilled." Burned out was what it was called when it happened by accident. Officially, stilling resulted from trial and sentence. Egwene could not see the point of it, really. It was like having two words for falling down the stairs, depending on whether you tripped or were pushed. For that, most Aes Sedai seemed to see it the same, except when teaching novices or accepted. 3 words, actually. Men were gentled, must be gentled before they went mad. Only now there was Rand, and the tower did not dare gentle him. Nynaeve had put on a lecturing tone, no doubt trying to sound Aes Sedai. She was doing an imitation of Shiriam before a class, Egwene realized, hands clasped at her waist, smiling slightly, as if it were all so simple when you applied yourself. "Stilling is not a thing anyone would choose to study, you understand," Nynaeve continued. "It is generally accepted to be irreversible. What makes a woman able to channel cannot be replaced once it is removed, any more than a hand that has been cut off can be healed back into existence. At least, no one had ever been able to heal stilling. There had been attempts. What Nynaeve said was generally true, yet some sisters of the Brown Aja would study almost anything if given the chance, and some Yellow sisters, the best healers, would try to learn to heal anything. But even a hint of success at healing a woman who had been stilled was non-existent. Aside from that one hard fact, little is known. Women who are stilled seldom live more than a few years. They seem to stop wanting to live. They give up. As I said, it is an unpleasant subject." Aviendha shifted uncomfortably. "I only thought that might be it," she said in a low voice. Egwene thought it might be, too. She resolved to ask Moiraine, if she ever saw her without Aviendha there as well. It seemed to her that their deceit got in the way almost as much as it helped. Let us see if Joya still tells the same tale too. Even so, she had to take herself in hand before she could unravel the flows of air woven around the dark friend. Joya must have been stiff from standing so still for so long, but she turned smoothly to face them. The sweat beading her forehead could not diminish her dignity and presence, any more than her drab, rough dress lessened the sense of her being there by choice. She was a handsome woman, with something motherly about her face, despite its ageless smoothness, something comforting. But the dark eyes set in that face made a hawk's look kind. She smiled at them, a smile that never reached those eyes. "The light illumine you. May the hand of the Creator shelter you." "I will not hear that out of you." Nynaeve's voice was quiet and calm, but she tossed her braid over her shoulder and gripped the end in her fist, the way she did when angry or uneasy. Egwene did not think she was uneasy. Joya did not seem to make Nynaeve's skin crawl as she did Egwene's. "I have repented my sins," Joya said smoothly. "The dragon is reborn and he holds Callandor. The prophecies are fulfilled. The Dark One must fail. I can see that now. My repentance is real. No one can walk so long in the shadow that she cannot come again to the light." Nynaeve's face had grown darker by the word. Egwene was sure she was furious enough to channel now, but if she did, it would probably be to strangle Joya. Egwene did not believe Joya's repentance any more than Nynaeve, of course, but the woman's information might be real. Joya was quite capable of a cold decision to go over to what she believed would be the winning side. Or she might only be buying time, lying in hope of rescue. Lies should not have been possible for an Aes Sedai, even one who had lost all right to the name. Not outright lies. The very first of the 3 oaths, taken with the oath rod in hand, should have seen to that. But whatever oaths to the Dark One were sworn on joining the Black Ajah, they seemed to sever all 3 oaths. Well, the Amyrlin had sent them out to hunt the Black Ajah, to hunt Liandrin and the other 12 who had done murder and fled the tower, and all they had to go on now was what these 2 could or would tell them. "Give us your tale again," Egwene commanded. "Use different words this time. I am tired of listening to memorized stories." If she was lying, there was more chance she would trip herself up telling it differently. "We will hear you out." That was for Nynaeve's benefit. She gave a loud sniff, then a curt nod. Joya shrugged. "As you wish. Let me see. Different words. The false dragon, Masrim Time, who was captured in Saldeia, can channel with incredible strength, perhaps as much as Rand al'Thor, or nearly so, if the reports can be believed. Before he can be brought to Tar Valon and gentled, Liandrin means to break him free. He will be proclaimed as the Dragon Reborn, his name given as Rand al'Thor, and then he will be set to destruction on such a scale as the world has not seen since the War of the 100 Years. "That is impossible," Nynaeve broke in. "The pattern will not accept a false dragon, not now that Rand has proclaimed himself." Egwene sighed. They had had this out before, but Nynaeve always argued the point. She was not sure Nynaeve really believed that Rand was the Dragon Reborn, no matter what she said, no matter the prophecies and Callandor and the fall of the stone. Nynaeve was just enough older than he to have looked after him when he was a child, just as she had after Egwene. He was an Emond's Fielder, and Nynaeve still saw her first duty as protecting the people of Emond's Field. "Is that what Moiraine told you?" Joya asked with a touch of contempt. "Moiraine has spent little time in the tower since she was raised, and not much more with her sisters anywhere. I suppose she knows the workings of village life, perhaps even something of the politics between nations, but she does claim certainty about matters learned only through study and discussion with those who know. Still, she might be correct. Masrim Time might well find it impossible to proclaim himself, but if others do it for him, is there a difference that matters?" Egwene wished Moiraine would come back. The woman would not speak so confidently if Moiraine were there. Joya knew very well that she and Nynaeve were only accepted. It made a difference. "Go on," Egwene said, almost as harshly as Nynaeve. "And remember, different words." "Of course," Joya replied, as though responding to a gracious invitation, but her eyes glittered like chips of black glass. "You can see the obvious result. Rand al'Thor will be blamed for the depredations of Rand al'Thor. Even proof that they are not the same man may well be dismissed. After all, who can say what tricks the Dragon Reborn can play? Perhaps put himself in two places at once. Even the sort who have always rallied to a false dragon will hesitate in the face of the indiscriminate slaughter and worse laid at his feet. Those who do not shrink at such butchery will seek out the Rand al'Thor who seems to revel in blood. The nations will unite as they did in the Aiel War." She gave Avienda an apologetic smile, incongruous beneath those merciless eyes, but no doubt much more quickly. Even the Dragon Reborn cannot stand against that, not forever. He will be crushed before the last battle even begins, by the very ones he was meant to save. The Dark One will break free, the day of Tarmon Gai'don will come, and the shadow will cover the earth and remake the pattern for all time. That is Liandrin's plan. There was not a hint of satisfaction in her voice, but no horror either. It was a plausible story, more plausible than Amiko's tale of a few eavesdropped sentences, but Egwene believed Amiko and not Joya, perhaps because she wanted to. A vague threat in Tanchico was easier to face than this fully fleshed plan to turn every hand against Rand. No, she thought, Joya is lying. I am sure she is. Yet they could not afford to ignore either story, but they could not chase after both, not with any hope of success. The door banged open, and Moiraine strode in, with Elaine following. The daughter heir was frowning at the floor in front of her toes, lost in dark thoughts. But Moiraine... For once the Aes Sedai's serenity had vanished. Fury painted her face. Chapter 6. Doorways. Rand al'Thor, Moiraine told the heir in a low, tight voice, is a mule-headed, stone-willed fool of a man. Elaine lifted her chin angrily. Her childhood nurse, Linny, used to say you could weave silk from pig bristles before you could make a man anything but a man. But that was no excuse for Rand. "We breed them that way in the Two Rivers." Nynaeve was suddenly all half-suppressed smiles and satisfaction. She seldom hid her dislike of the Aes Sedai half as well as she thought she did. Two Rivers women never have any trouble with them. From the startled look Egwene gave her, that was a lie big enough to warrant having her mouth washed out. Moiraine's brows drew down as if she were about to reply to Nynaeve in harder kind. Elaine stirred, but she could not find anything to say that would head off argument. Rand kept dancing through her head. He had no right. But what right did she have? Egwene spoke instead. "What did he do, Moiraine?" The Aes Sedai's eyes swung to Egwene, a stare so hard that the younger woman stepped back and snapped her fan open, nervously fluttering it at her face. But Moiraine's gaze settled on Joya and Amiko, the one watching her warily, the other bound and unaware of anything but the far wall. Elaine gave a small start at realizing Joya was not bound. Hastily she checked the shield blocking the woman from the true source. She hoped none of the others had noticed her jump. Joya frightened her nearly to death, but Egwene and Nynaeve were no more scared of the woman than Moiraine was. Sometimes it was difficult being as brave as the daughter heir of Andor should be. She often found herself wishing she could manage as well as those two. "The guards," Moiraine muttered as if to herself. "I saw them in the corridor still and never thought." She smoothed her dress, composing herself with an obvious effort. Elaine did not believe she had ever seen Moiraine so out of herself as tonight. But then the Aes Sedai had cause. No more than I do. Or do I? She found herself trying not to meet Egwene's eyes. Had it been Egwene or Nynaeve or Elaine who was off balance, Joya would surely have said something, subtle and of two meanings, calculated to upset them a little more, if they had been alone at least. With Moiraine she only watched uneasily, silently. Moiraine walked the length of the table, her calm restored. Joya was nearly a head the taller, but had she also been dressed in silks, there would have been no doubt which was in command of the situation. Joya did not quite draw back, but her hands tightened on her skirts for a moment before she could master them. "I have made arrangements," Moiraine said quietly. "In 4 days you will be taken upriver by ship to Tar Valon and the Tower. There they are not so gentle as we have been. If you have not found the truth so far, find it before you reach South Harbor, or you will assuredly go to the gallows in the Traitor's Court. I will not speak to you again unless you send word that you have something new to tell. And I do not want to hear a word from you, not one word, unless it is new. Believe me, it will save you pain in Tar Valon. Aviendha, will you tell the captain to bring in 2 of his men?" Elaine blinked as the Aiel woman unfolded herself and vanished through the doorway. Sometimes Aviendha could be so still she seemed not to be there. Joya's face worked as if she wanted to speak, but Moiraine stared up at her, and finally the dark friend turned her eyes away. They glittered like a raven's, full of black murder, but she held her tongue. To Elaine's eyes a golden-white glow suddenly surrounded Moiraine, the glow of a woman embracing Saidar. Only another woman trained to channel could have seen it. The flows holding Amiko unraveled more quickly than Elaine could have managed. She was stronger than Moiraine, potentially at least. In the tower the women teaching her had been almost unbelieving at her potential, and at Egwene's and Nynaeve's. Nynaeve was the strongest of them all, when she could manage to channel. But Moiraine had the experience. What they were still learning to do, Moiraine could do half asleep. Yet there were some things Elaine could do, and the other 2, that the Aes Sedai could not. It was a small satisfaction in the face of how easily Moiraine cowed Joya. Freed, able to hear, Amiko turned and became aware of Moiraine for the first time. With a squeak, she dropped a curtsy as deep as any new novice. Joya was glaring at the door, avoiding anyone's gaze. Nynaeve, arms crossed and knuckles white from gripping her braid, was giving Moiraine a stare almost as murderous as Joya's. Egwene fingered her skirt and glowered at Joya. Elaine frowned, wishing she were as brave as Egwene, wishing she did not feel she was betraying her friend. Into that walked the captain with 2 more defenders in black and gold on his heels. Aviendha was not with them. It seemed she had taken her opportunity to escape Aes Sedai. The grizzled officer, 2 short white plumes on his rimmed helmet, shied as his eyes met Joya's, though she did not even seem to see him. His gaze skittered from woman to woman uncertainly. The mood of the room was trouble, and a wise man did not want any part of trouble among this sort of woman. The 2 soldiers clutched their tall spears to their sides almost as if they feared they might have to defend themselves. Perhaps they did fear it. "You will take these 2 back to their cells," Moiraine told the officer curtly. "Repeat your instructions. I want no mistakes." "Yes, The captain's throat seemed to seize. He gulped a breath. "Yes, my lady," he said, watching her anxiously to see if that would do. When she only continued to look at him, waiting, he gave an audible sigh of relief. "The prisoners are to talk to no one except myself, not even each other. 20 men in the guardroom and 2 outside each cell at all times, 4 if a cell door has to be opened for any reason. I myself will watch their food prepared and take it to them. All as you have commanded, my lady?" A hint of question tinged his voice. 100 rumors floated through the stone concerning the prisoners, and why 2 women needed to be guarded so heavily. And there were whispered stories about the Aes Sedai, each darker than the last. "Very good," Moiraine said. "Take them." It was not clear who was more eager to leave the room, the prisoners or the guards. Even Joya stepped quickly, as if she could not bear keeping silent near Moiraine for another moment. Elaine was certain she had kept her face calm since entering the room, but Egwene came to her, put an arm around her. "What is the matter, Elaine? You look about to cry." The concern in her voice made Elaine feel like bursting into tears. "Light," she thought. "I will not be that silly. I will not. A weeping woman is a bucket with no bottom." Linny had been full of sayings like that. 3 times, Nynaeve burst out at Moiraine. "Only 3! You have consented to help us question them. This time you vanish before we begin, and now you calmly announce you are sending them off to Tar Valon. If you will not help, at least do not interfere." "Do not presume on the Amyrlin's authority too far," Moiraine said coolly. "She may have set you to chase Liandrin, but you are still only accepted and woefully ignorant whatever letters you carry. Or did you mean to keep questioning them forever before reaching a decision? You Two Rivers people seem to work at avoiding decisions that must be made." Nynaeve opened and closed her mouth, eyes bulging, as if wondering which accusation to answer first, but Moiraine turned to Egwene and Elaine. "Pull yourself together, Elaine. How you can carry out the Amyrlin's orders if you think every land has the customs you were born to, I do not know. And I do not know why you are so upset. Do not let your feelings hurt others." "What do you mean?" Egwene said. "What customs? What are you talking about?" "Fair Elaine was in Rand's chambers," Elaine said in a small voice before she could stop herself. Her eyes flickered guiltily toward Egwene. Surely she had kept her own feelings hidden. Moiraine gave her a reproachful look and sighed. "I would have spared you this if I could, Egwene, if Elaine had not let her disgust with Berelain overcome her sense. The customs of Mayenne are not those either of you were born to. Egwene, I know what you feel for Rand, but you must realize by now that nothing can come of it. He belongs to the pattern and to history." Seemingly ignoring the Aes Sedai, Egwene peered into Elaine's eyes. Elaine wanted to look away and could not. Suddenly Egwene leaned closer, whispering behind a cupped hand. "I love him, like a brother, and you like a sister. I wish you well of him." Elaine's eyes widened, a smile spreading slowly across her face. She answered Egwene's hug with a fierce hug of her own. "Thank you," she murmured softly. "I love you too, sister. Oh, thank you." "She got it wrong," Egwene said half to herself, a delighted grin blooming on her face. "Have you ever been in love, Moiraine?" What a startling question. Elaine could not imagine the Aes Sedai in love. Moiraine was blue Ajah, and it was said blue sisters gave all their passions to causes. The slender woman was not at all taken aback. For a long moment she looked levelly at the pair of them, each with an arm around the other. Finally she said, "I could wager I know the face of the man I will marry better than either of you knows that of your future husband." Egwene gaped in surprise. "Who?" Elaine gasped. The Aes Sedai appeared regretful of having spoken. "Perhaps I only meant we share in ignorance. Do not read too much into a few words." She looked at Nynaeve consideringly. "Should I ever choose a man, should, I say, it will not be Lan. That much I will say." That was a sop to Nynaeve, but Nynaeve did not seem to like hearing it. Nynaeve had what Linny would have called a hard patch to hoe, loving not just a warder, but a man who tried to deny returning her love. Fool man that he was, he talked of the war against the shadow he could not stop fighting and could never win, of refusing to dress Nynaeve in widow's clothes for her wedding feast, silly things of that sort. Elaine did not see how Nynaeve put up with it. She was not a very patient woman. "If you are finished chatting about men," Nynaeve said acidly, as though to prove just that, "perhaps we can go back to what is important." Gripping her braid hard, she picked up speed and force as she went along like a water wheel with the gears disengaged. How are we to decide whether Joya is lying or Amico if you send them away, or whether they both are, or neither? I don't relish dithering here, Moiraine, no matter what you think, but I have walked into too many traps to want to walk into another, and I don't want to run after Jack-o'-the-Wisps either. We are the ones the Amerlins sent after Liandrin and her cronies. Since you don't seem to think they are important enough to spare more than a moment to help us, the least you can do is not crack our ankles with a broom." She seemed about to rip that braid free and try to strangle the Aes Sedai with it, and Moiraine wore a dangerously cool, crystalline calm that suggested she might be ready to teach again the lesson on holding her tongue that she had taught Joya. It was, Elaine decided, time for her to stop moping. She did not know how she had fallen into the role of peacemaker among these women. Sometimes she wanted to take them all by the scruff of the neck and shake them, but her mother always said no good decision was ever made in anger. "You might add to your list of what you want to know," she said. "Why were we summoned to Rand? That is where Karine took us. He is all right now, of course. Moiraine healed him." She could not repress a shudder, thinking of her brief glimpse inside his chamber, but the diversion worked a charm. "Healed?" Nynaeve gasped. "What happened to him?" "He almost died," the Aes Sedai said, as calmly as if she were saying he had a pot of tea. Elaine felt Egwene tremble as they listened to Moiraine's dispassionate report, but perhaps some of the trembling was her own. Bubbles of evil drifting through the pattern, reflections leaping out of mirrors, Rand a mass of blood and wounds. Almost as an afterthought, Moiraine added that she was sure Perrin and Mat had experienced something of the same, but escaped unharmed. The woman must have ice instead of blood. No, she was heated enough about Rand's stubbornness, and she wasn't cold when she spoke of marrying, however much she pretended to be. But now she could have been discussing whether a bolt of silk was the right color for a dress. "And these things will keep on?" Egwene said when Moiraine finished. "Is there nothing you can do to stop it, or that Rand can do?" The small blue stone dangling from Moiraine's hair swung as she shook her head. "Not until he learns to control his abilities. Perhaps not then. I do not know if even he will be strong enough to push the miasma away from himself. At the least, though, he will be better able to defend himself." "Can't you do something to help him?" Nynaeve demanded. "You are the one of us who is supposed to know everything, or pretends to. Can't you teach him? Some part of it, anyway? And don't quote proverbs about birds teaching fish to fly." "You would know better," Moiraine replied. "If you had taken the advantage of your studies that you should have. You should know better. You want to know how to use the power, Nynaeve, but you do not care to learn about the power. Saidin is not Saidar. The flows are different, the ways of weaving are different. The bird has a better chance." This time Egwene took a turn at diffusing tension. "What is Rand being stubborn about now?" Nynaeve opened her mouth, and she added, "He can be stubborn as a stone sometimes." Nynaeve shut her mouth with a snap. They all knew how true that was. Moiraine eyed them, considering. At times Elaine was not sure how much the Aes Sedai trusted them, or anyone. "He must move," the Aes Sedai said at last. "Instead he sits here, and the Tyrants already begin to lose their fear of him. He sits here, and the longer he sits doing nothing, the more the Forsaken will see his inaction as a sign of weakness. The pattern moves and flows, only the dead are still. He must act, or he will die. From a crossbow bolt in his back, or poison in his food, or the Forsaken banding together to rip his soul from his body. He must act or die." Elaine winced at each danger on her list. That they were real only made it worse. "And you know what he must do, don't you?" Nynaeve said tightly. "You have this action planned." Moiraine nodded. "Would you rather he go herring off alone once more? I dare not risk it. This time he might be dead or worse before I find him." That was true enough. Rand hardly knew what he was doing, and Elaine was sure Moiraine had no wish to lose the little guidance she still gave him, the little he allowed her to give. "Will you share your plan for him with us?" Egwene demanded. She was certainly not helping soothe the air now. "Yes, do," Elaine said, surprising herself with a cool echo of Egwene's tone. Confrontation was not her way when it could be avoided. Her mother always said it was better to guide people than try to hammer them into line. If their manner irritated Moiraine, she gave no sign of it. "As long as you understand that you must keep it to yourselves. A plan revealed is a plan doomed to fail. Yes, I see you do understand." Elaine certainly did. The plan was dangerous, and Moiraine was not sure it would work. "Samael is in Ilion," the Aes Sedai went on. "The Tyrants are always as ripe for war with Ilion as the other way around. They have been killing each other off and on for 1,000 years, and they speak of their chance for it as other men speak of the next feast day. I doubt even knowing of Samael's presence would change that, not with the Dragon Reborn to lead them. Tyr will follow Rand eagerly enough in that enterprise, and if he brings Samael down, he—" "Light!" Nynaeve exclaimed. "You not only want him to start a war, you want him to seek out one of the Forsaken. No wonder he is being stubborn. He is not a fool for a man." "He must face the Dark One in the end," Moiraine said calmly. "Do you truly think he can avoid the Forsaken now? As for war, there are wars enough without him, and every one worse than useless." "Any war is useless," Elaine began, then faltered as comprehension suddenly filled her. Sadness and regret had to show on her face, too, but certainly comprehension. Her mother had lectured her often on how a nation was led as well as how it was governed, two very different things, but both necessary. And sometimes things had to be done for both that were worse than unpleasant, although the price of not doing them was worse still. Moiraine gave her a sympathetic look. "It is not always pleasant, is it? Your mother began when you were just old enough to understand, I suppose, teaching you what you will need to rule after her." Moiraine had grown up in the royal palace in Cairhien, not destined to reign, but related to the ruling family and no doubt overhearing the same lectures. Yet sometimes it seems ignorance would be better, to be a farm woman knowing nothing beyond the boundaries of her fields. "More riddles?" Nynaeve said contemptuously. "War used to be something I heard about from peddlers, something far away that I didn't really understand. I know what it is now. Men killing men. Men behaving like animals, reduced to animals. Villages burned, farms and fields burned. Hunger, disease, and death, for the innocent as the guilty. What makes this way of yours better, Moiraine? What makes it cleaner?" "Elaine," Moiraine said quietly. She shook her head. She did not want to be the one to explain this, but she was not sure even her mother, sitting on the lion throne, could have kept silent under Moiraine's compelling dark-eyed stare. "War will come whether Rand begins it or not," she said reluctantly. Egwene stepped back a pace, staring at her in disbelief no sharper than that on Nynaeve's face. The incredulity faded from both women as she continued. "The Forsaken will not stand idly and wait. Samael cannot be the only one to have seized a nation's reins, just the lone one we know. They will come after Rand eventually, in their own persons perhaps, but certainly with whatever armies they command. And the nations that are free of the Forsaken? How many will cry glory to the dragon banner and follow him to Tarmon Gai'dan? And how many will convince themselves the fall of the stone is a lie, and Rand only another false dragon who must be put down? A false dragon perhaps strong enough to threaten them if they do not move against him first. One way or another, war will come." She cut off sharply. There was more to it, but she could not, would not, tell them that part. Moiraine was not so reticent. "Very good," she said, nodding, "yet incomplete." The look she gave Elaine said she knew Elaine had left out what she had on purpose. Hands folded calmly at her waist, she addressed Nynaeve and Egwene. "Nothing makes this war better or cleaner, except that it will cement the tyrants to him and the Ilianers will end up following him just as the Tyrans do now. How could they not, once the dragon banner flies over Ilion? Just the news of his victory might decide the wars in Tarabon and Arad Doman in his favor. There are wars ended for you. In one stroke he will make himself so strong in terms of men and swords that only a coalition of every remaining nation from here to the Blight can defeat him. And with the same blow he shows the Forsaken that he is not a plump partridge on a limb for the netting. That will make them wary and buy him time to learn to use his strength. He must move first, be the hammer, not the nail. The Aes Sedai grimaced slightly, a hint of her earlier anger marring her calm. He must move first, and what does he do? He reads himself into deeper trouble. Nynaeve looked shaken, as if she could see all the battles and death. Egwene's dark eyes were large with horrified understanding. Their faces made Elaine shiver. One had watched Rand grow up, the other had grown up with him, and now they saw him starting wars. Not the Dragon Reborn, but Rand al'Thor. Egwene struggled visibly, latching onto the smallest part, the most inconsequential of what Moiraine had said. How can reading put him in trouble? He has decided to find out for himself what the prophecies of the dragon say. Moiraine's face remained cool and smooth, but suddenly she sounded almost as tired as Elaine felt. They may have been proscribed in Tyr, but the chief librarian had 9 different translations in a locked chest. Rand has them all now. I pointed out the verse that applies here, and he quoted it to me from an old Kandori translation. Power of the shadow made human flesh, wakened to turmoil, strife, and ruin. The reborn one, marked and bleeding, dances the sword in dreams and mist, chains the shadow sworn to his will. From the city, lost and forsaken, leads the spears to war once more, breaks the spears and makes them see truth long hidden in the ancient dream. She grimaced. It applies to this as well as it does to anything. Ilion under Samael is surely a forsaken city. Lead the Tyran spears to war, chain Samael, and he has fulfilled the verse, the ancient dream of the Dragon Reborn. But he will not see it. He even has a copy in the old tongue as if he understood 2 words. He runs after shadows, and Samael or Ravin or Lanfear may have him by the throat before I can convince him of his mistake. He is desperate. Nynaeve's gentle tone was not for Moiraine, Elaine was sure, but for Rand. Desperate and trying to find his way. So am I desperate, Moiraine said firmly. I have dedicated my life to finding him, and I will not let him fail if I can prevent it. I am almost desperate enough to... She broke off, pursing her lips. Let it be enough that I will do what I must. But it isn't enough, Egwene said sharply. What is it you'll do? You have other matters to concern you, the Aes Sedai said. The Black Ajah... No! Elaine's voice was knife-edged and commanding, her knuckles a hard white where she gripped her soft blue skirts. You keep too many secrets, Moiraine, but tell us this. What do you mean to do to him? An image flashed in her mind of seizing Moiraine and shaking the truth out of her if need be. Do to him? Nothing. Oh, very well. There is no reason you should not know. You have seen what the Tyrants call the Great Holding. Oddly, for a people that feared the power so, the Tyrants held in the stone a collection of objects connected to the power second only to that in the White Tower. Elaine, for one, thought it was because they had been forced to guard Callandor so long, whether they wanted or not. Even the sword that is not a sword might seem less than what it was when it was one among many. But the Tyrants had never been able to make themselves display their prizes. The Great Holding was kept in a filthy series of crowded rooms buried even deeper than the dungeons. When Elaine had first seen them, the locks on the doors had long since rusted shut, where the doors had not simply collapsed from dry rot. We spent an entire day down there, Nynaeve said, to see if Liandrin and her friends took anything. I don't think they did. Everything was buried in dust and mold. It will take 10 riverboats to transport all of it to the tower. Perhaps they can make some sense of it there. I surely could not. The temptation to prod Moiraine was apparently too great to avoid, for she added, "You would know all this if you had given us a little more of your time." Moiraine took no notice. She seemed to be looking inward, examining her own thoughts, and she spoke almost to herself. "There is one particular ter'angreal in the holding, a thing like a red stone door-frame, subtly twisted to the eye. If I cannot make him reach some decision, I may have to step through." The small blue stone on her forehead trembled, sparkling. Apparently she was not eager to take that step. At the mention of ter'angreal, Egwene instinctively touched the bodice of her dress. She had sewn a small pocket there herself to hide the stone ring it now held. That ring was a ter'angreal, powerful in its way, if small, and Elaine was one of only 3 women who knew she had it. Moiraine was not one of the 3. They were strange things, ter'angreal, fragments of the age of legends like angreal and sa'angreal, if more numerous. Ter'angreal used the one power instead of magnifying it. Each had apparently been made to do one thing and one thing alone, but though some were used now, no one was sure if those uses were anything like what they had been made for. The oath rod, on which a woman took the 3 oaths on being raised Aes Sedai, was a ter'angreal that made those oaths a part of her flesh and bone. The last test a novice took on being raised to accepted was inside another ter'angreal that ferreted out her most heartfelt fears and made them seem real, or perhaps took her to a place where they were real. Odd things could happen with ter'angreal. Aes Sedai had been burned out or killed, or had simply vanished in studying them, and in using them. "I saw that doorway," Elaine said, "in the last room at the end of the hall. My lamp went out and I fell 3 times before I made it to the door." A slight flush of embarrassment reddened her cheeks. "I was afraid to channel in there, even to relight the lamp. Much of it looks rubbish to me. I think the Tyrants simply grabbed anything that anyone hinted might be connected to the power, but I thought if I channeled, I might accidentally empower something that wasn't rubbish, and who knows what it might do." "And if you had stumbled in the dark and fallen through the twisted doorway," Moiraine said wryly. "That needs no channeling, only to step through." "To what purpose?" Nynaeve asked. "To gain answers. 3 answers, each true, about past, present, or future." Elaine's first thought was for the children's tale, Billy Under the Hill, but only because of the 3 answers. A second thought came on its heels, and not to her alone. She spoke while Nynaeve and Egwene were still opening their mouths. "Moiraine, this solves our problem. We can ask whether Joya or Amiko is telling the truth. We can ask where Liandrin and the others are. The names of the Black Aja still in the tower. We can ask what this thing is that is dangerous to Rand," Egwene put in. And Nynaeve added, "Why haven't you told us of this before? Why have you let us go on listening to the same tales day after day when we could have settled it all by now?" The Aes Sedai winced and threw up her hands. "You 3 rush in blindly, where Lan and 100 warders would tread warily. Why do you think I have not stepped through? Days ago I could have asked what Rand must do to survive and triumph, how he can defeat the Forsaken and the Dark One, how he can learn to control the power and hold off madness long enough to do what he must." She waited, hands on hips, while it sank in. None of them spoke. "There are rules," she went on, "and dangers. No one may step through more than once, only once. You may ask 3 questions, but you must ask all 3 and hear the answers before you may leave. Frivolous questions are punished, it seems, but it also seems what may be serious for one can be frivolous coming from another. Most importantly, questions touching the shadow have dire consequences. If you asked about the Black Aja, you might be returned dead, or come out a gibbering madwoman, if you came out at all. As for Rand, I am not certain it is possible to ask a question about the Dragon Reborn that does not touch the shadow in some way. You see? Sometimes there are reasons for caution." "How do you know all this?" Nynaeve demanded. Planting fists on hips, she confronted the Aes Sedai. "The High Lords surely never let Aes Sedai study anything in the holding. From the filth down there, none of it has seen sunlight in 100 years or more." "More, I should think," Moiraine told her calmly. "They ceased their collecting nearly 300 years gone. It was just before they stopped completely that they acquired this ter'angreal. Up until then it was the possession of the Firsts of Mayenne, who used its answers to help keep Mayenne out of Tyr's grasp, and they allowed Aes Sedai to study it, in secret of course. Mayenne has never dared anger Tyr too openly." "If it was so important to Mayenne," Nynaeve said suspiciously, "why is it here, in the stone?" "Because Firsts have made bad decisions as well as good in trying to keep Mayenne free of Tyr. 300 years ago, the High Lords were planning to build a fleet to follow Mayenner ships and find the oilfish shoals. Halvar, the then First, raised the price of Mayenner lamp oil well above that of oil from Tyr's olives, and to further convince the High Lords that Mayenne would always put its own interests behind those of Tyr, made them a gift of the ter'angreal. He had already used it, so it was no further good to him, and he was almost as young as Berelain is now, apparently with a long reign ahead of him and many years of needing Tyran goodwill." "He was a fool," Elaine muttered. "My mother would never make such a mistake." "Perhaps not," Moiraine said. "But then Andor is not a small nation cornered by a much larger and stronger. Halvar was a fool, as it turned out. The High Lords had him assassinated the very next year. But his foolishness does present me with an opportunity, if I need it. A dangerous one, yet better than none." Nynaeve muttered to herself, perhaps disappointed that the Aes Sedai had not tripped herself up. "It leaves the rest of us right where we were," Egwene sighed, "not knowing who is lying or whether they both are." "Question them again if you wish," Moiraine said. "You have until they are put on the ship, though I very much doubt either will change her tale now. My advice is to concentrate on Tanchico. If Joya speaks truly, it will take Aes Sedai and warders to guard Mazrim time, not just the 3 of you. I sent a warning to the Amyrlin by pigeon when I first heard Joya's story. In fact, I sent 3 pigeons to make sure one reaches the tower." "So kind of you to keep us informed," Elaine murmured coolly. "The woman did go her own way. Just because they were only pretending to be full Aes Sedai was no reason for Moiraine to keep them in the dark. The Amyrlin had sent them out to hunt the Black Adja." Moiraine inclined her head briefly as if accepting the thanks for real. "You are welcome. Remember that you are the hounds the Amyrlin set after the Black Adja." Her slight smile at Elaine's start said she knew exactly what Elaine had been thinking. "The decision on where to course must be yours. You have pointed that out to me as well," she added dryly. "I trust it will prove an easier decision than mine, and I trust you will sleep well, what sleep is left before daybreak. A good night to you." "That woman," Elaine muttered when the door had closed behind the Aes Sedai. "Sometimes I could almost strangle her." She dropped into one of the chairs at the table and sat frowning at her hands in her lap. Nynaeve gave a grunt that might have been agreement as she went to a narrow table against the wall where silver goblets and spice jars stood next to 2 pitchers. One pitcher, full of wine, rested in a gleaming bowl of now mostly melted ice, brought all the way from the spine of the world packed in chests of sawdust. Ice in the summer, to chill a High Lord's drink. Elaine could barely imagine such a thing. "A cool drink before bed will do us all good," Nynaeve said, busying herself with wine and water and spices. Elaine lifted her head as Egwene took a seat next to her. "Did you mean what you said, Egwene? About Rand?" Egwene nodded, and Elaine sighed. "Do you remember what Min used to say, all her jokes about sharing him? I sometimes wondered if that was a viewing she did not tell us about. I thought she meant we both loved him and she knew it, But you had the right to him, and I didn't know what to do. I still don't. Egwene, he loves you." "He will just have to be put straight," Egwene said firmly. "When I marry, it will be because I want to, not just because a man expects me to love him. I will be gentle with him, Elaine, but before I am done he will know he is free, whether he wants to be or not. My mother says men are different from us. She says we want to be in love, but only with the one we want. A man needs to be in love, but he will love the first woman to tie a string to his heart." "That is all very well," Elaine said in a tight voice. "But Berelain was in his chambers." Egwene sniffed. "Whatever she intends, Berelain won't keep her mind on one man long enough to make him love her. 2 days ago she was casting eyes at Ruark. In 2 more she'll be smiling at someone else. She is like Elsa Grinwell. You remember her? The novice who spent all her time out at the practice yards fluttering her eyelashes at the warders? She was not just fluttering her eyelashes in his bedchamber at this hour. She was wearing even less than usual, if that is possible." "Do you mean to let her have him, then?" "No!" Elaine said it very fiercely, and she meant it. But in the next breath she was full of despair. "Oh, Egwene, I do not know what to do. I love him. I want to marry him. Light! What will Mother say? I would rather spend a night in Joya's cell than listen to the lectures Mother will give me." Andoran nobles, even in royal families, married commoners often enough that it hardly occasioned comment, in Andor at least. But Rand was not exactly the usual run of commoner. Her mother was quite capable of actually sending Linny to drag her home by her ear. "Morgaze can hardly say much if Mat is to be believed," Egwene said comfortingly. "Or even half believed. This Lord Gabriel your mother is mooning after hardly sounds the choice of a woman thinking with her head." "I am sure Mat exaggerated," Elaine replied primly. Her mother was too shrewd to make herself a fool over any man. If Lord Gabriel, she had never even heard of him before Mat spoke his name, if this fellow dreamed he could gain power through Morgaze, she would give him a rude awakening. Nynaeve brought 3 goblets of spiced wine to the table, beads of condensation running down their shining sides, and small green and gold woven straw mats to put them on so the damp would not mar the table's polish. "So," she said, taking a chair, "you've discovered you are in love with Rand, Elaine, and Egwene has discovered she isn't." The 2 younger women gaped at her, one dark, the other fair, yet a near mirror image of astonishment. "I have eyes," Nynaeve said complacently, "and ears when you don't take the trouble to whisper." She sipped at her wine, and her voice grew cold when she continued. "What do you mean to do about it? If that chit Berelain has her claws into him, it will not be easy to pry them loose. Are you sure you want to go to the effort? You know what he is. You know what lies ahead of him, even setting the prophecies aside. Madness. Death. How long does he have? A year? 2? Or will it begin before summer's end? He is a man who can channel." She bit off each word in tones of iron. "Remember what you were taught. Remember what he is." Elaine held her head high and met Nynaeve stare for stare. "It does not matter. Perhaps it should, but it doesn't. Perhaps I am being foolish. I do not care. I cannot change my heart to order, Nynaeve." Suddenly Nynaeve smiled. "I had to be sure," she said warmly. "You must be sure. It isn't easy loving any man, but loving this man will be harder yet." Her smile faded as she went on. "My first question still has to be answered. What do you mean to do about it? Berelain may look soft. She certainly makes men see her so, but I do not think she is. She will fight for what she wants. And she's the kind to hold hard to something she doesn't particularly want, just because someone else does want it." "I would like to stuff her in a barrel," Egwene said, gripping her goblet as if it were the first's throat, "and ship her back to Mayene, in the bottom of the hold." Nynaeve's braids swung as she shook her head. "All very well, but try to offer advice that helps. If you cannot, keep silent and let her decide what she must do." Egwene stared at her, and she added, "Rand is Elaine's to deal with now, not yours. You have stepped aside, remember?" The remark should have made Elaine smile, but it did not. "This was all supposed to be different," she sighed. "I thought I would meet a man, learn to know him over months or years, and slowly I would come to realize I loved him. That is the way I always thought it would be. I hardly know Rand. I've talked with him no more than half a dozen times in the space of a year, but I knew I loved him 5 minutes after I first set eyes on him. Now that was foolish, only it was true, and she did not care if it was foolish. She would tell her mother the same to her face, and Linny. Well, perhaps not Linny. Linny had drastic ways of dealing with foolishness, and she seemed to think Elaine had not aged beyond 10. As matters stand, though, I don't even have the right to be angry with him, or Berylane. But she was. I would like to slap his face till his ears ring for a year. I'd like to switch her all the way to the ship that takes her back to Mayene. Only she did not have the right, and that made it all the worse. Infuriatingly, a plaintive tone touched her voice. "What can I do? He has never looked at me twice." "In the 2 Rivers," Egwene said slowly, "if a woman wants a man to know she is interested in him, she puts flowers in his hair at bell time or Sunday, or she might embroider a feast day shirt for him any time, or make a point of asking him to dance and no one else." Elaine gave her an incredulous look, and she hastened to add, "I'm not suggesting you embroider a shirt, but there are ways to let him know how you feel." "Maeners believe in speaking out." Elaine's voice held a brittle edge. "Perhaps that is the best way. Just tell him right out. At least he'll know how I feel then. At least I'll have some right to—" She snatched her spiced wine and tilted her head back, drinking. "Speak out? Like some Maiener hussy?" Setting the empty goblet back on the small mat, she drew a deep breath and murmured, "What will Mother say?" "What's more important," Nynaeve said gently, "is what you will do when we have to leave here. Whether it's Tanchico or the Tower or somewhere else, we will have to go. What will you do when you've just told him you love him and you must leave him behind? If he asks you to stay with him, if you want to?" "I will go." There was no hesitation in Elaine's reply, but a touch of asperity. The other woman should not have had to ask. "If I must accept him being the Dragon Reborn, he must accept that I am what I am, that I have duties. I want to be Aes Sedai, Nynaeve. It isn't some idle amusement. Neither is the work we 3 have to do. Could you really think I would abandon you and Egwene?" Egwene hurried to assure her that the thought had never crossed her mind. Nynaeve did the same, but slowly enough to give herself the lie. Elaine looked from one to the other of them. "In truth, I feared you might tell me I was foolish, fretting over a thing like this when we have the Black Ajah to worry about." A slight flicker of Egwene's eyes said the thought had occurred to her, but Nynaeve said, "Rand is not the only one who might die next year or next month. We might too. Times are not what they were, and we cannot be either. If you sit and wish for what you want, you may not see it this side of the grave." It was a chilling sort of reassurance, but Elaine nodded. She was not being silly. If only the Black Ajah could be settled so easily. She pressed her empty silver goblet to her forehead for the coolness. What were they to do? Chapter 7. Playing with Fire. With the sun barely above the horizon the next morning, Egwene presented herself at the doors to Rand's chambers, followed by a foot-dragging Elaine. The daughter heir wore a long-sleeved dress of pale blue silk, cut in the Tyran fashion and pulled low after some little discussion. A necklace of sapphires like a deep morning sky, and another strand woven into her red-gold curls, showed up the blue of her eyes. Despite the damp warmth, Egwene wore a plain, deep-red scarf, as large as a shawl around her shoulders. Avienda had supplied the scarf and the sapphires, too. Surprisingly, the Aiel woman had a tidy store of such things somehow. For all she had known they were there, Egwene gave a start when the Aiel guards glided to their feet with startling suddenness. Elaine let out a small gasp, but quickly eyed them with that regal bearing she managed so well. It seemed to have no effect on these sun-dark men. The 6 were Cheyenne Metal, stone dogs, and appeared relaxed for Aiel, meaning they seemed to be looking everywhere, seemed ready to move in any direction. Egwene drew herself up in imitation of Elaine. She did wish she could do that as well as the daughter heir, and announced, We want to see how the Lord Dragon's wounds are." Her remark was plainly foolish, if they knew much about healing, but that likelihood was small. Few people did, and Aiel probably less than most. She had not intended to give any reason for being there. It was enough that they thought her Aes Sedai. But when the Aiel appeared almost to spring out of the black marble floor, it suddenly seemed a good idea. Not that they were making any move to stop Elaine and her, of course, but these men were all so tall, so stone-faced, and they carried those short spears and horn bows as if using them would be as natural as breathing and as easy. With those light-colored eyes regarding her so intently, it was all too easy to remember stories of black-veiled Aiel without mercy or pity, of the Aiel War, and the men like these who had destroyed every army sent against them until the last, who had only turned back to the waste after fighting the allied nations to a standstill during 3 blood-soaked days and nights before Tar Valon itself. She very nearly embraced Saidar. Gaul, the Stone Dog's leader, nodded, looking down at Elaine and her with a touch of respect. He was a handsome man, in a rugged way, a little older than Nynaeve, with eyes as green and clear as polished gems, and long eyelashes so dark they seemed to outline his eyes in black. "They may be troubling him. He is in a foul mood this morning." Gaul grinned, just a quick flash of white teeth, in understanding of a temper when wounded. "He has chased off a group of these high lords already, and threw one of them out himself. What was his name?" "Turian," another even taller man replied. He had an arrow nocked, the short curved bow held almost casually. His gray eyes rested on the 2 women for an instant, then went back to searching among the anteroom's columns. "Turian," Gaul agreed. "I thought he would slide as far as those pretty carvings." He pointed a spear to the ring of stiff-standing defenders. "But he came short by 3 paces. I lost a good Tyran hanging, all hawks in gold thread, to Mangin." The taller man gave a brief, contented smile. Egwene blinked at the image of Rand physically pitching a High Lord across the floor. He had never been violent, far from it. How much had he changed? She had been too busy with Joya and Amico, and he too busy with Moiraine or Lan or the High Lords, to do more than speak in passing. A few words about home here and there, about how the Beltane festival might have gone this year, and what Sunday would be like. It had all been so brief. How much had he changed? "We have to see him," Elaine said, a slight tremor in her voice. Gaul made a bow, grounding the point of one spear on the black marble. "Of course, Aes Sedai." It was with some trepidation that Egwene entered Rand's chambers, and Elaine's face spoke volumes of the effort those few steps took. No evidence of last night's horror remained, unless it was the absence of mirrors. Lighter patches marked the wall panels where those hanging there had been taken away. Not that the room came anywhere near neatness. Books lay everywhere, on everything, some lying open as if abandoned in the middle of a page, and the bed was still unmade. The crimson draperies were pulled open on all the windows, facing westward toward the river that was Tyr's heart vein, and Callandor sparkled like polished crystal on a huge gilded stand of surprising gaudiness. Egwene thought the stand the ugliest thing she had ever seen decorating a room, until she glimpsed the silver wolves savaging a golden stag on the mantel above the fireplace. Scant breezes off the river kept the room surprisingly cool compared to the rest of the stone. Rand sat in his shirt-sleeves, sprawled in a chair with one leg over the arm and a leather-bound book propped against his knee. At the sound of their footsteps, he snapped the book shut and dropped it among the others on the scroll-worked carpet, bounding to his feet, ready to fight. The scowl on his face faded as he took in who they were. For the first time in the stone, Egwene looked for changes in him and found them. How many months before then since she had seen him last? Enough for his face to have grown harder, for the openness that had once been there to fade. He moved differently, too, a little like Lan, a little like the Aiel. With his height and his reddish hair, and eyes that seemed now blue, now gray as the light took them, he looked all too much like an Aiel man, too much for comfort. But had he changed inside? "I thought you were someone else," he mumbled, sharing out embarrassed glances between them. That was the Rand she knew, even to the flush that rose in his cheeks every time he looked at her or Elaine, either one. "Some people want things I can't give, things I will not give." Suspicion grew on his face with shocking suddenness, and his tone hardened. "What do you want? Did Moiraine send you? Are you supposed to convince me to do what she wants?" "Don't be a goose," Egwene said sharply before she thought. "I do not want you to start a war." Elaine added in pleading tones, "We came to help you, if we can." That was one of their reasons, and the easiest to bring up, they had decided over breakfast. "You know about her plans for—" he began roughly, then made a sudden shift. "Help me? How? That is what Moiraine says." Egwene sternly folded her arms beneath her breasts, holding the scarf tight, in the way Nynaeve used to address the village council when she meant to have her way no matter how stubborn they were. It was too late to start over. The only thing was to go on as she had begun. "I told you not to be a fool, Rand al'Thor. You may have Tyrans bowing to your boots, but I remember when Nynaeve switched your bottom for letting Matt talk you into stealing a jar of apple brandy." Elaine kept her face carefully composed. Too carefully. It was plain to Egwene that she wanted to laugh out loud. Rand did not notice, of course. Men never did. He grinned at Egwene, close to laughing himself. "We had just turned 13. She found us asleep behind your father's stable, and our heads hurt so much we didn't even feel her switch." That was not at all the way Egwene recalled it. "Not like when you threw that bowl at her head. Remember? She'd dosed you with dogwood tea because you'd been moping about for a week, and as soon as you tasted it, you hit her with her best bowl. Light, did you squeal? When was that? 2 years ago, come this—" "We are not here to talk over old times," Egwene said, shifting the scarf irritably. It was thin wool, but still far too hot. Really, he did have the habit of remembering the most unfortunate things. He grinned as if he knew what she was thinking, and went on in better humor. "You are here to help me, you say. With what? I don't suppose you know how to make a High Lord keep his word when I'm not staring over his shoulder, or how to stop unwanted dreams. I could surely use help with—" Eyes darting to Elaine and back to her, he made another abrupt shift. "What about the old tongue? Did you learn any of that in the White Tower?" Without waiting for an answer, he began rooting through the volumes scattered across the carpet. There were more on the chairs, among the tumbled bedclothes. "I have a copy here, somewhere, of—" "Rand!" Egwene raised her voice. "Rand! I cannot read the old tongue." She shot a look at Elaine, warning her not to admit to any such knowledge. They had not come to translate the prophecies of the dragon for him. The sapphires in the daughter heir's hair swayed as she nodded agreement. "We had other things to learn." He straightened from the books with a sigh. It was too much to hope. For a moment he seemed on the point of saying more, but stared at his boots. Egwene wondered how he managed to deal with the High Lords in all their arrogance, if she and Elaine put him so out of countenance. "We came to help you with channeling," she told him. "With the power." What Moiraine claimed was supposed to be true. A woman could not teach a man to channel any more than she could teach him how to bear a child. Egwene was not so sure. She had felt something woven from Saidin once, or rather, she had felt nothing, something blocking her own flows as surely as stone dammed water. But she had learned as much outside the tower as within. Surely in her knowledge there was something she could teach him, some guidance she could offer. "If we can," Elaine added. Suspicion flashed across his face again. It was unnerving how his mood changed so quickly. "I have more chance of reading the old tongue than you do of—" "Are you sure this isn't Moiraine's doing? Did she send you here? Thinks she can convince me by some roundabout way, does she? Some twisty Aes Sedai plot I'll not see the point of until I am mired in it?" He grunted sourly and pulled a dark green coat from the floor behind one of the chairs, shrugging into it hastily. "I agreed to meet some more of the High Lords this morning. If I don't keep an eye on them, they just find ways to get around what I want. They'll learn sooner or later. I rule Tyr now. Me, the Dragon Reborn. I will teach them. You will have to excuse me." Egwene wanted to shake him. He ruled Tyr? Well, perhaps he did if it came to that, but she remembered a boy with a lamb nestled inside his coat, proud as a rooster because he had driven off the wolf that tried to take it. He was a shepherd, not a king, and even if he had called to give himself airs, it was no good to him that he did. She was about to tell him as much, but before she could, Elaine spoke up fiercely. "No one sent us. No one. We came because we care for you. Perhaps it will not work, but you can try. If we care enough to try, you can try too. Is it so unimportant to you that you cannot spare us an hour? For your life?" He stopped buttoning up his coat, staring at the daughter heir so intently that for a moment Egwene thought he had forgotten she was there. With a shiver he pulled his eyes away. Glancing at Egwene, he shifted his feet and frowned at the floor. "I will try," he muttered. "It'll do no good, but I will. What do you want me to do?" Egwene drew a deep breath. She had not thought convincing him would be this easy. He had always been like a boulder buried in mud when he decided to dig his heels in, which he did far too often. "Look at me," she said, embracing Saidar. She let the power fill her as completely as it ever had, more completely, accepting every drop she could hold. It was as if light suffused every particle of her, as if the light itself filled every cranny. Life seemed to burst inside her like fireworks. She had never before let this much in. It was a shock to realize she was not quivering. Surely she could not bear this glorious sweetness. She wanted to revel in it, to dance and sing, to simply lie back and let it roll through her, over her. She made herself speak. "What do you see? What do you feel? Look at me, Rand." He lifted his head slowly, still frowning. "I see you. What am I supposed to see? Are you touching the source? Egwene Moiraine has channeled around me 100 times, and I never saw anything except what she did. It doesn't work that way. Even I know that much." "I am stronger than Moiraine," she told him firmly. "She would be whimpering on the floor or insensible if she tried to hold as much as I hold now." It was true, though she had never before rated the Aes Sedai's ability so closely. It cried out to be used, this power pulsing through her stronger than heart blood. With this much she could do things Moiraine could not dream of doing. The wound in Rand's side that Moiraine could never heal completely. She did not know healing. It was considerably more complex than anything she had ever done, but she had watched Nynaeve heal, and perhaps with this great pool of the power filling her, she could see something of how that could be healed. Not to do it, of course, only to see. Carefully she spun out hair-fine flows of air and water and spirit, the powers used for healing, and felt for his old injury. One touch, and she recoiled, shivering, snatching back her weaving. Her stomach churned as if every meal she had ever eaten wanted to come up. It seemed that all the darkness in the world rested there in Rand's side. All the world's evil in a festering sore only lightly covered by tender scar tissue. A thing like that would soak up healing flows like drops of water on dry sand. How could he bear the pain? Why was he not weeping? From first thought to action had taken only a moment. Shaken and desperately hiding it, she went on without a pause. "You are as strong as I know it. You must be. Feel, Rand. What do you feel? Light. What can heal that? Can anything? I don't feel anything, he muttered, shifting his feet. Goosebumps, and no wonder. It's not that I don't trust you, Egwene, but I cannot help being nervous when a woman is channeling around me. I am sorry. She did not bother explaining to him the difference between channeling and merely embracing the true source. There was so much he did not know, even compared to her own scant knowledge. He was a blind man trying to work a loom by touch, with no idea of colors or what the threads or even the loom looked like. With an effort she released Saidar, and it was an effort. Part of her wanted to cry at the loss. I am not touching the source now, Rand. She stepped closer and peered up at him. Do you still feel goosebumps? No, but that's just because you told me. He gave an abrupt shrug of his shoulders. You see, I started thinking about it, and I have them again. Egwene smiled triumphantly. She did not need to look around at Elaine to confirm what she had already sensed, what they had agreed upon earlier for this point. You can sense a woman embracing the source, Rand. Elaine is doing just that right now. He squinted at the daughter heir. It doesn't matter what you see or don't see. You felt it. We have that much. Let's see what else we can find. Rand, embrace the source. Embrace Saidin. The words came out hoarsely. They had agreed on this too, she and Elaine. He was Rand, not a monster from the stories, and they had agreed on it, but still, asking a man to... The wonder was that she had gotten the words out at all. Do you see anything? She asked Elaine. Or feel anything? Rand still doled out glances between them, in between staring at the floor and sometimes blushing. Why was he so out of countenance? Studying him fixedly, the daughter heir shook her head. He could just be standing there for all I can tell. Are you sure he is doing anything? He can be stubborn, but he isn't foolish. At least he isn't foolish most of the time. Well, stubborn or foolish or something else, I feel nothing at all. Egwene frowned at him. You said you would do as we asked, Rand. Are you? If you felt something, so should I, and I do not... She broke off with a stifled yelp. Something had pinched her bottom. Rand's lips twitched, clearly fighting a grin. That, she told him crisply, was not nice. He tried to keep his face innocent, but the grin slipped. You said you wanted to feel something, and I just thought... His sudden roar made Egwene jump. Clapping a hand to his left buttock, he hobbled in a pained circle. Blood and ashes, Egwene! There was no need to... He fell off into deeper, inaudible mutters. Egwene was just as glad she did not understand. She took the opportunity to flap the scarf for a little air, and shared a small smile with Elaine. The glow faded around the daughter heir. They both came close to giggling as they rubbed themselves surreptitiously. That should show him. About 100 for one, Egwene estimated. Turning back to Rand, she put on her sternest face. I would have expected something like that from Matt. I thought you at least had grown up. We came here to help you if we can. Try to cooperate. Do something with the power, something that isn't childish. Perhaps we will be able to sense that. Hunched, he glared at them. Do something, he muttered. You had no call to... I'll limp for... You want me to do something? Suddenly she lifted into the air, and Elaine too. They stared at each other wide-eyed as they floated a pace above the carpet. There was nothing holding them, no flows Egwene could feel or see. Nothing. Her mouth tightened. He had no right to do this, no right at all, and it was time he learned it. The same sort of shield of spirit that cut Joya off from the source would stop him too. Aes Sedai used it on the rare men they found who could channel. She opened herself to Saidar, and her stomach sank. Saidar was there, she could feel its warmth and light, but between her and the true source stood something, nothing, an absence that shut her away from the source like a stone wall. She felt hollow inside until panic welled up to fill her. A man was channeling and she was caught in it. He was Rand, of course, but dangling there like a basket, helpless, all she could think of was a man channeling and the taint on Saidin. She tried to shout at him, but all that came out was a croak. "You want me to do something?" Rand growled. A pair of small tables flexed their legs awkwardly, the wood creaking, and began to stumble about in a stiff parody of dance, gilt flaking off and falling. "Do you like this?" Fire flared up in the fireplace, filling the hearth from side to side, burning on stone bare of ashes. "Or this?" The tall stag and wolves above the fireplace began to soften and slump. Thin streams of gold and silver flowed out from the mass, fining down to shining threads, snaking, weaving themselves into a narrow sheet of metallic cloth. The length of glittering fabric hung in the air as it grew, its far end still linked to the slowly melting statuette on the stone mantel. "Do something," Rand said. "Do something. Do you have any idea what it is like to touch Saidin, to hold it? Do you? I can feel the madness waiting, seeping into me." Abruptly the capering tables burst into flame like torches, dancing still. Books spun in the air, pages fluttering. The mattress on the bed erupted, showering feathers across the room like snow. Feathers falling onto the burning tables filled the room with their sharp, sooty stink. For a moment Rand stared wildly at the blazing tables. Then whatever was holding Egwene and Elaine vanished, along with the shield. Their heels thumped onto the carpet in the same instant the flames went out, as if sucked into the wood they had been consuming. The blaze in the fireplace winked out as well, and the books fell to the floor in a worse jumble than before. The length of gold and silver cloth dropped too, along with strands of rough-melted metal, no longer liquid or even hot. Only 3 largish lumps, 2 silver and 1 gold, remained on the mantel, cold and unrecognizable. Egwene had staggered into Elaine as they landed. They clutched each other for support, but Egwene felt the other woman doing exactly what she was doing, embracing Saidar as quickly as she could. In moments she had a shield ready to throw around Rand if he even appeared to be channeling, but he stood stunned, staring at the charred tables with feathers still drifting down around him, flecking his coat. He did not seem to be a danger now, but the room was certainly a mess. She wove tiny flows of air to pull all the floating feathers together, and those already on the carpet as well. As an afterthought, she added those on his coat. The rest of it he could have the Majira straighten, or see to himself. Rand flinched as the feathers floated past him to alight on the tattered ruins of the mattress. It did nothing for the smell, burned feathers and burned wood, but at least the room was neater, and the open windows and faint breezes were already lessening the stench. "The Majira may not want to give me another," he said with a strained laugh. "A mattress a day is probably more than she is willing to—" He avoided looking at her or Elaine. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to— Sometimes it runs wild. Sometimes there's nothing there when I reach for it, and sometimes it does things I don't— I'm sorry. Perhaps you had better go. I seem to say that a lot." He blushed again and cleared his throat. "I am not touching the source, but maybe you had best go." "We are not done yet," Egwene said gently. More gently than she felt, she wanted to box his ears. The idea of picking her up like that, shielding her and Elaine. But he was on the ragged edge. Of what, she did not know, and she did not want to find out. Not now. Not here. With so many exclaiming over their strength, everyone said she and Elaine would be among the strongest Aes Sedai, if not the strongest, in 1,000 years or more. She had assumed they were as strong as he. Near to it, at least. She had just been rudely disabused. Perhaps Nynaeve could come close if she was angry enough, but Egwene knew she herself could never have done what he just had, split her flows that many ways, worked that many things at once. Working 2 flows at once was far more than twice as hard as working 1 of the same magnitude, and working 3 much more than twice again working 2. He had to have been weaving a dozen. He did not even look tired, yet exertion with the power took energy. She very much feared he could handle her and Elaine both like kittens. Kittens he might decide to drown if he went mad. But she would not, could not, just walk away. That would be the same as quitting, and she was not made that way. She meant to do what she had come there for, all of it, and he was not going to chase her off short of it. Not him or anything else. Elaine's blue eyes were filled with determination, and the moment Egwene fell silent, she added in a much firmer voice, "And we will not go until we are. You said you would try. You must try." "I did say that, didn't I?" he murmured after a time. "At least we can sit down." Not looking at the blackened tables or the band of metallic cloth lying crumpled on the carpet, he led them, limping slightly, to high-backed chairs near the windows. They had to move books from the red silk cushions in order to sit. Egwene's chair held volume 12 of The Treasures of the Stone of Tyr, a dusty, wood-bound book entitled Travels in the Aiel Waste with Various Observations on the Savage Inhabitants, and a thick, tattered leather volume called Dealings with the Territory of Maine, 500 to 750 of the New Era. Elaine had a bigger stack to move, but Rand hurriedly took them from her along with those from his chair and put them all on the floor, where the pile promptly fell over. Egwene laid hers neatly beside them. "What do you want me to do now?" He sat on the edge of his seat, hands on his knees. "I promise I won't do anything but what you ask this time." Egwene bit her tongue to keep from telling him that promise came a bit late. Perhaps she had been a little vague in what she had asked for, but that was no excuse. Still, that was something to be dealt with another time. She realized she was thinking of him as just Rand again, but he looked as if he had just splashed mud on her best dress and was worried she would not believe it an accident. Yet she had not let go of Saidar, and neither had Elaine. There was no need to be foolish. "This time," she said, "we just want you to talk. How do you embrace the source? Just tell us. Take it step by step, slowly." "More like wrestling than embracing," he grunted. "Step by step? Well, first I imagine a flame, and then I push everything into it. Hate, fear, nervousness, everything. When they're all consumed, there's an emptiness, a void inside my head. I'm in the middle of it, but I'm a part of whatever I am concentrating on, too." "That sounds familiar," Egwene said. "I've heard your father talk about a trick of concentration he uses to win the archery competitions, what he calls the flame and the void." Rand nodded. Sadly, it seemed. She thought he must be missing home, and his father. "Tam taught it to me first, and Lan uses it too with the sword. Selena, someone I met once, called it the oneness. A good many people seem to know about it, whatever they call it. But I found out for myself that when I was inside the void, I could feel Saidin, like a light just beyond the corner of my eye in the emptiness. There's nothing but me in that light. Emotion, even thought, is outside. I used to have to take it bit by bit, but it all comes at once now. Most of it does, anyway. Most of the time." "Emptiness," Elaine said with a shiver. "No emotion. That doesn't sound very much like what we do." "Yes, it does," Egwene insisted eagerly. "Rand, we just do it a little differently, that's all. I imagine myself to be a flower, a rosebud. Imagine it until I am the rosebud. That is like your void in a way. The rosebud's petals open out to the light of Saidar, and I let it fill me, all light and warmth and life and wonder. I surrender to it, and by surrendering I control it. That was the hardest part to learn, really, how to master Saidar by submitting, but it seems so natural now that I do not even think about it. That is the key to it, Rand, I'm sure. You must learn to surrender." He was shaking his head vigorously. "That's nothing like what I do," he protested. "Let it fill me? I have to reach out and take hold of Saidin. Sometimes there's still nothing there when I do, nothing I can touch, but if I didn't reach for it, I could stand there forever and nothing would happen. It fills me all right once I take hold, but surrender to it." He raked his fingers through his hair. "Egwene, if I surrendered, even for a minute, Saidin would consume me. It's like a river of molten metal, an ocean of fire, all the light of the sun gathered in one spot. I must fight it to make it do what I want, fight it to keep from being eaten up." He sighed. "I know what you mean about life filling you, though, even with the taint turning my stomach. Colors are sharper, smells clearer. Everything is more real somehow. I don't want to let go once I have it, even while it's trying to swallow me. But the rest... Face the facts, Egwene. The tower is right about this. Accept it for the truth because it is." She shook her head. "I will accept it when it is proved to me." She did not sound as sure as she wanted to, not as sure as she had been. What he told sounded like some twisted half-reflection of what she did, similarities only emphasizing differences. Yet there were similarities. She would not give up. "Can you tell the flows apart? Air, water, spirit, earth, fire?" "Sometimes," he said slowly. "Not usually. I just take what I need to do what I want. Fumble for it mostly. It's very strange. Sometimes I need to do a thing and I do it, but only afterward do I know what it was I did or how. It's almost like remembering something I've forgotten. But I can remember how to do it again, most of the time." "Yet you do remember how," she insisted. "How did you set fire to those tables?" She wanted to ask him how he had made them dance. She thought she saw a way with air and water, but she wanted to start with something simple, lighting a candle and putting it out were things a novice could do. Rand's face took on a pained expression. "I don't know." He sounded embarrassed. "When I want fire for a lamp or a fireplace, I just make it, but I do not know how. I don't really need to think to do things with fire." That almost stood to reason. Of the 5 powers, fire and earth had been strongest in men in the Age of Legends, and air and water in women. Spirit had been shared equally. Egwene hardly had to think to use air or water once she had learned to do a thing in the first place, but the thought did not further their purpose. This time it was Elaine who pressed him. "Do you know how you extinguished them? You seemed to think before they went out." "That I do remember, because I don't believe I have ever done it before. I took in the heat from the tables and spread it into the stone of the fireplace. A fireplace wouldn't even notice that much heat." Elaine gasped, unconsciously cradling her left arm for a moment, and Egwene winced in sympathy. She remembered when that arm had been a mass of blisters because the daughter heir had done what Rand had just described, and with just the lamp in her room. Shiriam had threatened to let the blisters heal by themselves. She had not done it, but she had threatened. It was one of the warnings novices were given. Never draw heat in. A flame could be extinguished using air or water, but using fire to pull the heat away meant disaster with a flame of any size. It was not a matter of strength, so Shiriam had said. Heat once taken in could not be gotten rid of, not by the strongest woman ever to come out of the White Tower. Women had actually burst into flame themselves that way. Women had burst into flame. Egwene drew a ragged breath. "What's the matter?" Rand asked. "I think you just proved the difference to me," she sighed. "Oh, does that mean you're ready to give up?" "No." She tried to make her voice softer. She was not angry with him. Exactly. She was not sure who she was angry with. "Maybe my teachers were right, but there has to be a way. Some way. Only I cannot think of one right now." "You tried," he said simply. "I thank you for that. It is not your fault it did not work." "There must be a way," Egwene muttered, and Elaine murmured, "We will find it. We will." "Of course you will," he said with a forced cheerfulness. "But not today." He hesitated. "I suppose you'll be going, then?" He sounded half regretful, half glad. "I do need to tell the High Lords a few things about taxes this morning. They seem to think they can take as much from a farmer in a poor year as a good without beggaring him. And I suppose you have to get back to questioning those dark friends." He frowned. He had not said anything, but Egwene was sure he would like to keep them as far from the Black Ajah as possible. She was a little surprised he had not already tried to make them return to the tower. Perhaps he knew that she and Nynaeve would put a flea in his ear the size of a horse if he tried. "We do," she said firmly. "But not right away. Rand?" The time had come to bring up her second reason for being there, but it was even more difficult than she had expected. This was going to hurt him. Those sad, wary eyes convinced her it would, but it had to be done. She snugged the scarf around her. It enveloped her from shoulders to waist. "Rand, I cannot marry you." "I know," he said. She blinked. He was not taking it as hard as she expected. She told herself that was good. "I do not mean to hurt you. Really, I don't. But I do not want to marry you." "I understand, Egwene. I know what I am. No woman could—" "You wool-brained idiot," she snapped. "This had nothing to do with you channeling. I do not love you. At least, not in the way to want to marry you." Rand's jaw dropped. "You don't love me?" He sounded as surprised as he looked, and hurt, too. "Please, try to understand," she said in a gentler voice. "People change, Rand. Feelings change. When people are apart, sometimes they grow apart. I love you as I would a brother, perhaps more than a brother, but not to marry. Can you understand that?" He managed a rueful grin. "I really am a fool. I didn't really believe you might change, too. Egwene, I do not want to marry you either. I did not want to change. I didn't try to, but it happened. If you knew how much this means to me, not having to pretend, not being afraid I'll hurt you. I never wanted to do that, Egwene. Never to hurt you." She very nearly smiled. He was putting on such a brave face. He was actually quite close to convincing. "I'm glad you are taking it so well," she told him in a soft voice. "I did not want to hurt you either, and now I really must go." Rising from her chair, she bent to brush a kiss across his cheek. "You will find someone else." "Of course," he said, getting to his feet, the lie loud in his voice. "You will." She slipped out with a sense of satisfaction and hurried across the anteroom, letting Saidar go as she took the scarf from her shoulders. The thing was abominably hot. He was ready for Elaine to pick up like a lost puppy if she handled him the way they had discussed. She thought Elaine would manage him nicely, now and later. For as much later as they had, something had to be done about his control. She was willing to admit that what she had been told was right. No woman could teach him. Fish and birds. But that was not the same as giving up. Something had to be done, so a way had to be found. That horrible wound and the madness were problems for later, but they would be dealt with eventually, somehow. Everyone said Two Rivers men were stubborn, but they could not match Two Rivers women. Chapter 8. Hard Heads. Elaine was not certain Rand realized she was still in the room, the way he stared after Egwene with a half-bewildered expression. Now and again he shook his head as if arguing with himself or trying to straighten his mind. She was content to wait him out. Anything that put off the moment a while longer. She concentrated on maintaining an outward composure, back straight and head high, hands folded in her lap, a calmness on her face that could have rivaled Moiraine's best. Butterflies the size of hedgehogs frolicked in her stomach. It was not fear of him channeling. She had let go of Saidar as soon as Egwene stood to leave. She wanted to trust him, and she had to. It was what she wanted to happen that had her trembling inside. She had to concentrate not to finger her necklace or fiddle with the strand of sapphires in her hair. Was her perfume too heavy? No. Egwene said he liked the smell of roses. The dress. She wanted to tug it up, but... He turned. The slight limp in his step tightened her lips thoughtfully, saw her sitting in her chair, and gave a start, eyes widening with what seemed very close to panic. She was glad to see it. The effort of keeping her own face serene had leaped tenfold as soon as his eyes touched her. Those eyes were blue now, like a misty morning sky. He recovered on the instant and made a quite unnecessary bow, wiping his hands once nervously on his coat. "I did not realize you were still—" Flushing, he cut off, forgetting her presence might be taken as an insult. "I mean, I didn't... That is, He took a deep breath and began again. "I am not as much of a fool as I sound, my lady. It isn't every day someone tells you they don't love you, my lady." She put on a tone of mock severity. "If you call me that again, I shall call you my Lord Dragon, and curtsy. Even the Queen of Andor might curtsy to you, and I'm only daughter heir." Light, don't do that." He seemed uneasy out of all proportion to the threat. "I will not, Rand," she said in a more serious voice. "If you call me by my name, Elaine, say it." "Elaine." He spoke awkwardly, yet delightfully, as if he were savoring the name too. Good. It was absurd to be so pleased. All he had done was say her name, after all. There was something she had to know before she could go on. "Did it hurt you very much?" That could be taken two ways, she realized. "What Egwene told you, I mean." "No. Yes. Some. I don't know. Fair is fair, after all." His small grin took some of the edge off of his wariness. "I sound a fool again, don't I?" "No, not to me." I told her the pure truth, but I don't think she believed me. I suppose I did not want to believe it of her either. Not really. If that isn't foolish, I don't know what is. If you tell me one more time that you are a fool, I may begin to believe it. He won't try to hold on to her. I won't have to deal with that." Her voice was calm, with a light enough tone to let him know she did not really mean what she said. "I saw a Kyrianan lord's fool once, a man in a funny striped coat, too big for him and sewn with bells. You would look silly wearing bells." "I suppose I would," he said ruefully. "I will remember that." His slow grin was wider this time, warming his whole face. The butterfly's wings flogged her for haste, but she occupied herself with straightening her skirts. She had to go slowly, carefully. If I don't, he'll think I am just a foolish girl, and he will be right. The butterflies in her belly were beating kettle drums now. "Would you like a flower?" he asked suddenly, and she blinked in confusion. "A flower?" "Yes." Striding to the bed, he scooped up a double handful of feathers from the tattered mattress and held them out to her. "I made one for the Majira last night. You'd have thought I had given her the stone. But yours will be much prettier," he added hastily. "Much prettier, I promise. Rand, I will be careful. It takes only a trickle of the power, just a thread, and I will be very careful." Trust. She had to trust him. It was a small surprise to realize that she did. "I would like that, Rand." For long moments he stared at the fluffy mound in his hands, a slow frown on his face. Abruptly he let the feathers fall, dusting his hands. "Flowers," he said. "That's no fit gift for you." Her heart went out to him. Clearly he had tried to embrace Saidin and failed. Masking disappointment in action, he limped hurriedly to the metallic cloth and began gathering it over his arm. "Now this is a proper gift for the daughter heir of Andor. You could have a seamstress make—" He floundered over what a seamstress might make from a 4-pace length of gold and silver cloth, less than 2 feet wide. "I am sure a seamstress will have many ideas," she told him diplomatically. Pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve, she knelt for a moment to collect the feathers he had dropped into the square of pale blue silk. "The maids will take care of that," he said as she tucked the small bundle securely into her belt pouch. "Well, this bit is done." How could he understand that she would keep the feathers because he had wanted them to be a flower? He shifted his feet, holding the glittering folds as if he did not know what to do with them. "The Majira must have seamstresses," she told him. "I will give that to one of them." He brightened, smiling. She saw no reason to tell him she meant it as a gift. Those thundering butterflies would not let her hold back any longer. "Rand, do you like me?" "Like you?" He frowned. "Of course I like you. I like you very much." Did he have to look as if he did not understand at all? "I am fond of you, Rand." She was startled that she said it so calmly. Her stomach seemed to be trying to writhe up into her throat, and her hands and feet felt like ice. More than fond. That was enough. She was not going to make a fool of herself. He has to say more than like first. She almost giggled hysterically. "I will keep control of myself. I will not let him see me behave like a moon-eyed girl. I will not." I am fond of you, he said slowly. I am not usually so forward. No, that might make him think of Berylane. There was red in his cheeks. He was thinking of Berylane. Burn him. Her voice came as smooth as silk. Soon I will have to go, Rand, to leave Tyr. I may not see you again for months. Or ever, a tiny voice cried in her head. She refused to listen. I could not go without letting you know how I feel, and I am very fond of you. Elaine, I am fond of you. I want... The scarlet spots on his cheeks grew. Elaine, I don't know what to say, how to... Suddenly it was her face that was flaming. He must think she was trying to force him into saying more. Aren't you? The small voice mocked, which only made her cheeks hotter. Rand, I'm not asking for... light, how to say it. I only wanted you to know how I feel. That is all. Berylane would not have let it go at that. Berylane would have been wrapped around him by now. Telling herself she would not let that half-dressed snip better her, she moved closer to him, took the glittering cloth from his arm, and dropped it on the carpet. For some reason he seemed taller than he ever had before. Rand, I want you to kiss me. There! It was out. Kiss you? He said, as if he had never heard of kissing before. Elaine, I don't want to promise more than... I mean, it isn't as if we were betrothed. Not that I'm suggesting we should be. It's just that I am fond of you, Elaine. More than fond. I just do not want you to think I... She had to laugh at him, with all his confused earnestness. I do not know how things are done in the Two Rivers, but in Caemlyn you don't wait until you are betrothed before kissing a girl, and it does not mean you must become betrothed either. But perhaps you do not know how. His arms went around her almost roughly, and his lips came down on hers. Her head spun, her toes tried to curl up in her slippers. Some time later, she was not certain how long, she realized she was leaning against his chest, knees trembling, trying to gulp air. Forgive me for interrupting you, he said. She was glad to hear a touch of breathlessness in his voice. I am just a backward shepherd from the Two Rivers. You are uncouth, she murmured against his shirt, and you did not shave this morning, but I would not say you are backward. Elaine, She put a hand over his mouth. I do not want to hear anything from you that you do not mean with your whole heart, she said firmly. Not now or ever. He nodded, not as if he understood why, but at least as if he understood that she meant what she said. Straightening her hair, the strand of sapphires was tangled beyond mending without a mirror. She stepped out of his encircling arms, not without reluctance. It would be all too easy to remain there, and she had already been more forward than she had ever dreamed of before. Speaking up like that, asking for a kiss. Asking. She was not Berylane. Berylane. Perhaps Min had had a viewing. What Min saw happened, but she would not share him with Berylane. Perhaps she needed to do a bit more plain speaking. Obliquely plain, at least. I expect you will not lack for company after I go. Just remember that some women see a man with their hearts, while others see no more than a bauble to wear, no different than a necklace or a bracelet. Remember that I will come back, and I am one who sees with her heart. He looked confused at first, then a little alarmed. She had said too much too fast. She had to divert him. Do you know what you have not said to me? You have not tried to frighten me away by telling me how dangerous you are. Don't try now. It is too late. I did not think of it. Another thought came to him, though, and his eyes crinkled with suspicion. Did you and Egwene scheme this up between you? She managed to combine wide-eyed innocence with mild outrage. "How could you even consider such a thing? Do you imagine we would hand you around between us like a package? You think a good deal of yourself. There is such a thing as being overproud." He did look confused now. Quite satisfactory. "Are you sorry for what you did to us, Rand?" "I did not mean to frighten you," he said hesitantly. "Egwene made me angry. She's always been able to without half trying. That's no excuse, I know. I said I was sorry, and I am. Look what it got me. Burned tables and another mattress ruined." "And for the pinch?" His face reddened again, but he faced her firmly even so. No, I am not sorry for that. The two of you talking over my head as if I were a lump of wood with no ears. You deserved as much, both of you, and I won't say different." For a moment she considered him. He rubbed his arms through his coat sleeves as she momentarily embraced Saidar. She did not know healing to any degree, but she had learned bits and pieces on the edge of it. Channeling, she soothed away the hurt she had given him for the pinch. His eyes widened in surprise, and he shifted on his feet as if testing the absence of pain. "For being honest," she told him simply. There was a rap at the door, and Gaul looked in. At first the Aielman had his head down, but after a quick glance at them he raised it. Color flooded Elaine's face as she realized he had suspected that he might be interrupting something he should not see. She very nearly embraced Saidar again and taught him a lesson. "The Tyrans are here," Gaul said. "The High Lords you were expecting." "I will go, then," she told Rand. "You must tell them about taxes, was it not? Think on what I have said." She did not say, "Think of me," but she was sure the effect would be the same. He reached out as if to stop her, but she slipped away from him. She had no intention of putting on a display in front of Gaul. The man was Aiel, but what must he think of her, wearing perfume and sapphires at that hour of the morning? It required real effort not to pull the neckline of her dress up higher. The High Lords entered as she reached the door, a cluster of graying men in pointed beards and colorful, ornate coats with puffy sleeves. They crowded out of her way with reluctant bows, their bland faces and polite murmurs not hiding their relief that she was leaving. She glanced back once from the doorway. A tall, broad-shouldered young man in a plain green coat among the High Lords in their silks and satin stripes. Rand looked like a stork among peacocks, yet there was something about him, a presence that said he commanded there by right. The Tyrans recognized it, bending their stiff necks reluctantly. He thought probably they bowed just because he was the Dragon Reborn, and perhaps they thought so too. But she had seen men, like Gareth Bryn, the captain-commander of her mother's guards, who could have dominated a room in rags, with no title and no one knowing their name. Rand might not know it, but he was such a man. He had not been when she first saw him, but he was now. She pulled the door shut behind her. The Aiel around the entrance glanced at her, and the captain commanding the ring of defenders in the middle of the anteroom stared uneasily, but she barely noticed them. It was done. Or at least it was begun. 4 days she had before Joya and Amico were put on that ship. 4 days at most to twine herself so firmly into Rand's thoughts that he had no room for Berylane. Or if not that, firmly enough that she stayed inside his head until she had the chance to do more. She had never thought she might do a thing like this, stalk a man like a huntress stalking a wild boar. The butterflies were still gambolling in her stomach. At least she had not let him see how nervous she was, and it occurred to her that she had not once thought of what her mother would say. With that, the flutterings vanished. She did not care what her mother said. Morghese had to accept her daughter as a woman. That was all there was to it. The Aiel bowed as she moved away, and she acknowledged them with a gracious nod that would have done Morghese proud. Even the Tyran captain looked at her as if he could see her new serenity. She did not think she would be troubled by butterflies again. For the Black Adja, perhaps, but not for Rand.
Ignoring the High Lords in their anxious semicircle, Rand watched the door close behind Elaine with wonder in his eyes. Dreams coming true, even only this much, made him uneasy. A swim in the waterwood was one thing, but he would never have believed a dream where she came to him like this. She had been so cool and collected while he was tripping over his own tongue. And Egwene, giving his own thoughts back to him, and only concerned she might hurt him. Why was it women could go to pieces or fly into a rage at the smallest thing, yet never flicker an eyelash at what left you gaping? "My Lord Dragon," Sunamon murmured even more diffidently than usual. Word of this morning must have spread through the stone already. That first lot had nearly run on their way out, and it was doubtful Torian would show his face or his filthy suggestions anywhere Rand was. Sunamon essayed an ingratiating smile, then smothered it, dry-washing his plump hands when Rand only looked at him. The rest pretended they did not see the burned tables or the shattered mattress and scattered books or the half-melted lumps over the fireplace that had been the stag and wolves. High Lords were good at seeing only what they wanted to see. Carleon and Tedosian, false self-effacement in every line of their thick bodies, surely never realized there was anything suspicious in never looking at one another. But then Rand might never have noticed, if not for Tom's note, found in the pocket of a coat just back from being brushed. "The Lord Dragon wished to see us," Sunamon managed. Could Egwene and Elaine have worked it up between them? Of course not. Women did not do things like that any more than men. Did they? It had to be coincidence. Elaine heard that he was free and decided to speak. That was it. "Taxes!" he barked. The Tyrants did not move, but they gave the impression of stepping back. How he hated dealing with these men. He wanted to dive back into the books. "It is a bad precedent, my Lord Dragon, lowering taxes," a lean, gray-haired man said in an oily voice. Mylon was tall for a tyrant, only a hand shorter than Rand, and hard as any defender. He held himself in a stoop in Rand's presence. His dark eyes showed how he hated it. But he had hated it when Rand told them to stop crouching around him, too. None of them straightened, but Mylon, especially, had not liked being reminded of what he did. "The peasants have always paid easily, but if we lower taxes when the day comes that we raise them back to where they are now, the fools will complain as bitterly as if we had doubled the present levy. There may well be riots when that day comes, my Lord Dragon." Rand strode across the room to stand before Callandor. The crystal sword glittered, outshining the gilt and gemstones surrounding it. A reminder of who he was, of the power he could wield. Egwene. It was foolish to feel hurt because she said she no longer loved him. Why should he expect her to have feelings for him that he did not have for her? Yet it did hurt. A relief, but not a pleasant one. "You will have riots if you drive men off their farms." 3 books stood in a stack almost by Mylon's feet. The Treasures of the Stone of Tyr, Travels in the Waste, and Dealings with the Territory of Mayenne. The keys lay in those and in the various translations of the Cariathon cycle, if he could only find them and fit them to the proper locks. He pushed his mind back to the High Lords. "Do you think they will watch their families starve and do nothing?" "The defenders of the stone have put down riots before, my Lord Dragon," Sunamon said soothingly. "Our own guards can keep peace in the countryside. The peasants will not disturb you, I give you my assurance." "There are too many farmers as it is." Carleon flinched at Rand's glare. "It is the civil war in Cairhien, my Lord Dragon," he explained hurriedly. "The Cairhienin can buy no grain, and the granaries are bursting. This year's harvest will go to waste as it is. And next year? Burn my soul, my Lord Dragon. But what we need is for some of those peasants to stop their eternal digging and planting." He seemed to realize he had said too much, though he clearly did not understand why. Rand wondered whether he had any idea how food got to his table. Did he see anything but gold and power? "What will you do when Cairhien is buying grain again?" Rand said coolly. "For that matter, is Cairhien the only land that needs grain?" Why had Elaine spoken up like that? What did she expect of him? "Fond," she said. Women could play games with words like Aes Sedai. Did she mean she loved him? No, that was plain foolishness. Overproud to a degree.
"My Lord Dragon,"
Mylon said, half subservient, half as if explaining something to a child.
"if the civil wars stopped today, Carian still could not buy more than a few barge-loads for 2, even 3 years. We have always sold our grain to Carian."
Always. For the 20 years since the Aiel War. They were so bound up in what they had always done that they could not see what was so simple, or would not see it. When the cabbages sprouted like weeds around Emmons Field, it was a near certainty that bad rain or white worm had struck Devon Ride or Watch Hill. When Watch Hill had too many turnips, Emmons Field would have a shortage, or Devon Ride. "Offer it in Ilion," he told them. What did Elaine expect? "Or Altara." He did like her, but he liked Min as much, or thought he did. It was impossible to sort out his feelings for either of them. "You have ships for the sea as well as river boats and barges, and if you don't have enough, hire them from Mayenne." He liked both women, but beyond that, he had spent very nearly his whole life mooning after Egwene. He was not about to dive into that again until he was sure. Sure of something. Sure. If dealings with the territory of Mayenne was to be believed, stop this, he told himself. Keep your mind on these weasels, or they'll find cracks to slip through and bite you on the way. Pay with grain. I'm sure the first will be amenable for a good price, and maybe a signed agreement, a treaty. That was a good word, the sort they used. Pledging to leave Mayenne alone in return for ships. He owed her that. "We trade little with Ilion, my Lord Dragon. They are vultures and scum." Tadosian sounded scandalized, and so did Mylon when he said, "We have always dealt with Mayenne from strength, my Lord Dragon, never with bent knee." Rand took a deep breath. The High Lords tensed. It always came to this. He always tried to reason with them, and it always failed. Tom said the High Lords had heads as hard as the stone, and he was right. What do I feel for her? Dreaming about her? She's certainly pretty. He was not sure if he meant Elaine or Min. Stop this. A kiss means no more than a kiss. Stop it. Putting women firmly out of his head, he set himself to telling these stone-brained fools what they were going to do. First, you will cut taxes on farmers by 3/4, and on everyone else by half. Don't argue. Just do it. Second, you go to Berelaine and ask her price for hiring. The High Lords listened with false smiles and grinding teeth, but they listened.
Egwene was considering Joya and Amico when Matt fell in beside her, just walking down the hallway as if he merely happened to be going the same way. He was frowning to himself, and his hair needed brushing, as if he had been scrubbing his fingers through it. Once or twice he glanced at her, but did not speak. The servants they passed bowed or curtsied, and so did the occasional high lords and ladies, if with markedly less enthusiasm. Matt's lip-curling stares at the nobles would have brought trouble if she had not been there, friend of the Lord Dragon or not. This silence was not like him, not like the Matt she knew. Except for his fine red coat, wrinkled as if he had slept in it, he seemed no different than the old Matt, yet they were surely all different now. His quiet was unsettling. "Is last night troubling you?" she asked at last. He missed a step. "You know about that? Well, you would, wouldn't you? Doesn't bother me. Wasn't much to it. Over and done with now, anyway." She pretended to believe him. "Nynaeve and I do not see much of you." That was a rank understatement. "I've been busy," he muttered with an uncomfortable shrug, looking everywhere but at her again. "Dicing?" she asked dismissively. "Cards." A plump maid, curtsying with her arms full of folded towels, glanced at Egwene, and apparently thinking she was not looking, winked at Matt. He grinned at her. I've been busy playing cards." Egwene's eyebrows rose sharply. That woman had to be 10 years older than Nynaeve. "I see. It must use up a great deal of time, playing cards. Too much to spare a few moments for old friends." "The last time I spared you a moment, you and Nynaeve tied me up with the power like a pig for market so you could rummage through my room. Friends don't steal from friends." He grimaced. "Besides, you're always with that Elaine with her nose in the air, or Moiraine. I do not like—" Clearing his throat, he shot her a sideways glance. "I don't like taking up your time. You are busy, from what I hear, questioning dark friends, doing all sorts of important things, I should imagine. You know these Tyrans think you are Aes Sedai, don't you?" She shook her head ruefully. It was Aes Sedai he did not like. However much of the world Mat saw, nothing would ever change him. "It is not stealing to take back what was supposed to be a loan," she told him. "I don't remember you saying anything about a loan." What use do I have for a letter from the Amyrlin? Just get me in trouble. You could have asked, though." She refrained from pointing out that they had asked. She wanted neither an argument nor a sulky departure. He would not call it that, of course. This time she would let him get away with his version. "Well, I'm glad you are still willing to talk to me. Was there a special reason for it today?" He shoved his fingers through his hair and muttered to himself. What he needed was his mother to haul him off by his ear for a long talking to. Egwene counseled herself to patience. She could be patient when she wanted to. She would not say a word before he did, if she burst for it. The corridor opened into a railed colonnade of white marble, looking down on one of the stone's few gardens. Large white blossoms covered a few small waxy-leafed trees and gave a scent even sweeter than the banks of red and yellow roses. A sullen breeze failed to stir the hangings on the inner wall, but it did cut the morning's growing damp warmth. Mat took a seat on the wide balustrade with his back against a column and one foot up in front of him. Peering down into the garden, he finally said, "I need some advice." He wanted advice from her? She goggled at him. "Whatever I can do to help," she said faintly. He turned his head to her, and she did her best to assume something like Aes Sedai calm. "What do you want advice about?" "I don't know." It was a 10-pace drop to the garden. Besides, there were men down there weeding among the roses. If she pushed him over, he might land on one. A gardener, not a rosebush. "How am I supposed to advise you, then?" she asked in a thin voice. "I am trying to decide what to do." He looked embarrassed. He had a right to, in her opinion. "I hope you are not thinking of trying to leave. You know how important you are. You cannot run away from it, Mat." "You think I don't know that? I don't think I could leave if Moiraine told me I could. Believe me, Egwene, I am not going anywhere. I just want to know what's going to happen." He gave a rough shake of his head, and his voice grew tighter. "What comes next? What's in these holes in my memory? There are chunks of my life that aren't even there. They don't exist, as if they never happened. Why do I find myself spouting gibberish? People say it's the old tongue, but it's goose gabble to me. I want to know, Egwene. I have to know before I go as crazy as Rand." "Rand is not crazy," she said automatically. So Mat was not trying to run away. That was a pleasant surprise. He had not seemed to believe in responsibility. But there was pain and worry in his voice. Mat never worried, or never let anyone see it if he did. "I do not know the answers, Mat," she said gently. "Perhaps Moiraine—" "No!" He was on his feet in a bound. "No Aes Sedai. I mean, you're different. I know you, and you aren't— Didn't they teach you anything in the tower? Some trick or other, something that would serve?" "Oh, Mat, I am sorry. I am so sorry." His laugh reminded her of their childhood. Just so he had always laughed when his grandest expectations went astray. "Ah, well, I guess it does not matter. It'd still be the tower if it's second-hand. No offense to you." Just so he had moaned over a splinter in his finger and treated a broken leg as if it were nothing at all. "There might be a way," she said slowly. "If Moiraine says it is all right, she might." "Moiraine? Haven't you heard a word I said? The last thing I want is Moiraine meddling. What way?" Matt had always been rash, but he wanted no more than she did to know. If only he showed a little sense and caution for once. A passing Tyran noblewoman with dark braids coiled about her head, shoulders bare above yellow linen, bent her knee slightly, looking at them with no expression. She walked on quickly, with a stiff back. Egwene watched her until she was well beyond earshot and they were alone. Unless the gardeners 30 feet below counted. Matt was staring at her expectantly. In the end, she told him of the ter'angreal, the twisted doorway that held answers on its other side. It was the dangers she emphasized, the consequences of foolish questions, or those touching the shadow, the dangers even Aes Sedai might not know. She was more than flattered that he had come to her, but he had to show a little sense. "You must remember this, Matt. Frivolous questions can get you killed, so if you do use it, you will have to be serious for a change, and you mustn't ask any questions that touch the shadow." He had listened with greater and greater incredulity. When she was done, he exclaimed, "3 questions? You go in like Billy, I suppose, spend a night and come out 10 years later with a purse that's always full of gold and a—" "For once in your life, Matrim Cawthon," she snapped, "do not talk like a fool. You know very well ter'angreal are not stories. It's the dangers you have to be aware of. Maybe the answers you seek are inside this one, but you must not try it before Moiraine says you can. You must promise me on that, or I promise you I will take you to her like a trout on a string. You know I can." He gave a loud snort. "I'd be a fool if I did try it, no matter what Moiraine says. Walk into a bloody ter'angreal? It's less I want to do with the bloody power, not more. You can blot it right out of your mind." "It is the only chance I know, Matt." "Not for me it isn't," he said firmly. "No chance at all is better than that." Despite his tone, she wanted to put an arm around him. Only he would likely make some joke at her expense and try to goose her. He had been incorrigible from the day he was born. But he had come to her for help. "I'm sorry, Matt. What will you do?" "Oh, play cards, I suppose. If anyone will play with me. Play stones with Tom, dice in the taverns. I can still go as far as the city at least." His gaze strayed toward a passing maidservant, a slender, dark-eyed girl near his own age. "I'll find something to take up time." Her hand itched to slap him, but instead she said cautiously, "Matt, you really aren't thinking of leaving, are you?" "Would you tell Moiraine if I was?" He put up his hands to forestall her. "Well, there's no need. I told you I wouldn't. I'll not pretend I'd not like to, but I won't. Is that good enough for you?" A pensive frown crept onto his face. "Egwene, do you ever wish you were back home? That none of this had ever happened?" It was a startling question, coming from him, but she knew her answer. "No. Even with everything. No. Do you?" "I would be a fool then, wouldn't I?" he laughed. "It's cities I like, and this one will do for now. This one will do. Egwene, you won't tell Moiraine about this, will you? About me asking for advice and all?" "Why shouldn't I?" she asked suspiciously. He was Matt, after all. He gave an embarrassed hitch of his shoulders. "I've been keeping wider of her than I have of... Anyway, I've been staying clear, especially when she wants to root around in my head. She might think I'm weakening. You won't tell her, will you?" "I won't," she said. "If you promise me you will not go near that ter'angreal without asking her permission. I shouldn't even have told you about it." "I promise," he grinned. "I won't go near that thing unless my life depends upon it. I swear," he finished with mock solemnity. Egwene shook her head. However much everything else changed, Matt just never would.